Motorsports. They say that Mondays in the Sand Hill region of North Carolina are beautiful. Well, hopefully we'll find that to be the case, but rain has been falling here in Rockingham, North Carolina since early yesterday, and the AC Delco 400 still on hold. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Rock. Eli Gold, the entire TNN Motorsports team on hand with you here in Rockingham, where rain has continued to fall. Then it would stop and get us all encouraged. Then the rain would move right back in again, as has been the case over the last 15 or 20 minutes. Let's bring you right up to speed on the weather situation. Glenn Jarrett is at the NASCAR control truck in the garage area, keeping an eye on the radar. Glenn, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Eli. And it's always been my goal to play the hippy-dippy weatherman. That's what I'm going to do today. Things are definitely improving. The ceiling has lifted dramatically, a lot lighter. The rain has stopped. Let's take a look at the radar screen right quick. You can see the arrow there where the rock is. We're right in the middle of a little bit of green there, but winds right now are from the due west blowing eastward. So this stuff's going to blow on out of here, and you can see there's not really anything behind it. Maybe a little bit of a shower, just scattered around, but it's looking real good. Maybe in another hour or so, we might be close to getting this thing underway. Now here's Matt Yoakum.
Well, Glenn, that's the guesstimate that Geoff Gordon had been making. You've been watching the Weather Channel all morning.
Yeah, I've been watching all day yesterday, all morning. I knew it was going to clear up eventually. It's just wind, and it looks like, another hour and a half, we should be racing.
How tough has the 24-hour wait been for you?
Well, it's tough anytime you
I
have
appreciate
a
you're
delay
following
like this. And, just as long as we get the race
old
off,
school,
then, we'll be happy. And I don't think any of us, really
I
want to
do
come back
auto
on our off
racing
weekend. We want to
and
get this
racing
race off.
history.
All the
That
fans want to get it off.
QVC7 you just saw.
Like,
I worked for that team at one time, but I don't have it in the budget to purchase any better graphics anytime soon. But I appreciate the follow and your entrepreneurship.
Starting 33rd. Yeah, we do. It's we didn't qualify that good, and then of course this is one of those tracks that has 2 pit roads, and
I'm reviewing 1997. This is Rockingham. I was here in person. Of course, having to score the number 7 car. Obviously, nobody's racing. It's raining, but this is a really good time to see interviews. See what
I guess we didn't get to run the race yesterday.
What kind of was going on behind the scenes. You learn a lot.
It's going to change the track some, and you're going to have to make some adjustments probably, and the track's going to change after it gets some rubber back on it, but everybody's in the same boat.
All right, best of luck. Let's go back up top now to Eli Gold.
All right, Steve, thanks. Joined now by Buddy Baker and
So anyway, I
Dr.
was
one
of them people down there in the center of the garage area.
What does this mean as far as car
probably
after
standing
a heavy day and a half of rain?
Well, if they make any adjustments on race morning, it would be a speculation. And the real thing, the racetrack is green again. That means all the rubber, all the oil
standing
washed
underneath
off the
an
surface.
awning or something. But if it's
quickly.
almost
So tire
race time,
preservation, really taking care of your car.
we would be already
in the first
walking
100
up
laps
to the
of this
booth.
race
But
will
this
be
is a
very,
little early
very,
with it being that
key
wet.
ingredient to winning today.
We're supposed to be in the booth if the race starts at 1. It was like noon or whatever. But
yeah, this place and other racetracks as well, Eli, and these guys are professionals. They've been to many a racetrack in their lives where it's been raining before they've gotten there. It's been a nice, clean racetrack. They know just what to do. There have not been a whole lot of adjustments made in the garage this morning. The crews, however, are suggesting there's going to be a little bit faster tire wear. We may see some
when
earlier
the car
pit
covers
stops.
come
so
off.
We'll be here standing by, waiting for track drying to conclude, and hopefully Mother Nature will cooperate, and we'll have the AC Delco 400.
That would be the car my dad would be working with, the Square D.
Of course, you've got Bobby Labonte. You see the medical crews arriving. They are hoping for a start of today's race. Best thing we can say for you folks, don't go anywhere. Just keep your dial right here on TNN. For the next short while, you'll be seeing Lorianne Crook and Charlie Chase. Crook and Chase are coming up next. We'll be standing by along with Ricky Craven and everybody else here. And as soon as we get set to go green, the AC Delco 400 will be live on TNN Motorsports. For the entire crew, I'm Eli Gold. Again, stay right here on TNN.
If the audience is in the bleachers, I quite possibly would be up top already.
Gold and Jarrett and Burns and
I don't
Yoakum.
remember us sitting for hours in the booth while they
out, and as you can see, all sorts
drive the
of
track. I don't remember that.
Beginning to dry the racetrack. Hopefully the AC Delco 400 is just around the corner. Glenn Jarrett is in the garage area, standing by with a fellow who knows victory lane at this racetrack. Last year's winner, Ricky Rudd.
That's right, Eli. If you watched TNN yesterday, folks, you saw this man win
Yeah,
again.
see, the drivers
Ricky,
aren't
no
even in
better
their
place to try
fire
to put into this
suits yet.
latest little drought. Another victory here at the Rock.
That'd be good for us, Glenn. You know, we've won 2 races this year, and we're really happy about that. Like to make it 3 races. We've been in a little bit of a slump lately, so maybe this is a good racetrack for us to dig our way out.
Well, I want to wish you the best of luck. You can go back in there and have some lunch. They're cooking lunch around here, so we're going to get in the line, guys. Back to you, Eli.
No surprise there, Glenn. Thanks, Ricky Rudd. Thank you. We'll be standing by. The AC Delco 400 should be run in its entirety today.
I actually just got off the phone with
a whole lot
Dad.
more encouraging, and as you can see,
he
track
was thinking
drying
he
is
was
underway.
there.
Right now, though,
So
more of Crook and Chase
he
coming
would
your
have to,
way.
he said he
Then
got
we'll
all
be
his
back
notes,
standing
all
by
his
here at the North
notebooks
Carolina Motor
pulled,
Speedway.
so he'll
Bobby
be able to know
Labonte
exactly
and Dale
what track.
Jarrett sharing the front row.
And what's really
The AC
cool is I
Delco
might can fill in the
400 delayed from
databases
yesterday,
with the
still
database
being delayed here
people
this
from
morning,
some of those
but
notes.
Johnny Benson and his crew all waiting
He's
for the
got to
green
do a
flag.
radio show in
It should be
September, so
upcoming
we're getting
within
a
the next
list
hour
of
or so.
who his
Keep it
past
here
drivers
on
were.
TNN. We'll see you soon. No more rain is falling. The AC Delco 400 could be going green in as soon as 15 or 20 minutes. At the North
Okay,
Carolina
that would be
Motor
at the
Speedway,
point
the
when they
fans
would
are
have
returning.
us
The grandstand's
go
about
to the
60%
booth.
full. There you see the drivers awaiting the start
Kenny
of
Wallace
pre-race
standing
driver
there.
introductions. John Andretti there to the
Jeff
left of the
Burton
screen
and
alongside Kenny Wallace and the rest of the teams as
Michael
they get set
Waltrip in
for
the
the start. You see on the
Sitco,
extreme right of
Sterling
the
in the
screen,
Kodak.
one of the 4 high-powered jet dryers that they have here, and they have really been helping this racetrack get into racing trim. There you see a good overview of a high-powered Pratt & Whitney jet engine where they have really deflected the heat
Pratt &
from the
Whitney
engine
is an
directly
airplane
down
company, so
towards
they
the
jet
racing
motors.
surface. And that, plus the cars themselves when they get out there, will have the Rock ready for racing in just a very few moments. Jeremy Mayfield is looking towards this race as a very important one. He has 3 top 5 finishes this year. He wants to finish well here today and at Phoenix and in Atlanta for a top 10 in points at season's end. Let's hear from him in the garage area.
Exactly, Eli. We snagged Jeremy on the way to driver introductions. Eli just said you guys have a realistic shot at the top 10 in points. You need a good run today.
Yeah, we do. We need a good run from here on out. You know, the last 4 or 5 weeks have knocked us out of the top 10, and we're going to work extremely hard for the next 3 races, do what we can to get back in the top 10.
Jeremy, we've heard some of the teams talk about how this weather, the damp weather, may affect the tire wear. How about from where you sit?
I think so. You know, the track is really clean right now and real green, and when that happens, it really wears the tires out in the first couple runs anyway. So I think you're going to see a lot of different strategies today on tire wear.
All right, best of luck. We'll let you go to introductions. Let's go back up to Eli.
All right, Steve, thank you. And Jeremy Mayfield as well. Best of luck to him. Folks, if you're just joining us, yesterday, of course, was a total washout here at the Rock. All the rains that have been pelting the southeast over the weekend finally got here to the sand hills of North Carolina yesterday. Rain continued until about 9 or 9:30 this morning. Then finally, the wind blew the front off towards the Atlantic coast, and we are closing in on the start of the race. Over the next few moments, we'll be turning things back to the network and see whether J.R. Ewing and the folks at Dallas can get themselves into a jam over the next 15 minutes or so. But as Dale Earnhardt makes his way towards the starting grid, we should be no more than 15 or 20 minutes away from the start of the race, barring a return of rain, and that does not seem to be in the offing. So you stay with us. Dallas coming your way next, or at least the next 15 or 20 minutes, and hopefully Buddy Baker, Dick Bergman, and I, Glenn Jarrett, Matt Yoakum, and Steve Burns will be here for the start of the
I see everybody walking around. Anyone with a clipboard in their hand, those would be scorers. Yep. Or other things. Marketers.
The North Carolina Motor Speedway,
The Rock.
place where
They're reviving it, and they revived it, didn't they, now?
Today, 3 men continue their championship quest. Jeff Gordon, who has won twice at the Rock, but never in the fall. Mark Martin, whose first career win came here 8 years ago in this race. And Dale Jarrett, who's dominated at the Rock, but has been the bridesmaid in the last 3 events. These 3 will put it all on the line for the championship today. are 23 hours behind schedule, but nevertheless the rain has
23
finally moved towards
hours.
the coast. The AC Delco 400 for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series is about set to go green here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway.
Kind of makes sense. I remember getting ready, like we would have all met at a race shop or whatever and got in the van and rode probably together to the track for these close races. And I remember one time it raining like a son of a gun when we were in that van. Sideways rain. For one of the local, like either Darlington or Rockingham, so this is all making sense.
As far as the NASCAR Winston Cup points, there you see the storyline there. 110 points, Jeff Gordon back to Mark Martin. 155 behind is Dale Jarrett. Those three will settle it among themselves over the course of the final 3 races of 1997. Down on the pit lane, final pre-race preparations are taking place. Track drying is wrapping up, and Glenn Jarrett is there watching it all unfold.
And I'm standing beside of the points leader right now, Jeff Gordon. He will go off in 6th position today in the DuPont Chevrolet. And Jeff, I talked with Ray a little early this morning. He said the things you guys concentrated on, making this car adjustable, get it so you can fix it either way.
Well, and that's especially going to come into effect today because with the rain that washed all the rubber off the track, this track is going to change drastically, especially in the first 100 laps. So, you know, we're going to try to make it adjustable. We're going to have to live with it for a little while and see which way it goes, and hopefully we'll make the right decisions at the end.
Well, we hope that's true for you. Best of luck to you out there today. The car that he's in today is not the race that he, or not the car that he
If you hear
won
talking in the background,
here
I'm
back in the
lurking,
spring.
greedy
Last time they
me.
ran this
I'm
car
always
was at
lurking
Bristol.
somebody.
It crashed there. They certainly
I
hope
was
that's not the case
lurking
today. Here's Matt
earlier.
Yoakum.
Glenn, the pursuers, Mark Martin and
On my
Dale
other
Jarrett,
tablet.
closing in on Jeff Gordon. But the dark horse Jarrett has been the most productive driver over the past 6 races. He starts second, but the guy back here in third, Mark Martin, is only 110 markers behind Gordon. Mark, you've had a lot of success here in the 90s, the second best driver at the Rock. Can you keep the momentum alive today?
Like to, the Valvoline team's done a great job this year setting these cars up and getting them ready, and we're just going to see what happens. The track's going to be, I don't know what it's going to be. You know, we'll have to go to it and try to adjust to it and see what we got.
The 89 winner knows his title chances sit between a rock and a hard place. Steve Burns?
Matt, Bobby Labonte is the man on the pole. He's strapping in right now. Now, here's an amazing stat. 29 Winston Cup races, 18 of which have been won by Ford, 11 by Chevrolet. Bobby, can you break that Pontiac drought today?
Well, you know, if you look at the record, Kyle Petty's won a lot of races here, and Ward Burton's
Now,
done the Pontiac. So it's a
I
good
traveled with
racetrack for him,
Bobby's
so maybe we can be the one to break that streak today.
too.
But we just got
That
to do
was
the best
Bobby's
we can in
scorer
Interstate
right
Pontiac
there.
and hope for the best and stay out of trouble.
That's Lori.
All right, best of luck. And Eli, 3 Pontiacs in the top 5 this afternoon.
So just another one of the stories we'll be talking about as the afternoon continues. Welcome to North Carolina Motor Speedway in the better late than never department. I'm Eli Gold, joined by Dr. Dick Bergman and Buddy Baker. And Buddy, we heard it from Jeff Gordon. We heard it from Mark Martin. We don't know what the track's going to be like, and that's got to be a heck of a way to begin a race.
Well, I can tell you one thing you can count on. The racetrack has been washed down, as Jeff Gordon said. What that means is all the oil's washed off the racetrack, all the rubber's washed out of the racetrack. It makes it very abrasive. The tire wear will really be extreme the first 100 miles. Then you start adjusting for later on in the race. Very key to winning here.
And that brings us to strategy, Dick Bergman. The crew chiefs, on a day like today in particular, really earning their keep.
Yeah, they really will, Eli. And part of the reason is this racetrack just eats tires alive. The cars slow down the further they get into the event. The driver's job is really to try to keep that at a minimum, try to take care of his tires
Now's
as
a
best
good time to refill
But there are going to be a
drinks,
lot
get a
of
break
pit stops
before the
today.
go green.
Probably some under green, and that's going to put
realize it
extra
was quite a
pressure
long
on the crews.
Now, the
event
weather
here.
is warm. It is humid. There still are a few rain showers in
first
the
time
area, but
watching
hopefully
it.
they won't be a factor. We're closing in on the command
I'll
of
be
fire
right back
engines. The AC
when we
Delco
go green.
400 from the Rock is next. CNN Motorsports live coverage of the AC Delco 400
Hey, Gamer, good morning.
is being brought to you
I see
by
ya, I'm in the
Texaco,
chat.
a world of energy.
Just gotta refill my coffee.
By the more than 1,750 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller time. and by Goodyear. #1 in tires. Welcome back, everybody. We are live at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. The start of the AC Delco 400, probably another 10 minutes or so away after a rain delay of nearly 24 hours. Those of you who have been enjoying Dallas, we know we have kind of left you in mid-episode. Dallas will be shown again in its entirety at 4 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. So shortly after our race wraps up, you'll be seeing Dallas again in its entirety. So we apologize for the short offering this morning. Let's take a look at the starting grid for you for today's AC Delco 400. Third pole of 1997 for Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett. 3 consecutive second-place finishes here. Mark Martin won here on Saturday in the NASCAR Busch Series race. There's Ward Burton, whose only Winston Cup win was here in his Pontiac. And then Kyle Petty, he'll be starting in the inside of row number 4. There he is in his Pontiac with 3 wins here at the Rock. And as we see the other qualifiers, Dick Bergman, you've got to say all those Pontiacs, that's what we talked about at the very beginning, so strong at this racetrack.
Yeah, they really are. They've got 9 wins in the last 19 starts here. They could be very strong today. They've got more spoiler. The nose a little closer to the ground than everybody else. Could be a Pontiac day.
You just saw Dick Trickle. He turns 56 today. There's Ricky Rudd, last year's winner, alongside Derek Cope there in row number 7. David Green led his only NASCAR Winston Cup lap in his first start here. And there's Chad Little, his best qualifying effort in his 6th visit to this racetrack. Michael Waltrip and Rusty Wallace. And Buddy Baker, Rusty has more wins here than any other active driver. He could be a story from mid-pack.
I think so. He's had a little bit of a drought this year, if you want to call it that. For Rusty, it's a drought, but the team's there, the driver's there, and the car is certainly there, so you can never count him out.
On further back, there you see row number 13, Kenny Wallace and Dale Earnhardt. 56 races now without a win. Robert Presley, his 6th start in the number 77 machine. And Bobby Hamilton, who moves on from Petty Enterprises when this year is done. Jeff Green.
I'm back in the chat. Oh, they're doing the rundown.
They're in row number 15.
I had just seen
Morgan
this.
Shepherd,
I had looked
Steve
it over
Park.
when I
This
had
is an
Dad
easy
on the phone
track
before I
for a
went live.
newcomer, Buddy Baker,
And
like Steve Park,
he
or a
started
tough track.
25th. Kenny Wallace, he
Anybody
says, I
but
think
Steve
he
Park, I'd say
started
yes, but he
mid-pack.
adapts so quickly.
And I said,
because
well,
of
I'm
the
going to
very
watch on
expensive
pit
race
stops
cars
to
he's
see if
driven. I'd
he's
give
in
him
the
a good shot
pits.
today.
Steve
Because I know
Grisham
where
and
he
Kenny
stood
Schrader in row
generally.
number 19. Kenny was 4th at Talladega.
And in my banner,
Ernie
he'd be
Irvin,
like right
4th
below
in
the
last
words
year's
Beekeeper.
race here. And Jimmy Spencer
dad
was
in the
10th
uniform,
a
the
season
square D
ago.
uniform,
First provisional
was
start of
this
the season for John Andretti. Greg Sachs, his
he didn't go to every
250th
race,
career
but he went
NASCAR
to
Winston
most.
Cup start today. And Darrell
After
Waltrip,
Newton
shotgun on the
had him
field, his
coming, but
50th start
maybe
in
into
Winston
next
Cup
year, too,
racing
'cause he
here at the
remembers
Rock.
going to Vegas,
We're
and I
inside
think
of
that's
2
in
minutes
the
away
spring.
from firing the engines. The spotters are in place atop the grandstand tower. Glad you're with us. We're back in a moment. The command has just
Kind of
been given
weird to
to
watch
fire
these
the
races.
engines, and the aerial
I
shots
was
you'll be
there.
seeing today
Like I
are
say, I was
courtesy of
probably in the booth, and it
Durashine
looks
Advanced Auto Polish. Just wipe it on and close it off. Durashine, now available at Pep Boys, Western
It
Auto,
was,
Kmart, and
like right
Target
above the
Auto
start-finish
stores.
line.
Well, the fans have come back.
That's where we scored
About
from.
85% of capacity here today, and many more still trying to make their way in. Now the
Those little kids
AutoZone
probably own
race
race cars
analysis
today, which
brought
is so
to you
cool.
by the more than 1,725 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. There you see the numbers. 197 laps will be halfway today, though the weatherman says we'll be able to go the distance. Hopefully, the weatherman knows his business as we get set for the 65th race ever here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Buddy, let's talk about the racetrack with the Ford track description. An easy oval, a tough oval. How would you categorize it?
Okay, first thing you got to look at the difference in the 2 corners. One's a little bit more banked. The front straightaway is certainly different from the back straightaway. You have a dog leg on the front straightaway. Coming out of turn 2, that is definitely a place that you have to be careful. And it's got more drivers in trouble than any place on the racetrack. Coming off of 4, a lot of things happen. As you can see, with the straightaways are even banked 8 degrees here. So if you get in trouble on the straightaways, you hit the outside wall into the inside wall.
That first race here at the track, the Peach Blossom 500.
I'm scoring for
Today
the
it's
number
the AC
7.
Delco 400.
Like I'm in the booth, like, okay, if you look up in these, it'd be the lower one. And
there's a good look at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham, and bit
you
by
would see
bit
like
the
all the
grandstands are filling.
heads of a bunch of people
Normally on Mondays you'll see a
like
big
several
crowd come
rows.
back right off the get-go, but it was
Like
raining heavily until
stage
mid-morning
levels, like
here today, and a lot of the
bleachers,
folks
except
took their
inside.
time. Now when it's starting to clear up, they have all made their way to the
Indoor
racetrack,
bleachers.
and I'm sure within the next few moments every seat will again be filled. There's NASCAR official Jimmy Cox with the indication. Keep yourselves in line as you pull off onto the racetrack. Glenn, everybody I dare say is relieved. If nothing else, we're finally going racing.
Yeah, that includes everybody down in the pit area. These guys wanted to get this done so they could get on to Phoenix. You know, I want to expand a little bit on what Buddy and Dick were saying earlier on about tire wear. It is critical, particularly early. Look behind me here in Bobby Labonte's pits. They got 7 sets of tires mounted up. There's a new set on the car, and there's another set along pit road. What the crew chiefs are telling the drivers right now, early on when that racetrack is green, it's going to feel good. Do not overdrive the car. Do not get in the corners too hard, because you will be able to, but it will grind the rubber off those tires. Talked to Larry McReynolds this morning. He said he really had to keep pounding that point home to Dale Earnhardt, because Dale likes to get in the corners so hard here. They got to take care of them early on so they can get a true reading on what the car is doing.
And Glenn, Mike Beam echoed those sentiments. He is Bill Elliott's crew chief. It's been a good weekend for Bill Elliott. He qualified 8th, and their team won the annual Unocal Pit Crew Championship. But Mike Beam said the same thing. He's worried about the tire wear, telling Bill to take it easy. They're very apprehensive about the pace early in the race. Now let's check in with Matt Yoakum.
The biggest hindrance today for Ernie Irvan could be he has to pit on the backstretch. The same place he pitted back in the spring. He had a car that probably could have gone to victory lane, but every time he pitted in first or second, he came out 10th or 11th. They're pitting back there today. This is the same car that he ran at Loudon, started 43rd and went all the way to the front.
Of course, for the record, our former broadcasting partner, the late Neil Bonnet, won an event here from the back pitch, starting 30th back in 1988. So it's tough to do, but it's not without precedent.
Yeah, and he's the only one to do it. It's definitely harder starting out back. There are 30 teams that will start up front. The other teams, 13 of them, are going to start in the back, and that is determined whether you start in the front or the back by qualifying speed.
Eli, one thing, coming in the pits on the front straightaway, you have a better entrance than you do on the back straightaway. You're in turn 1, and you have to get down on the back side, and the car wants to wash out towards the outside wall, so it's very difficult getting in on the back straightaway. As you can see, they start down through the front straightaway. They have all this to work with there going into pit road, but on the back straightaway, it's very, very tight.
The teams will be getting the 2 to go signal now as they cross the start-finish line. Those who are not here today, the fellows who failed to qualify, Ed Berrier, Kenny Irwin didn't make it, nor did Brett Bodine, and for the 12th time this year, hate to see Dave Marcus not on board for the start of today's AC Delco 400. Taking a look at the onboard cameras.
Okay,
that will
good.
have
That
I
I was just going to run the ad real quick, and it started on its own, so but it won't be when you go green.
Mark Martin, very much a part of that NASCAR Winston Cup Series Point Championship. He'll be giving us a ride around in the Valvoline Ford. Rick Mast starting midfield. We'll be riding shotgun with the Remington team. There's Kenny Wallace. He starts 25th today, and we'll be riding with him. Bill Elliott, as you heard earlier, winning the Unocal World Championship Pit Crew competition the other day. And the man who has more points on super speedways this year than anyone, Jeff Burton, starting 11th, will ride with the XI Batteries Ford.
Youngest driver in the field today, Jeff Gordon. He drives car number 24. Oldest driver in today's race, Morgan Shepherd, at age 56.
Tied today by Dick Trickle, who celebrates his 56th birthday today. His crew chief, Tom Baldwin Jr., has a birthday today. And
I'm not frozen.
I
thought I was frozen a minute
It's
ago.
definitely party time. It'll be party time for Rusty Wallace if he can win today. Nobody has won more races than he has of the drivers in today's event. He's won 5 times here.
Well, you can see Ford there.
They're leading in points, and
they've already closed out the manufacturer's championship. We have 20 Fords in the field today, 15 Chevrolets, and 8 Pontiacs.
So there you have all the numbers that you could possibly want. And finally, About 23 and a half hours behind original schedule. We are set to
y'all
go
are
racing
aware of, like,
live
how
here on
a
TNN Motorsports.
RV
We'll be with you next
camper
week
or
in the
whatever
Valley of the
is
Sun.
set
We'll
up.
have the
It's
race
like,
in Phoenix, so
I
we'll
have
be
this
taking you down the
big
stretch here
arrow
towards the
in
crowning of the
nose,
NASCAR Winston
or it
Cup
goes
Series champion.
Eli Bobby Labonte is
So
a
my
very big
ceilings
favorite
are
today, and for the reason he's been
they're
second in
really
the past 2 races. Look for him to really go today. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see him
walk
win.
through the bathroom.
We are about set to
Step
go. It is a
down
heavy
2 steps,
overcast
and then I'm in the
afternoon.
main area.
There is still
It's
wind in
only
the area.
30 feet.
Coming out of 4.
But right now,
It's pretty roomy, and there's a large dresser in front of it.
we are about
All
set
across
to
the
go
room,
green.
in my bedroom here.
Green is in the air,
And
and
that's
we
my
are going
gas.
racing in the AC Delco 400, 400
My mic
miles,
is attached, my
393
PC
laps.
is there, my 2 monitors here, and it's not really a good place to put my camera level. I thought of possibly. There's just nothing to set it on either. So I'm about
leading 1 lap here. That's 5 bonus points for him.
I don't really know why.
He gets that 5 points, and that's
just
very
haven't really
important.
found it.
Mark Martin there in 3rd would love to get up there and take that lead and get himself 5 points.
Everybody's scrambling here. The number 7 is Geoff Bodine there, the QVC colors. Inside of the DuPont machine, we have got rain. We have rain on the speedway, and here comes the caution flag. 1 lap in the books, now 2, and Dale Jarrett is at the stripe with the lead, but we have rain. We have rain 2 laps into the AC Delco 400. Now the radar seems to show this as nothing more than a little green blip on the screen, we are told. So hopefully this will be a very short period of caution. Watch what happens here to Jeff Gordon. We just saw some smoke come up. Wow, he tagged the wall.
Pretty hard there coming out of turn 2. That's the one spot I told you about. And what that can do, that can actually knock the rear end over in the car a little bit and create a problem later on. Hopefully he does not have a tire rub there.
Green tires, cold tires.
You can see the right rear there, Eli. You can see the concrete dust on the wheel itself.
No body damage, but he definitely hit it with that right rear wheel, didn't he?
Yes, he did. You know, during the live call there, you saw some smoke come up, and you weren't quite sure at the moment what it was, but the look on the replay shows that he did scrub the wall. There is rain all around the speedway right now. It had been just isolated over in turn number 3, but now the teams, even the pace car, is reporting rain all around the speedway. And
I actually
up,
cleaned off my desk in front of me so I could put my keyboard there, and I still habitually put it back there.
Hours for this race to start.
I have another table over there with my
And this is not supposed to be. If you looked at weather radar this morning, it certainly appered as if we were going to get this thing in without any problems
It's because we have zones of
really
like electricity
zones
in an RV. And that all is with my PC. So I only use my little tablet on that side because that side is where my son Sim is. So he's got one bank of the electricity. I got the other.
Eli, the real important thing, we're going to look at
How,
the 24 of Jeff Gordon as he comes off turn 2 over there. You can see him get into the wall on replay.
Let's see. Bill Elliott was right around there. He has one of our cameras. Let's watch and see what happens.
We shall see what's up.
Oh, that was a little more than just a scrub. That was a pretty hard leg.
I know what I was going to do. I did finally get, I got my sounds to work.
Under the caution. We'll have to wait and see exactly how
some of these work. Not every one of them. I found a few boo-boos. But I'll get fixing it
for the championship in the last 6 races. Average finish, you see, Jarrett, the best of the
Boy, this is going to have to take a lot of skippity through this if they're going to be having rain delays.
Averaging a 13th.
It's kind of like
Richmond and Talladega finishes there for Mark Martin, the bugaboos for that Valvoline team. Glenn, what's the deal with Ray Evernham? What's Jeff Gordon telling him?
Well, they're talking right now, and Ray, you had a chance to look at it on the screen on the replay there. Do you know anything yet?
No,
that's our pit area behind him.
It doesn't look like it hit real hard. You know, it doesn't look like anything's rubbing. That's the main concern. Just got to hope that nothing's bent, nothing's rubbing.
Well, like I said, we're going to take another
That
look
blonde
at
woman
and,
was Tim Brewer's
angle
wife.
there, but I guess
She was very
just a little
nice.
slick. That rain coming down sure didn't help things.
No, I haven't
If
asked
it's
him
who I
what,
thought.
exactly what happened yet, but we'll see. You know, he just might have got up there a little bit. I hope, like I said, it didn't look like it hit pretty square. So, you know, he hit it a lot harder than that at Darlington. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, and we know what happened at Darlington. He won $1 million.
Or possibly with them.
So that's the story down on the pit lane. The report from the racetrack itself is that the track
I only saw the side of
itself
her,
is
so
dry, but there is so much mist, as you see right there from our aerial
Oh,
cameras
more
and so on,
rain.
that they are concerned about visibility for the drivers.
Sheila, it really is not that much concern as long as they can stay out there and keep some heat in the racetrack. With these race cars are only 4.5 inches off the ground, so you have your header pipes that run right under the cars. It'll keep the surface pretty well dry as long as they stay under caution.
Well, we are staying under caution for a while, so why don't we take care of
Jump
episode
ahead.
normally airing at this time has been preempted now because of live coverage of the rain. A lot of talk going on.
You can stay out front in our pace.
This team is doing all right. The Cale Yarborough team has done all right, but without a sponsor, that kind of leaves Cale and John Andretti kind of hanging out to
Taking the
dry.
tarps off of
Oh,
pit
it
road,
definitely
too.
does, and it's a shame that Cale hasn't been able to put anything together. And you were right to clarify that. He wasn't saying no to John, but in case you missed it, he definitely
They used to have
said no to me.
squeegees, too, in your pit. The brooms and the
So
squeegees.
crew chiefs are going to be jumping around as well. Ricky Craven's car is looking for a crew chief. They're looking outside the organization to help fill that spot. And there are some others that are going to jump back and forth. Tommy Baldwin Jr. is going to stick with the number 90 car. Dick Trickle, I guess they're going to enjoy their birthday party today and stay together for 1998.
Tommy
So that's some
Baldwin
of the silly
Jr.
season talk as we
is
look ahead towards 1998. The
Luke
field getting the
and
one-to-go signal.
Jack's.
Right now, Dale Jarrett
yeah.
leading the event as he
And
has
Tiger
been
Tom
since
is
the
the
get-go.
grandfather.
Matt
So
Yoakum,
if
and,
you've watched
if
like
nothing
the
else, he's got
newer
his bonus
short
points
track
so far.
stuff and some truck, the Baldwin boys in the modifieds and stuff. Pretty good late models as well.
Because last time we were here, we led the most laps,
They win the
but
Cars
failed to get
Tour
the win.
possibly.
We finished second. He's finished second
Pro
here the
Lates.
past 3 times. DJ's car today, the
All
same
part
car
of
he
the
dominated
modified,
with here back in the spring, black inductor, because it cuts through the
legacy
field,
that
but
I
has yet to cut a
came up
path
through.
to victory lane.
Dale Jarrett this year has completed 8,739.
In that list, Bodine was also, Craven was also part of the New England. Now, Craven, he drove the full body cars like Randy LaJoy did. The Busch North Series or Act
The green
Tour.
flag, you can see them wiggling back and forth,
Something
putting some
like
heat
that.
in these tires, getting ready, trying to get
More
the
so than
optimal
the
grip as they go into turn 1.
Full body
Heavy
stocks.
overcast. The rain is stopped. We're back to work. Lap number 14.
I'm
Dale
more
Jarrett leads. Back to turn 1.
akin to favoring the modified, New England modified
Not seen the car run for Jeff Gordon since he tagged the wall there on lap
families,
number 2.
you know, the children, the grandchildren, you know, the Baldwins, and Priest is a grandchild of a famous car builder. And it's his dad does racing. I think Priest's wife was driving. But this was all after I left New England. We were more the early 70s modifieds with Bugsy Stevens and Jeff Bodine and Richie Evans. I got to see all of them race all through my teenage years.
Jeff Gordon dropped them behind him.
It was
line is a good place to take good care of your tires.
so cool, but we had no idea how much history we were witnessing till now we look back what our contribution was to motorsports in many ways. And it's really cool to have seen it.
As well, so that saves the tires.
And Jeff Bodine there in the 7 almost had a wall in his face, buddy.
Okay, the good part is you can see that Bodine is dropping back a little bit. The good part is the 24 there, Jeff Gordon does not have a tire rub. He's not smoking at all, so his impact on the wall on the
Being a modified guy too,
in that respect.
and also working with that team, the qualifying setup
Jeff Bodine back in 13th, and he's going to have some.
and the starting setup, it was, hey, turbo.
Together, they touch just a little bit. You can see Geoff in the 7 car there get just a little bit loose. And when you lose momentum like that, it looks
See, the cars go to a push, so you start with them loose. Sometimes they're just a little tad too loose because they were starting on a green track. and, you know, they just, it's got no rubber on it yet.
Gnarling group of race cars there. Look at the 3 wide there. Good battle. That's for 17th spot. Michael Waltrip in the
But I know, like, when you're scoring, you just got to keep your eye on your car, and you know they're falling backwards, but you don't really know what position they're in exactly. It's almost like you use your peripheral, but you keep your focus on. So this is like the first time I'm actually really watching the race since way back then. I just didn't watch the races.
All of that middle of the field, 15th on back. Earnhardt there at the very right of your screen. Just might have gotten a quick look at him. He's back of that pack in 28th position. There's the number 3, a 3-time winner here, Dale Earnhardt.
I like that one.
Too wide in a hurry when they get close to the corner. You can see them kind of check up, get back in line. At least 2 wide. You can make it 3 wide. There's the play.
Limit check in the 42 machine. Jeremy Mayfield behind him in the 37. That's 19th, 20th, 21st spot.
Oh boy. That's Joe's own car. He started that start and park stuff eventually around the 2000s, where they figured out if they could qualify and start and only spend 1 set of tires and gas, they could go home with a profit. So they kind of stopped all that, but that was like, should have been assigned to NASCAR, that the teams were struggling when they're doing that stuff.
Remember, all these cars are running very, very hard right now, but in about 10 laps from now, the newness of the tire goes away and the grip starts to go away also. The racetrack gets a little more rubber in it, and you're going to see a lot more sideways in the corner racing too.
I think a lot of their profits go into future NASCAR rather than paying the people that are making NASCAR. And it's kind of always been that way. It was super cool to see the cars tour. Oh my God, last week that Hickory throwback was, gosh, $50,000 to win in a pro race. How awesome is it? I mean, in a super late model, or regular late model stock, LMS, late model stock. Got to get the nomenclature right, because the pro late was $30,000. So an $80,000 double duty weekend if you want to, you know? And that was because of flow racing, is what I am told, which I do believe is corporately held now by NASCAR. Could be wrong, but I heard that NASCAR bought Flow and MRN, and it's called NRN now, NASCAR Racing.
Right there, Lake Speed in the 9, Sterling in the 4.
I suppose if they own the rights like that, at least radio rights, some of the flow racing rights, they won't have to pay TV Corps. So that might be a good thing for freeing up some dough to the teams again in the purses, bonuses. I don't know if they have it now. They used to have a bonus plan where if you finished top 10 or something in points the year before, or won a race the year before, you were part of the winner's circle, which paid an extra bonus. So you were worth more as a driver to get a ride for the following year, because that went with the driver, not the owner.
In that green Interstate car, there's second place Dale Jarrett, with Mark Martin wanting a piece of that spot.
That's second and third right there, but just behind him is Kyle Petty, and we know he knows how to get around this racetrack. He's won here many times, and the Pontiacs right now are beginning to move up just like everybody expected before the race started.
Is the race leader here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. We are 29 laps being worked right now. We're coming right back. TNN Motorsports live coverage of
Pumpkins.
the AC Delco
See, this is
400.
fall. This is one of the last races. I think we got Phoenix and Atlanta, and then we're done with 97 finally. It's been one that was like so twisted. I finally got it right in my mind that I can write it down quickly. Quick enough.
By 1 and 9/10 seconds, there is your race leader, Bobby Labonte. He's pulled away from Mark Martin by that margin of nearly 2 seconds. That's what it looks like on the racetrack from first back to second. Martin and Kyle Petty there, having both bypassed. Now Jeff Burton, who's running in fourth, Dale Jarrett fifth, Ward Burton in sixth, Bill Elliott seventh, Ricky Craven is eighth, birthday boy Dick Trickle is ninth, and Jeff Gordon now running 10th. You see him right there, the John Deere colors, back of your line there, the 97, right behind Jeff Gordon. There he is. He has moved all the way up now to the 11th spot from starting 16. Good solid run here in the early going for Chad.
Great run, and he said when he did the race here Saturday, he said, I learned a lot about this racetrack sitting up here looking at the guys as they got into long runs. He said, I think I've learned something to help me. I'm not saying that's doing it all, but it certainly looked well.
Place is the battle between Trickle in the 90 and Craven in the 25.
She heard me say pup.
Let's see, now how many decades separate those
good
two
old
guys?
Rockingham, the old Rockingham. Hi, Darius.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Craven's 27, so
is it morning? Oh, it's noon now.
If Trickle was a rooster, you wouldn't
Happy
want him. He'd
Monday.
be a little too tough, but he's tough on the racetrack, too.
Good one. Here's
Dad called just a little while ago. I didn't go to coffee this week with the racers. They meet at 2 today, but I have to go to town tomorrow. So I decided to look at Rockingham, and maybe we can do Phoenix and Atlanta if I'm feeling up to it.
Nice and smooth and easy, and it's really worked well for him here at Rockingham. 5 poles, 3 wins.
You could see it right there in the in-car camera. Mark Martin closed in 5 car lengths, getting in the corner. By the time he got in the corner, guess who was going off? Petty was already back in the throttle before he ever got off.
This is 9th place, trying to swap around right here. Gordon keeping it down low, and there's what's opening the door. Craven has been slipping up the banking just a bit, but he has the power to pull him on the straights.
And he runs high here consistently, just like Dover. Remember the race at Dover when Ricky Craven ran higher than everybody else? He tried that same kind of line here Saturday in the Grand National race. For a while, he was all by himself, and then one after another of the drivers saw that he had some speed, and they followed the same kind of line, and everybody picked up when they did so.
There's 20th spot now. Earnhardt has it. Derek Cope in 21st. Jeremy Mayfield, the 37th, right behind. And you see again the haves and the have-nots as far as handling right now.
Well, the computer's having a hard time keeping up with Ernie Irvin right now. He's dicing through these people. I mean, as fast as he possibly can. This 28 car, look how well he's running up out of the corner here. He backed off a little bit. He got a little.
I don't think anybody's out yet. They didn't say it that I was aware.
He's 25th now. Ernie Irvin is from starting 39th. Meanwhile, remember we showed you this combination. We showed you that group of cars before, and Rusty Wallace was in the mix there. And Rusty is now all the way back in 39th ahead of Gary Bradbury there in 40th. Steve Burns, what's the deal?
Exactly, Eli. He started 18th all the way back to 39th. I just spoke to crew chief Robin Pemberton, and he said they are loose in all 4 corners of the racetrack. A loose race car is not easy to handle. He's going to have to hang on until they can make adjustments on their first pit stop.
But again, Rusty has 5 wins here, 8 top 5s, 13 top 10s, and 27 visits. So he knows what it takes to run well here if they can get her dialed in.
Let's just talk real quick about loose while we watch this.
On my next break, I got to remember to pull out something out of the freezer.
Loose is where the back of the car is. You really can't get enough grip with it, and the back is trying to come around all the time.
I'll like to grill this afternoon and do the chicken fingers and
so it's a very uncomfortable thing for a race car driver.
bonus ribs, loin ribs.
23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th.
Anything's good on charcoal.
Ernie Irvin, Derek Cope, the 37, Jeremy Mayfield, the 5, Terry Labonte, the 4, Sterling Marlin. Also closer to the front, there you have Ward Burton in 7th and Ricky Craven in 8th. Jeff Gordon now
Eli knew everybody. He would walk through the pit garage all the time and chit-chat and get the scoops.
A lot of racetrack right now. The key to him beating Dale Jarrett earlier in the year was changing his line at this
It's a little
racetrack.
chilly in
He'll
here
look for a place
today.
in 24 run the best, and he'll change all
I
day
got
long.
the
You see very high
fan
over
blowing
there.
the
Once you
AC
drive, he
from
gets
the
off
lower end.
corner
We
on
only
the
have one
back
AC
straightaway here.
unit.
One other little stunt that
So
they
I'm
pulled
blowing
here
the
in
fan
February
this
that
way,
helped
but
them win the race recall is they did not start
it
out with the
appears it's
fastest
a little
car, but all day
cooler
long,
than normal.
every time they went into the pits, Ray Evernham and the
think my
Rainbow Warriors put the wrench
phone
on that
said it
car,
was
got the tire
85
pressures right,
degrees,
and eventually they got adjusted.
but felt like 93.
Remember,
I was like, what?
particular car stayed right on the white line.
Yeah,
at
the
bottom
sun
of the
is
racetrack.
like
That Gordon car was from
brutal
top to
this
the
time
middle
of
to the
year.
bottom all day long, and he found a place that was quick.
That's what racing dirt tracks are doing. Run around, search, try the high line, try the low line. Gordon's done plenty of that.
Looks like we have a storm coming this way too. I was kind of looking at the way the wind is flowing, like the jet streaming on. It looks like it might steer it away before it gets here, hopefully.
There is your race leader by now 1 7
89 degrees and sunny and feels like 99.
Off the lead that Bobby Labonte enjoys. Still early here at the Rock.
15% chance of precip, which every afternoon in Florida, all the storms start popping up.
www.country.com, and I'll tell you all about it. I'm gonna find out right now.
11. Let me see if I can
It is your
refresh
personal
it
source
so
for
it
all
gets
things
noon.
country, and if you have any questions about NASCAR racing, we'll get those questions answered for you
89
by our
feels like
racing experts.
99.
They'll be
That
posting their responses to your
sucks.
emails daily. Just check out the Motorsports Racing News section of country.com, your personal source for all things country.
I don't see anything popping up for showers yet.
Jeff Gordon got by Jeff Burton. That's him leading the
They
group
were
up there.
earlier.
See Bobby Hamilton there and Ricky Rudd as they go through the corner.
You see 41 cars remaining on the lead lap.
They've
The
dissipated.
leader is
It's a
Bobby
little dry
Labonte,
in
having
here.
just gone around Gary Bradbury and Kenny Wallace. There you see the interval from the first three. Bobby Labonte in that green machine, then Kyle Petty and Dale Jarrett. Let's go to the pits.
All the pop-up showers are out over the ocean.
I'm down in Bobby Labonte's pit. Sorry for the delay there. I was talking to one of the crew guys, and Bobby has reported to crew chief Jimmy Lakewell the car is just a little bit loose. That's one reason he's able to run so fast. The car is just a little loose. It's real
Cars
free.
Tour heads back to Anderson, first time since 2017, this Saturday. Don't miss Dale Jr. in the Budweiser baseball throwback. Hit the pavement in the upstate. So Anderson Speedway this Saturday, cars.
The man on the move is Dale Jarrett. He's fallen all the way back to fourth with a tight race car, but now the car is beginning to come into his liking. He's already made it back up to second. He passed Kyle Petty, who a lot of people thought would be the dark horse today. His car great on long runs, but DJ's even better. He's now beginning to reel in the leader.
Although on the computer, the quickest laps consistently are being turned in now by Jeff Gordon. Most everybody else at 139.8 miles an hour. The 24 cars, he gets set to go by Kenny Wallace. He is at 140.1 miles an hour, with Michael Waltrip and Dick Trickle second and third, at least on the clocks, as far as the quick laps are concerned.
Terry Labonte's also turning in some quick laps. Recall, he started way in the back of the pack, but he's running well now.
Boy, it's gloomy.
There you see the Texaco Haviland points as they run at this very second. What had been 110-point spread and 155 back to Dale Jarrett. You see how it is adjusted here through the first 61 laps of today's race. Michael Waltrip, he's running ninth. Ricky Rudd 10th, the 43, Bobby Hamilton 11th. And we're riding with 12th place Rick Mast. Rick's had a couple of top 10s here in the last few races, and actually the best performances of all of 1997.
Boy, those are so blurry,
There's
the
only top
words.
10s of the year where it's over in Talladega here in the last few.
You're right about that. The
Yes, they
43
clear.
car, Bobby
If
Hamilton,
I had
always
better
runs well here.
glasses.
You can see him just in front of
is
the
my
car you're
eyes.
riding with right now. That's Rick Master we're riding with. As they head down the back straightaway, you can see Hamilton's car looks very stable.
Labonte drives smart modifieds nowadays a little bit.
Here in the spring, you might remember if you were
kinda
with us
cool.
on TNN in traffic now. There's Bobby Labonte, the green machine. He is the race leader. He's got David Green ahead of him in the Caterpillar colors.
Bodine,
and the 98, that's John Andretti.
Spencer.
Eli, let's talk about what's happening right now. He's putting some good race cars a lap down. Bobby is able to turn the car, as you can see right there, right on the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody else escaped.
Meanwhile, look at
those
this
were all
17th spot.
And Skinner in that number
New
31
England
car
modified
has
family.
got to bring that thing home with all 4 fenders on it. It seems as if everybody has been looking for Skinner, and if there's a car to hit, he's been the one. So he has set out with a mission today, which is to bring that car home in one piece. If he can't, he's going to have a good finish. He runs well here at Rockingham.
Now riding with Bill Elliott. This is 5th, 6th, and 7th from Elliott to Jeff Gordon, the DuPont car. In the right-hand side of the screen, that white car on the apron, that is Mark Martin.
Mark was all the way up to second. Now he's dropping back to the field there. I think maybe that hard run right at the first of the race, he may have used up some of his tires there.
Now he's being bypassed still while we ride with Bill Elliott. Again, Gordon and Jeff Burton, who has been the hot shoe on super speedways all year. This is for 4th.
As far as I know, Jeff Burton's one of the co-owners of the Cars Tour, which is Dale Jr., Harvick, Jeff Burton, and I hope I said Jeff Burton. I'm going to say Jeff Burton.
How important are the tires
and Justin Marks.
We have dropped 10 miles an hour. That's what's happening to the tires. Doesn't mean the tires
I know,
are bad.
right?
This is an exceptionally abrasive racetrack, and that's the problem. They just slow down. It's the only way it can be. Let's go to Matt.
An update on Mark Martin. His car has moved to the tight side, so they are dropping back, waiting to their pit stops, which hopefully will come around lap 85. But this is going to be a monkey see, monkey do. Everyone is waiting to see what the leader will do. And when the leader hits pit road, most teams have told me they are hoping to follow him down.
I worry about how violent the wrecks are getting at the Glen.
In a Winston Cup car since 1989.
I think that track lulls you in and makes you think all is well, and that'll reach out and snatch you.
Green is in for service, but there's
It's
the leader's
crazy.
crew chief, Jimmy Maycar. He likes what he sees.
They were probably scared
Back in Rockingham, the
after
leader
seeing
is the
Saturday.
green number 18 of Bobby Labonte.
What a shit
Rusty
show
Wallace
Saturday
in the
was.
2. He is 34th, about to go a lap down. We are seeing pit stops, though, for many of the top runners. Why? Because new tires is equating to 5 miles an hour of speed difference between the fellas with the new tires and even Bobby Labonte, who is the race leader. Glenn?
Oh, exactly, Eli. And Kyle Petty came in and took on 4 tires and a slight chassis adjustment while we were away. And you're exactly right. As I said a while ago, 2 seconds difference between lap 15 and lap 55. In 40 laps, the tires fell off that much. It's just because of the abrasive surface here. Ricky Craven has got a 4-tire change. He's down and away. He took Morgan Shepherd by. We expect to see Bobby Labonte in the next couple of laps. They've got to stop.
Priest did like way worse than normal.
Dale Jarrett has closed in right on his rear bumper now, and Jeff Gordon's catching him. In fact, Labonte's crowd is getting ready, so they should be here within the next lap and a half.
Ted Musgrave has been in for service. Derek Cope, Morgan Shepherd, Hutch Strickland, Craven, Joe Nemechek, and here comes the leader now. So Dale Jarrett takes over the lead as Bobby Labonte comes in for service at lap number 75. Glenn is there.
And this is exactly when they told me that they would come in. And you know what's ironic about this? This car particularly consistently gets the best fuel mileage of any car out here. They can run 100 laps or better on fuel, but they're out of tires, so they've got to stop. They can't afford to give up that time to the cars that have already stopped. They're around to the right side now, putting the right sides on. Here they come to the left. This is a little bit of trouble there getting the jack up, but that's not too bad. And the left rear is just now going on. This pit stop not one of their best. 23.4 seconds. That's slow for them. They lost about 3 extra seconds there. Ward Burton also in the 22. Same thing. They're going to the left side now. They did make a slight chassis adjustment on the car. So this is the first opportunity they've had to look at these cars to make the adjustments. Ward Burton down in the lane in the NBA Pontiac.
So pit stops. Good for some, not quite as quick for others. Dale Jarrett
3 up, 3 down drivers in focus
We're keeping
leaving
an eye on
Watkins.
Kyle Petty as well after his stop moments ago. We'll try and get a good look at it for you. Looks as though the headers are really dragging on the racetrack. He's got a shower of sparks as he works into the corners. But there you see the race leader, Dale Jarrett, going around Darrell Waltrip now, as most of the teams are making their stops. Here comes Jeff Burton onto the pit lane for service here at lap number 78. You ride with Jeff Burton. He is in. So too Michael Waltrip. Mark Martin. Chad Little is in. Steve Burns.
And Jeff Burton to the attention of his crew. Now they're going to make a slight chassis adjustment. 1 round on the track bar, and they're going to take some air pressure out of the left front. Let's go to Matt Yoko.
They're making a 4-tire stop for Mark Martin. He thought he had a tire going down, so he stayed out an extra couple of laps. It turns out it was not. He said he found the groove he can run in. 19.6 seconds. Good stop for the Valvoline crew.
Indeed, a good stop. And here comes the race leader, Dale Jarrett. He will pit at lap 80. Lap 80. That will give Jeff Gordon the race lead. So Gordon takes over at lap number 80. Dale Jarrett also in for service. Here come other stops now. Let's go back to the pits.
Slugger, Labby, and Brad Parrott going
Slugger's from
the
up there.
outside, changing the tires
From
on
Maine.
Dale Jarrett. This will be a 4-tire stop. They will be making some adjustments. A half a pound of air out of the left front and right rear. Good stop for Dale Jarrett. And he's down and away. 18.6 seconds.
Now the lead goes to Jeff Bodine as Jeff Gordon comes in for a pit stop. Glenn?
And Gordon will come to the attention of the Rainbow Warriors. This also will be 4 tires. Everybody want to get a chance to take a look at the tire wear right now. We saw the tires come off of Bobby Labonte's car, and they are pretty well worn out in only 75 laps. But as the track gets more rubber on it, we expect to see tire wear improve. They are not making a chassis adjustment. The adjustment
TV behind me.
will be with air pressure. And as we noted, he was coming on strong. Great pit stop. 19.5 for Jeff Gordon. He's down and away. They like the way the car was handling, particularly at the end of that run when the tire wear was at its worst. Gordon was at his best.
Golly, I didn't even know Zurich broke his collarbone.
Every car that come in had the
In the
front end
victory
package
lane
was
fall.
lower. The tire wear is so excessive. The front grills on this car were just packed. There was a good pound of rubber come off the front of every one of those cars as they cleaned the grill.
Jeff Bodine leading the 10th different race of the year for him. He will now come onto the pit lane. That will give Kyle Petty the race lead. Glenn?
And Bodine brings the QVC Ford in. These guys, we saw him get it together with Ricky Craven earlier on, and it looked like they got the car a little loose. But I do not see a chassis adjustment being made right now. Right side's done. They come around to the left. Jack is up under the car. Ooh, the left front tire changer was waiting on the jack man, so he was doing his job well. Now the left rear a little slow, and he's down and away. 22.3, so he gave away about 3 seconds to
Larson, Blaney, Reddick, Bristol, Bowman, Boucher, Wallace, Priest, Top
Pontiacs right now are running first, second, and third. Right there on the screen, you've got Kyle Petty, who has led both races at Pocono, the Pepsi 400, and Richmond, leading here in Rockingham. Green flag racing continuing here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway, and there you see the current race leader, Bobby Labonte. Ahead of Kyle Petty second, Bobby Hamilton is now in third, Dale Jarrett runs fourth, Dick Trickle runs fifth. The Pontiacs really got at it here over the last few moments. There was some good 3-wide racing seconds ago.
Well, you can see right now the green car there, Bobby Labonte on the inside. Kyle kind of backed out and let Bobby Hamilton go in the 43 on the outside. But this don't last very long. These two overhaul the 43 of Hamilton.
Would you have wanted Kyle Petty to stay there and see both those cars wrecked and then have to face his father? Think about that.
No, I drove for the Pettys. You don't wreck your own cars, believe me.
No, I would not want to face Richard Petty under those circumstances. They're both operated out of Petty Enterprises.
We are back live now. If you're keeping tabs at home with us, Kyle Petty led laps 83 through 85. Bobby Hamilton led 86 and 87. And then Bobby Labonte takes over the lead again at lap number 88. Of course, he knew this was coming too. He runs well here. He finished second at Charlotte, second at Talladega. Got the great pit service there. Was in on the lead. Came out with the lead. They you see Jeff Gordon. He had a tougher stop, as we told you earlier.
Here's one for you to think about. Kyle Petty won 5 poles here. He won 3 races here. And he had 2 different crew chiefs, but he had 1 engine builder, John Wilson. Guess who built the motor in that number 18 car? John Wilson. He is the common denominator to Kyle Petty's success with the car that's leading the race right now.
There's 12th place, the number 6 of Mark Martin, the 10 of Ricky Rudd,
the
31 there of Skinner. He is being shown a lap down at this stage of the afternoon. Let me correct myself. Skinner is being shown on the lead lap right now.
Can I go? Whoa! Did you see the 6th car? Mark Martin get sideways off turn 4. I hadn't done that today. I thought I'd go ahead and get it in there.
Well, we're a day late. You might as well.
Having a good run here today.
Yes, he is.
There's somebody else having a good run. We're going to get to him in a few minutes, but I'll tell you, we have one car that's really doing a great job out there. I've talked to the people in the truck, and we're going to show him.
Going to let us in on your secret?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it a secret for a moment or two.
Glenn Jarrett, what was the deal with Jeff Gordon when they made the pit stop?
Well, we finally get a chance, Eli, to take a look at those tires that came off the right side. You can see where he's gotten into the wall. Now, oddly enough, I expected to see this kind of damage to the rim on the rear tire, but this is the right front. So he banged it up a little bit. It did not lose any air. If I can get Brad to come around here and show, look at all the paint and stuff off the wall from the right rear tire here. It beat up the rim a little bit, but it did not hurt the car. In fact, after that, boy, in the last part of that run, he came on like gangbusters. So they don't think there's any damage right now. Everything okay. Tire wear is good. Here's Matt Yoder.
Mark Martin's pretty happy with how his car is handling. It's a tad loose, as Buddy Baker said. You can see the car kick out a little bit. They're just going to be content and ride and let the car come into him. Mark has found a groove that he is happy with, and that is where he will ride. Steve Burns.
Matt, Dale Jarrett, we just looked at his tires. The left front was worn pretty badly, probably more than they wanted to be. They made an air pressure adjustment to see if they could correct that situation.
They see who was strong on the pit lane in the stops that actually lasted from lap 69 through lap 82. That was the window of opportunity that the teams took advantage of. There you see Jeff Gordon grabbing 11th away from Ricky Rudd in the 24, Rudd in the 10.
I'm going to talk about the guy. We're not showing him right now because the racing's so good right now with Jeff Gordon, but Dick Trickle is in 5th place and doing a great job in the Junie Donlevy car. I just wanted to give him a call because I know how tough it is with the group and all. They're really coming together, and I would expect Trickle before too long maybe to surprise everybody and win one of these things.
And of course, a great runner-up position here on Saturday. There's Dick Trickle in the Heilig Myers Ford, Craven in the 25, and Trickle right behind him in the 90. And that is going to be a good battle for 5th spot as they swap around here just a bit.
Right at Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. In fact, the whole state claims this guy. They all want him to be from their hometown.
There is the race leader. Bobby Labonte took over the lead most recently at lap 88. We have just passed lap 100 in a 393 lap race. Welcome back to the Rock. There is the race leader, Bobby Labonte. He has 3 9/10 seconds on Kyle Petty, 4 3/10 seconds over Dale Jarrett. And there is the battle for second place happening even as we speak here at the start-finish line.
Eli, that wasn't much of a battle. When DJ got there, Dale Jarrett in the 88, he just went right by the 44 of Kyle Petty. Kyle didn't even put up a battle there. I think Kyle's on a mission to save those tires and run fast later on in the run.
He just wants to run fast. He wanted to leave this morning on his motorcycle to go to Phoenix, Arizona. There were a whole bunch of them. Robin Pemberton was one, and the rain has caused either a delay or a cancellation of that trip. He wants to get out of here, get going to Phoenix on the bike.
Unscheduled stop for Johnny Benson while we watch the race leader. Johnny was in just 31 laps ago, and he's on the pit lane again. This is for 5th place. Somebody was for 5th place, and it's gone that quickly.
I tell you, that 25 red, and it's painted appropriately. This thing's on fire right now. He's going by these cars like they're waiting on him. You see Kyle Petty just in front of him as Trickle moves up on Hamilton there. That's going to be a battle for position in a lap or two. Looks like Hamilton's a little bit off pace right now.
You got some rookies of the year right there. Ricky Craven from 1995. Bob Bobby Hamilton, Dick Trickle. Trickle's been Rookie of the Year in many a series.
He's been a rookie, a senior member of every racing fraternity that I can think of. But let me tell you something. Don't worry about him being a few days older than these guys. He is a fine race car driver.
Look at this, getting right by Bobby Hamilton. Of course, Hamilton, remember, he pitted way early. He started the pit stop sequencing at lap 67. Others didn't stop until lap 82. And I think now we're starting to see the tire wear begin to become a factor for Hamilton.
It can work out really well if you pit before everybody else. If you then get a caution flag and you get your new set of tires on with everybody else, you can gain some ground doing that. But we've gone green today. We haven't had that situation develop so far, so pitting early really hasn't helped a whole lot.
Eli, you can see Mark Martin's off just a little bit. He's been dialing in, trying to fix this car all day long. He's got to condition the car. No trouble. Jimmy Spencer gets out of control.
Awesome. And Ricky Rudd got a piece of it, too. They were running 11th and 12th. Caution on the speedway at lap 112. There's Ricky, the defending champion of this AC Delco 400. 11th and 12th. Rudd and Spencer were running as they tangled midway down the back straightaway, and caution for the second time. The first caution was at lap 2 because of rain. Now here at lap 112. The leader is Dale Jarrett. You see clearly Spencer okay, unbuckling his helmet. Ricky Rudd has limped the Tide machine around towards the garage entrance on the main straightaway. Let's take a look at what happened, guys, and figure out who did what.
Eli, turn 2 again. You see right there, that's Jimmy Spencer on the outside. He comes off the corner, gets into the outside wall. Here comes Ricky Rudd. He gets collected in the exchange there.
He knew he was going to hit it too, buddy. You see the brakes lock up? Spencer smoked the brakes just before he hit that wall.
The car kind of wiggled on him.
You know, it looked like something may have gone wrong with the right side of the car there as he was coming off the corner. I noticed smoke, and then that sometimes, though, you can come off wide there and get in the loose stuff on the outside there, and it'll sweep you right into the wall.
Here they all come. Everybody's going to pit.
Let's go to Glenn Jarrett. He's down in the leader's pit.
Bobby Labonte comes down in the Interstate Batteries Pontiac. I was trying to get Jimmy Makar, the crew chief's attention to see if they were going to make another chassis adjustment. Wow, I just got hit in the head with the signboard there. didn't hurt me. Right side tires, I don't see a chassis adjustment, so evidently they're going to do it with the tire. Ward Burton comes in behind him. Let's go to Matt.
Dale Jarrett's car had gone to the tight side again. They will not make a wedge adjustment. Just fix him up with air pressure, and he's down and away.
All of these stops at lap number 114. They're going to break away. When we come back, we'll take another look and see if what we can determine may have happened to Jimmy Spencer's car there, the way it wiggled off the corner, and we'll reset the running order for you. Caution for the second time at Rockingham. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the AC Delco 400 is being brought to you by the more than 1,750 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Wrangler, cowboy cut jeans. Back with you here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. It was a heck of a lick that Jimmy Spencer's machine took into the wall. And let's
that
take a
autumn,
look, buddy, and see if we can
October
see if
stuff.
anything broke or what got him sideways in the first place.
Okay, you see Jimmy Spencer coming through the corner here.
I'm going to play the replay.
Okay, right here. And he starts off. He's running the high line. And as he starts through the corner there, the back end starts to break loose right there. Now, he's all the way sideways. Now he's trying to get control. You see the back really getting out. He gets up in the loose stuff, puts the brakes on right there, and that's what got him into the outside wall. Ricky Rudd, unfortunately, come along at the wrong time and got into the back of Spencer, tearing his car up.
So there you see what happened. Jimmy Spencer and the remains of the Camel number 23. Jeff Gordon's on the racetrack in fourth spot, Glenn.
Yes, he is, Eli, and that is due to a great pit stop by his guys. 17.95 seconds to do the 4-tire change under that caution. He came in 10th position, went out in 4th. There is some concern down here right now, though, as he was exiting his pit very fast.
I'll be right back.
He ran into
Turns
a rear
out
tire
the
that
puppy
came off
was
of Kyle Petty's
hungry
pit,
too.
or Kyle Petty's car, who was pitted right next to him. It did a little bit of damage to the left front. If we can get a close-up sometime, you can see a little dent there on the left front air dam. They don't think it's a problem. Matt?
Mark Martin's car has again moved to the tight side. They loosen him up with air pressure, no wedge adjustment. A lot of cars and drivers are telling me, that the left front tire that are coming off the cars are the tires that are being abused the most. Normally it might be the outside tires, but it's the left front because a lot of teams are using more camber to help the car cut or turn into the corner. Steve Burns?
Matt, the guys upstairs were talking about how well Dick Trickle has been running today, how improved that team is. They had a very good pit stop for that team. They came in 5th, went out, held their position. They're now running 5th. Tommy Baldwin, the crew chief, there was a lot of speculation that he might leave. In fact, that he might go to a Hendrick Motorsports team, but he has really whipped his crew into shape. But he said he's staying next year with Dick Trickle and Judy Donlevy on the 90 car.
And that'll be exciting to watch for 1998. Time now for our Tech Fact, brought to you by the more than 1,725 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. Here's Larry McReynolds.
Track time in practice before qualifying has become so important and so limited that we're continuously trying to come up with ways to maximize our time on the racetrack. Now, we know prior to qualifying, to run as fast as we can, we need to put as much tape as we can on the front end to really make it run fast down the straightaways. To do that, you have to have cold water in the radiator. What we've come up with is this cool down machine. It's basically an inline radiator that has cold water in it. What we'll do, we'll plug these fittings into the top radiator hose, cut the machine on. It basically pulls the hot water out of the engine and radiator, puts it in the machine, transfers the cold water back into the race car. Where before we maybe could make 2 practice qualifying runs in an hour, we now can maybe make 5, and that just lets us find more ways that we can maybe run faster and have a chance of sitting on the pole. Plus, it won't make near the mess in the garage area with water running everywhere.
We're about a lap away from going back to green. The AC Delco 400 being led by Bobby Labonte. Last year, Jimmy Spencer led the most miles on the NASCAR Winston Cup Tour. Today, it doesn't look as though he's going to be leading too many of them, but at least he's out of the care center. Let's get an update on Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy's with us right now. Jimmy, a lot of damage to the car. How are you and what happened?
I don't know what happened. I'm fine, man. You can't hurt this guy. We're running really good. We had a great pit stop. You know, my guys congratulating. They got in the top 5 in a picker contest. And I think Wayne said it best. I think when we change colors in Taurus next year, we're going to have a whole lot better luck. I don't know what happened. I don't know if something cut a tire down. Maybe I just got too high. I really don't know. I hope you guys got it on film. I can analyze it myself, but just no luck. You know, we've had no luck at all, Rich, all year long. I mean, Daytona, here, Darlington. Every time we run real good, something happens like this, and maybe it'll change, hopefully.
All right, Jimmy, let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Dick Trickle is currently 5th, but there's a problem on the Heilig Myers Ford. His radio sends radio transmissions to his crew chief, Tommy Baldwin Jr., but he cannot hear what they are saying to him. They're using the old hand signals like Buddy Baker used to do back in the 60s, and now they're getting ready to go back to green.
Right after we quit losing smoke, Matt.
Green flag is in the air. Here we go.
Green is back out. I'm here in the chat again. I'll be on the camera in a minute.
He is running in 31st spot, and he does get back on the lead lap. So Rusty Wallace on the tail end of the lead lap. The race leader is the 18, Bobby Labonte. 25, Ricky Craven is second.
Great run by Ricky Craven, taking the outside line as they head down toward the front straightaway. You can see great drive by Ricky Craven.
9th time this year, 9th different race that Ricky Craven has led in 1997.
But the first time he has ever led here at Rockingham. Craven scored his first ever career Winston Cup top 5 here in 1996 February when he finished in 3rd spot. He finished 5th here in the spring. He does extremely well. Whoa, is that Skinner up in the wall?
Up there in turn 4. Close call there. Good bit of right side damage you see on Mike Skinner's machine. Running so very well.
Well, that's just what he had to not have happen today.
I don't see any smoke coming off the right-hand side of the car, so maybe we'll just get a little bit of damage to the sheet metal itself.
Their second place now, the scramble between Dale Jarrett in the 8 and the 18 of Bobby Labonte.
And proving there the number 90 car of Dick Trickle as he moves in here to fight it out with him. You don't have to hear. Just drive.
Trickle had a great run today. What a nice drive he's had. You show those kids how to do it.
Watch what happened to Skinner up here in the corner.
You see he's in the very high part of the racetrack there. He just rubs the wall there a little bit. No real hard contact there.
Ernie Irvin also almost lost it seconds ago there, the number 28 machine. Ernie's now running in 16th spot, but he about lost it in the corner.
39th to 16th right now. He's doing a great job of getting through traffic there. You see him going through the middle part. He's a black car there just behind the 4 car as they go down the front straightaway.
And you see the yellow Johnny Benson car?
Yeah, I mean, something absolutely has happened to Benson's car. He was slowing down for half a lap before he got on your screen and then just drifting in the back. That's that yellow number 30.
Let's check in with Ricky Rudd's team and see how they're doing.
Well, Eli, they're hard at work on the front end of Ricky's car. Ricky's still sitting in the car. Ricky, can you get back out and get some points?
Well, we're going to get back out, you know, and just try to get all the points we can. It's not looking too good for the point standing situation. A little bit of a shame. You know, we had a pretty good race car. Some of the guys in front of us were short pitting. We were pretty quick on the racetrack, sitting there around 10th when wrong place at the wrong time. Jimmy Spencer cuts a tire, hits a fence. Of all places, I happen to be the next guy behind him. So that's kind of how it's been going lately.
All right, short afternoon for Ricky Rudd.
Let's take a look at what happened to Ernie there a moment ago. The 28 of Ernie Irvin. We told you he was way sideways.
Okay, the black car there, he gets touched there by the 98 of John Andretti and gets really crossed up. You can see Bobby Hamilton on the outside there taking evasive action coming off the corner.
Looked like Ernie had to check up behind the 97 of Chad Little, too. At least a quick look seemed to indicate that, and maybe the 98 just couldn't react as quickly.
Everybody was doing some pedaling to stay off the 28,
Very
it seemed.
tight traffic here this afternoon.
There you see Ernie Irvin up to speed in 18th position. Yeah, Chad Little had gotten just a touch sideways, it seemed, ahead of Ernie, who stomped on the brakes. Watch Kyle Petty in the 44. He's running 6th. The 81, that's Kenny Wallace. He went a lap down early in 32nd position.
That's Rick Masters you're looking at in the Remington car.
Yeah, I was noticing they started 25th and then immediately they were like 43rd, so they had to have had a problem early, and now they're back up to 33rd, so he's passed about 10, but he is down a lap, but he's running well now, so that weather and stuff caused the car to react, I guess.
He goes into 3rd spot around Dale Jarrett. What a run.
Yeah, I watched a commercial the other day, 243, and I understand they serve champagne. He keeps driving like this, he'll find out.
I think he'd rather have a cup of coffee these days than champagne, or maybe even a beer.
For medicinal purposes.
Tire rub going on there.
I want you to look right here. He's moving in on one of the better cars in the field right here. He's driving his heart out right now. What a great run by Dick Trickle.
What a good combination for Junie Dunleavy to have Trickle and Tommy Baldwin Jr. And it is a combination that is required to run well here in Winston Cup. And they've been through a lot of drivers in that team.
Tommy Baldwin Jr. they're talking about, he's the one on Dirty Mo Media that he's been commentating with Junior. So that's another connection actually to our modifieds.
5 finishes in the previous 249 starts.
You know, he won his first Busch Grand National race this year. You don't suppose today would be the day he wins his first Winston Cup race.
It happened on TNN.
Yeah.
We'll make a clean sweep of it.
What a birthday present that would be.
But we've got a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, I was just fixing to say, don't feel a lid on that present yet. He's going to have to earn this. There's a lot of great racing. You can see right there, he's taking 2nd place, or trying to, from Labonte as they go in the corner. Side by side, here goes Trickle in the 2nd. Look at Dale Jarrett drop to the bottom, and look at Jeff Gordon. He moves right into the fight.
Very much behind Crane of the leader, Labonte 2nd. It is 1 9/10 seconds. Actually, not Trickle in 2nd. So 1 9/10 seconds from the leader to 2nd. Here goes Jarrett for 3rd.
Gordon, right in your picture.
You know, I would have to speculate. As good as Labonte was running earlier, they may have changed the air pressure just a little bit and went overboard. They would probably have to adjust that car back and get it as good as it was the first 50, 75 laps of this race, because he's dropping positions pretty quickly now.
You know, that's the same car he ran at Charlotte, ran so well with, and had that little problem in the middle of the race where he wound up sideways with the thing. Finished second, but that car can beat what you call, Buddy Baker, a rocket ship.
Could well be, and we'll see how this day plays out. Ricky Craven is the leader. Dick Trickle is running in second. And Andy Graves looks on from the Budweiser pit, charting all the numbers. Opryland, USA is the official destination of NASCAR. For more information on Opryland, you can call them at 615-889-6611 or log on to country.com. And remember, Country Christmas coming up before too long. A beautiful time of the year to visit Opryland, USA, Nashville, Tennessee.
A little bit of a backbeat today.
Destination of NASCAR. Welcome back, everybody, with Dick Berggren and Buddy Baker, Glenn Jarrett, Matt Yoakum, and Steve Burns. I'm Eli Gold. We are 145 laps into the 393-lap AC Delco 400. There was the interval from first place Craven to the 90, Dick Trickle. He's running in second. Dale Jarrett in the 88 is running third.
And as you see that incredible interval, it makes you wonder about Ricky Craven. Here's a guy that last year at Talladega, side over side, end over end. This year, Texas, hurt badly. This is an incredible demonstration of comeback and courage. Craven leading this race, dominating.
Now we go to the sixth place battle for a moment right there. The 44, Kyle Petty. 94 is Bill Elliott. Riding with Bill.
You can see Bill's hands very, very still as you look back at Jeff Burton there as he goes down in the corner. Look what a great grip that car on the outside got getting in the corner there. He closed in 2 car lengths on Bill. Right now it looks like the outside groove is just as fast as the low side.
And we switch from one in-car look to the other. There's Bill Elliott. Jeff Burton to his outside. 7th place, changing hands right there.
See Kyle Petty getting passed by there also. Jeff Burton on the move.
The man who has amassed more points on super speedways this year than any other driver, Jeff Burton. He and Bill Elliott both going around Kyle Petty. Johnny Benson is on the pit lane. So is Glenn Jarrett.
Thanks, guys. We're talking about Bobby Labonte losing some spots there. As I reported earlier, the car was a little bit loose. They kept trying to tighten it up, and that particular set of tires got it just a little bit tighter than Bobby wanted it. Right now, he's being overtaken by his brother Terry on the racetrack, so he's a little tight. I want to take this opportunity, buddy. Let me ask you a question. When Matt was talking about those hand signals you used a while ago, way back before radio, are those the same hand signals you used to me when you were trying to put me a lap down?
Well, Glenn, be easy there. You know I always raced in mittens, so I didn't get in trouble.
Fireproof mittens, but mittens
nonetheless.
We're at lap 150. 197 makes up the halfway point. Matt Yoakum, we were talking before as we watched the battle from Elliott on back. That is 7th on back. You said before Johnny Benson was making a series of stops, made another one at lap 148. What's the deal?
Yeah, they think they may have a broken axle on the car. They pitted to take off 4 tires. Doug Hewitt told Johnny, spin the tires big time when you leave so we can check and see if we have a broken axle. Right now they're communicating on the radio.
So that's the story for Johnny Benson. How about this battle for second? Dick Trickle in the 90, Dale Jarrett in the 88. They are 2 2/10 of a second behind the leader, Ricky Craven.
The point that I really like watching right now, this is deep into the run after they made tire changes here. These cars are working on very loose tires. Trickle is right there. Dale Jarrett is one quick race car. Ricky Craven, though, the only non-winner in the Hendrick Motorsports team right now, doing a great job. I tell you what, Rick Hendrick knows how to pick drivers. I've never seen a bad driver in one of his cars.
And they qualified well, too. Ricky was the highest qualified non-winner for today's race. There we go back now to 11th, 12th, and 13th. Dale Earnhardt up to 13th now.
Picking them off, being very careful. Larry McReynolds has said, don't wear your tires after you see him going on the inside of Mark Martin right down the straightaway.
But you know what? consistently been among the fastest cars for the last several laps. Earnhardt is on the move. The car is running.
Just 13 laps shy of halfway. Glenn?
Well, Eli, like I said, they were not all happy with the way the car was, so they are making a chassis adjustment on the right rear to try to loosen the car up a little bit tight. They have changed right side tires. They're going to change left side. They're on the left right now, but as I said, they're short pitting this time because they were losing so much ground on the racetrack. Bobby is down and away. They may be giving some of that later on, but they had to get that car freed up.
So they made the stop right now. Short pitting, as Glenn says. Others, they see Jeff Gordon around Dick Trickle. David Green's on pit road. Bobby Hamilton. Rusty Wallace is in for service. There's the STP crew working on Bobby Hamilton's machine. These stops are at lap 185.
They don't need fuel. They need tires. The handling has gone away on those cars, and that's why they're pitting.
Steve Grissom went a lap down. The 33, Kenny Schrader going a lap down. Schrader in 27th spot.
Skinner pits, Kyle Petty pits.
Eli, when we're talking about short pitting, we don't mean they're stopping too quick in the pits. What we're talking about is they're stopping like
Did you see the buildup of the rubber in the corners?
Scheduled time to stop and taking on new tires.
Let's check on the Hot Wheels team.
And Kyle Petty has brought the Hot Wheels Pontiac in for a 4-tire change. Don't see
There was one shot that was holy moly.
anything on the car, guys. It's going to be
Right there.
They're around to the left side now.
All built up on the edge of the track.
Flashed a little fuel there. He's down and away.
There. I was like,
So
wow.
like you say, guys, they're short pitting. Mike Skinner just pulled the Lowe's Chevrolet out. Remember, he had a little altercation with the wall. No damage to the car that we can see.
Lap 188. Derek Cope is in for service. And you see Ricky Craven going around Kyle, who's still coming up to full speed after making his pit stop. But now that he does and has the fresh tires, the 44 of Kyle Petty just pulls on away.
Eli, as we watch here, you can see.
I think they've only had 2 cautions so
You want
far.
to see what new tires, the advantage. See Bobby Labonte in the green car there. Watch him go by right now down the
One
back
was for a
straightaway.
spit
It
of
looks like
rain.
everybody's waiting on him. That's how much quicker new tires are.
When that
than those
cloud
tires.
went by, they went green.
Dick Trickle.
And then Spencer spun.
The crew chief, he said they will make no
Got him on the
make a
ride.
4-tire change. We talked about Dick Trickle making the hand signals. Dick gave him the thumbs up coming down the front stretch, so they're very happy. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Tommy Baldwin's the crew chief there.
They're making a chassis adjustment. They adjusted the rear track bar and 4 tires of fuel. He's down and away.
Evan Ham's that crew chief on Bodine, if you didn't know. Most of them.
Here's Matt.
Martin already in for service. The 4-tire pit stop with the Valvoline Ford. They went up 1 pound on the right front. It was way too loose. They also made a track bar adjustment.
All of these stops taking place under green. We're at lap 191. Jeff Burton comes in. This time around the speedway. Dale Earnhardt's been in. Bill Elliott is in as well. Steve Burns.
And Jeff Burton in. The attention of Buddy Pear's crew. They just tore
Looks like
one of the tear-offs of the
he
windshield. The
was
windshields are very
driving
dirty
around
here today.
today.
It's going to be, as you see, a 4-tire change. Jeff Burton throws out some Gatorade. Very quick stop for the 99. Jeff Burton is gone.
And so is Dale Jarrett. He's gone with the lead as he made the move around Ricky Craven and works the back straightaway now at lap 192. So Craven leads from lap 123 to 191. And now as Craven makes a pit stop, Jarrett continues to pull on away, but a heck of a run going for Ricky Craven. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
And Ricky Craven brings the Budweiser Chevrolet slowly down pit road. Man, when you're leading a race like this and have to adhere to that speed limit on pit road, it seems like an eternity. Finally, he gets to his pit. They're not going to make any chassis adjustments this time. He loves the way the car. Well, wait a minute, they are. 1 round in the left rear. So very slight adjustment. They told me they didn't think there was anything. Now they're around to the left side. Right sides are done. Left sides are going on right now. Ricky really liked the way the car's doing. He is down. Oh, trouble on the left front. A lot of trouble. Lug nut came off. Oh, he stripped the lug nut. Now he's down and away. 24.7. What a terrible break.
Terrible break indeed as Dale Jarrett is in. Jeff Bodine is the new race leader. Let's go to Matt.
Dale Jarrett was complaining his car was a tad tight, so they will tighten him up with some.
Can you see how scoring this would be crazy? Like,
halfway,
seconds.
We just keep an eye on your car, and when they pull in that right like that, and they dip down there, you write a little P in the corner of your box. And they'll know why it took a little longer than a normal lap.
Scheduled stop here at lap 194. All of this under green, and all of this now within 3 laps of halfway in the AC Delco 400. New leader, Bobby Hamilton. If we go back to Glenn.
Yep, everybody in my pit areas for pit space is coming in down here. They're peeling away the strip on Geoff Bodine's windshield. Right side tires are done around to the left side. Maybe some strategy on Bodine's part, trying to stretch this thing as long as he can go.
My ex is scrubbing the windshield with the, grill with the brush.
22.6. He gave up a couple of seconds in the pits to the guys in front of him there. But
and then I was up in the booth scoring the car. I will score this race and one more, Phoenix, and then that'll be that, because he's already. What date was this track?
Hallelujah lap, as they call it, after a day delayed by rain.
What day was this race? October 27th. October 15th, he moved out. So we were still working and professional and all. I was. The rest of the team freaked out. That's something for my books.
www.nascar.com. NASCAR online. It's got all
I won't write about that in Dad's book.
And as we say, up to the
I can do an anecdotal book of myself, and that was quite a time.
About the world of NASCAR. NASCAR online at www.nascar.com. Bobby Hamilton is the race leader, 2 seconds ahead.
We joke about it.
Gordon running in second.
He put actually a picture on Facebook a day or two ago, and it was him scrubbing the grill at one of the tracks. I don't know. Just like you saw there. No, I put a like on it. He was saying something like it seemed like it was such a short time ago.
Now the Wrangler.
It does seem like it was
report. 7 different leaders.
But it was 20.
Among the 12 lead changes. 2 cautions, 1 for rain at lap 2. 1 for Jimmy Spencer's problems with Ricky Rudd at lap 112. There you see the average speed. Cars out of the event.
Yeah,
Spencer,
28 years ago.
They're still working on Ricky Rudd and Rick Mast's machine, but they are behind the wall now for many, many laps. 25 laps, the 25 car, Ricky Craven led 70 laps during that run of his. Ricky now, during the sequencing of pit stops, is running in 13th. Let's check in with the Rick Mast team and see how they're doing.
Rick, boy, I hate to see you guys push that car back to the garage. You had a great running. What put you out?
I don't know. It broke a camshaft or something in the valve train broke. It missed for 2 or 3 laps every time it broke. I don't know, man. You know, the good part about it, you get some good out of this. It's the most competitive it's been all year. And there's reasons for that. I mean, you know, Dave Sharp here came on board a while back, and he's got a lot of stuff he wants to implement next year and all the new cars.
I can almost remember in my mind that little incident with either Marlin or Morris Metcalf in the booth saying 9 is your leader, and then 9 is pitting, and they look at me, you know, and make sure I'm aware. They always have your back.
From Rockbridge Baths, Virginia. Great battle you've been watching. The 24 Gordon has 3rd. The 88 Jarrett has 4th. The 5 Terry Labonte is in 5th, and we've not talked much about Terry, but quietly he's gotten back into this, starting 33rd. He's pitting on the back pitch, but we got to throw in a proviso here on all of this.
Well, there's really a couple of provisos here, Eli. One of them is that on the green flag pit stops, it doesn't matter whether you pit on the front stretch or the back stretch. Number 2, NASCAR has made some procedural changes. They speed the pace car up now. It used to be that they dropped the cars off of the front pit and they just kind of slowly go around and the guys Competition pitted on the back had a real slow ride out to the backstretch. Now NASCAR speeds up the pace car, so the backstretch pit is not the disadvantage that it once was. Meanwhile, Labonte is having a great run with a crew chief who is undefeated. Randy Dorton was a crew chief one time, Talladega, and he won the race. And running well today, too.
Folks from Napa bringing you the NASCAR timing and scoring update across the top of the screen. Auto Parts, keep America running.
That was kind of nice of everyone to say, though, that the influence that Dehart, who was the crew chief beforehand, had put into that race car.
Well, that's good. I think Dad's car gained 2 spots after all that shook out. They're in 30th now instead of 32nd.
You know that little tool that Larry McReynolds
Where
showed
did we
you?
end up?
Heat exchanger. Guy who invented that, Gary Dehart.
We were one of the last
Good
to
times around
lead
those
the lap,
NASCAR
so
garage
probably not
areas.
too good.
And you're right, he did get some credit in all of the goings on here of late.
We lose a lot of ground just to get that lead right.
There is the race leader, Bobby Hamilton.
24th,
About to
yeah.
put Jeff Green a lap down. Green running in 22nd.
We're already a lap
going
down.
1 lap in
Doing that
arrears.
pit.
On lap number 214, we had a change to the lead. We're now at lap 217. The 99 of Jeff Burton took over the top spot from Bobby Hamilton. Let's go back 3 laps ago, and here's how it happened. Into the corner.
Hamilton high, Burton downstairs, and there it goes. Notice all that tire debris up high in the turn. You just saw that in your screen.
But I do remember one crew chief just a few weeks prior at Bristol, short pitting and losing 2 laps with QVC, and that's how I got my scoring job, because the crew chief quit and his wife used to score. Whoever the new crew chief was, I don't think they were too willing to short pit. Saw what happened.
2 years ago, we were rained out at both Martinsville and North Wilkesboro, and Jeff Bodine won the Monday races.
It would be Tim Brewer's call, I believe, at that point. There was a new crew chief, but I didn't know him, and I know Jim Matei just became part owner. He's listed in all the books as the owner now. That was the original team that Bodine bought. Number 7 was, owned by the team.
Update from him in just a moment or so.
Eli, you can see the difference in the 2 cars. Earnhardt is not running nearly as well right now as Ricky Craven. He's losing about 10 car lengths in just a couple of laps there to him.
Steve Burns is in the Dale Earnhardt pit.
Yeah, Eli, at the top of the show, we talked about how important tires are in this race. Well, I just talked to the tire specialist, Mike Thomas. He said on the last stop on lap 187, they took a pound out of both rear tires, a pound out of air pressure. They're getting into the corners well, but Dale is having trouble getting off the corner. Hey, let's go back now and check in with Glenn Jarrett.
The guys are down in Ricky Craven's pits, and these guys are all smiles, even though they had the trouble with the lug nut. It dropped Ricky back, I believe, to 13th at the time, some 12 seconds behind. Right now, he is the fastest car on the racetrack. He is turning laps in the 25-30 and 25-40 range. The closest to that is Dale Jarrett at 25-60. He is a full quarter of a second faster than anybody, and you better bet that he is coming. Let's go to Dale Jarrett's pit.
Currently, Dale Jarrett is third, right ahead of Jeff Gordon, where he wants to be, trying to gain some points in the championship chase. Right now, he is complaining his car is loose in. They're already talking to the radio. Todd, Kurt, and DJ, what adjustments to make? Right now, they're talking about some air pressure. They're looking to pit somewhere around lap 250 to 255, and great 3-wide action.
It was Dale Earnhardt around Kyle Petty, squeezing through and around David Green there in the cat machine, number 96.
Well, the difference that Glenn Jarrett was talking about, the leader, Burton, was running at that particular time 141 miles an hour, and Craven was running 143. But as they get along here, they kind of stabilize out. They're not that much quicker right at the moment. They're just 1 mile an hour quicker per lap right now.
There goes second place. Dale Jarrett swings to the inside of Hamilton. And now it's the 99 of Jeff Burton, the race leader. Jarrett in second, Hamilton third. Jeff Green in at white number 29. He is again on the tail end of the lead lap.
Now that 88, Dale Jarrett, second place 3 times in a row here. One fellow did a little better than that. Harry Gant, second place 5 times here. Rusty's first top 5 here was a win. Gordon won in his 5th start. Dale Jarrett's got 21 starts here. 20 starts. This is the 21st. And never won so far.
Had firsts here. Mark Martin's first Winston Cup win was here. Ward Burton's first Winston Cup win was here.
Craven's first start was here.
Right.
And Geoff Burton, they're the leader right now with 3 wins this year. I mean, he's really had a stellar year, and he and Buddy Parrott have really hit off to a great at this crew chief, and they have really communicate so well. And you can go in the shop there, and like you say, he's 1 notch below the father image as far as the drivers feel about it.
Riding with Geoff Burton. Interesting to note that if he happens to hold on to win today, his brother Ward Burton has already won here. They become only the 2nd set of brothers to win here at the Rock. Bobby and Donnie Allison have both won here in the past. The Waltrips as a brother tandem have not won here. And in the olden days, no brother tandem other than Bobby and Donnie Allison. So maybe you can pull it off there, Geoff. We'll have to wait and see. We're at lap 229. It is a great side-by-side battle for the lead here at Rockingham, and with Jeff Green, the 29, acting as the pick. Dale Jarrett will take over the top spot, and now Jeff Gordon in the 24 will battle Burton in the 99, and
pretty good race in there.
5 for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Eli, the first 4 cars here, you can throw a blanket over them as they go through lap traffic. This is very, very critical right now. You can see Bobby Labonte just in front of him, fixing to go a lap down. He was running so well early in the race. Here comes DJ right now down the back straightaway. Dale Jarrett to make a move on him to put him a lap down.
So in 19th spot, Bobby Labonte now goes a lap down after leading from lap 15 through lap 74, and then again from 88 through 122. Here's a good battle.
I thought I turned it on. I was saying Kenny Wallace is trying to stay out of their way, but there's so much rubber on the edge. If he gets out of the groove, he started doing that. I was like, oh.
And I just asked Jimmy Mako, Jimmy, what's wrong with the car? It was so strong earlier on. He shrugged his shoulders and man, I don't know.
I touched to on and off on my thing. I probably need to wipe it with a wipey or something. It's not reacting. Probably he's got my grubby fingerprints on it.
He had a problem with the tire earlier on that got him off sequence and put him behind. He still has a pretty good race car, but he's way off sequence.
He is exactly 60 laps from when he last pitted at 176. Now pitting here at 236. So he is off sequence, but still maintaining that 60-lap measure that most everybody else has been striving for today.
Yes,
I wonder how much Jarrett thinks this joint owes him. You know, he finished it last race.
Maybe it'll work a little better.
The most laps. The one before that, he led the most
off.
laps, finished in 2nd spot. 3 seconds in the Grand National cars here, leading this thing now. He probably figures this place owes him a lot.
All he's got to do is look in the mirror, though, and see what happened to him in the fall or spring of this year. So right now, the race is, everybody's kind of really seeing who has the muscle. See Terry Labonte there. Don't count him out. He's running a very clever race right now, protecting that race car and doing everything right.
And, you know, 6 times in Terry's career, he has led 100 or more laps in a race here. So another one of the guys who has all sorts of experience to show for his time at the Rock.
Boy, wouldn't that be a story if he won this thing today with Randy Dorton and his crew chief? 2 in a row for him to win. I like that guy Dorton. He's really something. You should have seen him yesterday. Not only does he build the motors for this car, not only is he the crew chief for it. Yesterday he was out there cooking the hamburgers.
Still not
and this morning he was
black,
driving the van, bringing a whole pile of people into this place. Full service crew chief, does it all.
You can do that when you have an Andy Graves coming over helping on the race car also.
5th and 6th you're watching right there. Bobby
He
Hamilton.
could gain if he short pit the next one, but like I said, that short pitting stuff with that team bit him many times.
By the way, Ricky Rudd's back on the track after the accident of earlier. If you're following Ricky's fortunes, he's 121 laps down, but he is back on the racetrack. There goes Mark Mark Martin to the outside of Kyle Petty. That will be for 11th position now. Mark makes that move pay off. Kyle back to 12th.
It's getting a little more interesting.
That's the lap car of Skinner. He's in 24th, a lap down.
Still overcast here at Rockingham.
Probably green flag stops because he's fast now.
It's kind of clear, and you look over toward the first turn, looks pretty decent, but
See,
it's
he's
heading
short
overcast.
pitted.
I doubt anybody's figuring this thing is going to do anything but go all the way
He
to
just
the
wasn't
end.
quite up to speed.
There's 6th place, Bobby Hamilton in the 43. Up front, Dale Jarrett by 4/10
I
of a
think we're
second.
going down lap, 2 laps now.
In the span of turns 3 to 4, it went from
The
4/10
king right
to
there.
nose to tail.
That man needs a cowboy hat.
All hail the king. We are under caution. Caution for the Gary Bradbury machine, lap 248.
God, I hate that when it happens to the
North Carolina Motor Speedway
underdog.
in Rockingham. The AC Delco 400 under caution for the 3rd time this afternoon. Now, over the last few moments, we have seen pit stops
Well, I
for
could
Hutch
have just
Strickland,
looked
for
in the
Ted
pit and see
Musgrave,
if my dad
for
was in
Kyle
it.
Petty
I
on a
caught
normal
the
stopping
square D pit
sequence,
in the corner of my
and
eye.
the 41 of Steve
Just
Grissom.
in the corner of the frame
Here's
for
what happened
quick
just
seconds.
after those teams pitted. Watch this. Already in the
Everybody
spin.
pitted.
He'll go back up,
Not
hit the
everybody.
outside wall, left front hits hard. You see the
Got
roof
in the marbles.
flaps there, the air employee. Comes around, very lucky nobody got into him as he starts down across the racetrack very slowly.
So Gary Bradbury spins in turn number 3. And here come all the teams in for service. Lap 249. Lap 249.
Now we're
as
down a
Bradbury
lap,
goes
but
to the
if
back
we didn't
pits,
pit
we go to
earlier,
Matt Yoakum with Dale
we might
Jarrett.
have been able to like wait and drive around and be on tail end of the lead
Going
lap.
up on the air pressure in the right front, down on the left rear. They're going to raise the track bar 1.5 rounds. Now, who's the guy covering the gentleman in the middle of the screen? Glenn Jarrett.
Thanks, Matt. Geoff Gordon is in. They're peeling away the windshield cover. He is 4 tires down and away. He beats Dale Jarrett down pit road. Here's Steve.
We're not pitted yet, so we did wait until
It
after
didn't
the
look like they make any chassis adjustments, no wedge wrenches, anything like that. A 4-tire change for Geoff.
Because we started up front. Our pit was
Remember, where Terry
on the front
Labonte
half
is
of
pinning.
the front stretch.
And though he wasn't under a disadvantage pinning under green, under caution, does take him a bit longer to get back there.
Exactly, Eli. You can see he's just getting out of the pits. That's the leaders going by him there. They're half a track ahead of him there.
We'll reset it all for you here in a moment or so as we work caution. Caution at lap 248. We're now at lap 250. It's an official race in Rockingham.
Buddy Parrott right
Lap
there.
112. Jimmy Spencer in the wall.
This is a
turn number
recap.
2, bringing out our second caution of the day. Lap 214. Geoff
First
Burton
caution
grabs
was
the
rain.
lead from Bobby Hamilton's Pontiac. At lap 235, it's Dale Jarrett who goes out in front as we are live at
It
the
was
Rock.
gloomy all day.
Welcome back, everybody, in the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. Jeff Gordon is the race leader. Dale Jarrett is second. NASCAR Thunder, the all-new and official stores of NASCAR, now open all sorts of spots across the country now. Chattanooga, Tennessee, getting set in Phoenix, Arizona now in the Metro Center. Mobile, Alabama, the Bel Air Mall. And they'll be opening
Here's
up in
a
Richmond,
bunch
Virginia,
of
the
cars in
Chesterfield
front of the
Mall.
leader that
comes
might
up in late
get a
November.
drive around.
Check it
At
out.
least one.
NASCAR Thunder. Call the number you see on the screen for more information about the new and official stores of NASCAR. There is Jeff Burton. There's a story developing on the Exide Ford. Let's go to his pit.
Eli, the story is he was too fast down pit road.
Oh.
They're going to put him to the tail end of the lead lap. And I can
It's
tell you
just like
something. This may be a
weird
dumb statement, but
photography
he
made
is
it
not
look like
happy
the
about
right
it.
front
In fact,
had a
we
flap,
heard
but
him
it
on
must
the
have been
radio
just the
say,
stickers
if I
and
was
then-
too fast, then the two cars in front of me were too fast also.
So little thought from the Jeff Burton team after a stop-and-go penalty. Time
Well,
for us now to bring
stinks.
you the special feature brought to you by Peerless Faucets, the do-it-for-yourself faucet.
You know, time is of the essence in everything the NASCAR Winston Cup teams do to prepare their cars for battle. Lately, shock technology is one of the most important ways and the quickest ways that they can change the handling characteristics on a car. Well, how do they change those shocks so fast? Let's take a look at Mark Martin right here. You see the shock absorber? There's a bolt through the bracket here with the cotter key simply stuck in a hole that's drilled in the bolt. Very quick. There's another way that they do this too. Let's look right next door at the 88 car. They have a quick release pin, this little button on the end. You push that button, pull that pin out, they can change that shock very fast. You know, there's no question about it, as along with everything else these days, time is money.
Welcome back to North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. We continue to work caution, third time of the afternoon after Gary Bradbury's spin in turn number 3. These fans coming back after the rain delay of a day, and they see Jeff Gordon leading the AC Delco 400. Hey, quick reminder, you might want to tell your friends and those who are busily at work this afternoon, TNN is going to be re-airing this race tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. 7 o'clock Eastern Time tonight, the AC Delco 400 will be shown again in its entirety. So those who are unable to see it here live,
a lot of times you could see Morris Metcalf standing there with a white shirt holding his
so you might want to pass that along to your
clipboard.
friends. 7 o'clock Eastern Time.
He always stood up in front of us all.
Re-air of the AC Delco 400. As we continue under caution, let's check in with the pit crews and see what's cooking down on pit road. Glenn Jarrett, what you got?
Well, guys, I'm in Kyle Petty's pit, and this is not a happy bunch. Remember, we talked about how short pitting could be an advantage with those. Those guys were pitting every 60 laps instead of every 70 to 75 laps. They were getting fresh rubber earlier, keeping fresher rubber on the car, making up time on the racetrack. Well, Kyle Petty is paying the price for doing that. The downside to that is if you short pit and then the caution comes out right after you pit before the other guys do pit, then you lose a lap. And Kyle Petty right now is on the tail end of being 2 laps down. Also, this caution period is being extended a little bit because they're using the dryer to blow the excess tire rubber off the racetrack. Going into turn 1, there is a tremendous amount of rubber on the racetrack, builds up on the grills of the car, and they brush it off down here on pit road. Here's Matt.
Well, guys, how they battle a lot of that rubber buildup, because what happens is it increases the water temperature. A lot of crew chiefs will use just some good old cooking spray from Pam. What they do is spray it on the grill. But there's a technique. You can't spray it straight across because it will help fill in the screen. They have to spray it at an angle so the rubber hits it and bounces off, just like a lot of great chefs, crew chiefs, and a lot of secrets, too. Steve.
And Dick Trickle continuing to have a good run. He's running in 6th position right now in the 90 car. They made some adjustments on that last stop. They made a wedge adjustment and an air pressure adjustment.
Simmons Beauty Rest. I actually worked in real life for a company that Simmons was one of our customers. We sold polyurethane foam. We produced it, actually. Manufactured it. It was
lines are bad at the concession stands. You can eat a piece of a Goodyear tire without that buttery aftertaste.
Manufacturing facility in Cornelius, North Carolina. I don't know if it's still there or not.
Over the years, Rockingham, Phoenix, and Atlanta from 93 through 96. If you want to just go by statistics, who has the edge in these final 3 races coming up? Well, win-wise, you'd look at Mark Martin, huh?
Well, you'd think that, but I'll tell you what, this is another year and a new race, and you see Jeff Gordon there running right up front as he come down for the green flag there. Dale Jarrett just behind him there. These guys are knifing through traffic. Very fast cars. I don't think what happened 4 years ago has a thing to do with today.
Restart, Kyle Petty remaining on the tail end of 2 laps down ahead of Jeff Gordon, the race leader.
Ricky Craven in that 25 car upstairs, still running toward the front.
And then I do this on the weekends for fun. No, actually, I could pay $150 a weekend to score a car. And got, you know, room and board or travel if I needed it. So I definitely, it was a win-win.
What a power move there by Jeff Gordon in the 24 on the outside. But he has company going down in turn 1. Jarrett had reeled him in and is right on his back bumper.
Did you see Kyle bottoming out there earlier? We were talking about that earlier in the day. Yeah. 44, you saw a lot of sparks from behind the Hot Wheels machine as Gordon would put him yet another lap down.
Yep, you sure can't tell Gordon is stroking it, huh, with that 110-point lead. He's just taking it easy, just going to cruise his way to a championship. boys on the gas, let me tell you.
Eli, he did not get the points lead by stroking around. He won 10 races already this year. This guy's running exactly the way you have to do to win championship. Do what you get there with.
That term's not in his vocabulary.
Yeah, plus he won the Busch Clash, plus he won the Winston. I mean, that's really 12 if you count the non-points race.
Aha, Dale Jarrett's already, I mean, Dale Earnhardt in the 3-car has moved into 6th now and really doing quite well. You see Dick Trickle just in front of him there.
Hamilton 4th, Trickle 5th, Earnhardt in 6th.
Earnhardt isn't split. Sorry.
I was going to say Geoff Bodine was the other car in that picture. He is now a lap down.
He's still a lap down. He was second from the unlapped in the beginning of the restart.
Kyle has now gone 2 full laps down as we watch this battle right here. Gordon put Kyle at second lap in the rears. There you see it happening. Well, Kyle's battling back. Doesn't quite have the stuff off turn 2.
He's pretty much run the bottom all day. Craven has run the top, and the 24 Gordon has run up and down all over the place, but Kyle has tried to stick at the bottom.
That's not the point that really gets me concerned. Dale Jarrett's dropped way back here. He's moved a couple of spots back there. Ricky Craven's even passed him up. Looks like DJ's off just a little bit after whatever adjustment they did.
Let's see how it plays out here. We've got Bobby Hamilton in the 43 to challenge him for 3rd if he can get close enough. If you're a Wally Dallenbach fan, he'll make an unscheduled stop at lap 265. Wally's in 31st position. The folks from Napa bringing you timing and scoring across the top of the screen. Napa Auto Parts, who keep America running, and there's what Buddy was talking about. Dale Jarrett losing another position. Glenn, what are you hearing from your brother's pit?
We're going to slide it forward.
Almost all day long, guys, on fresh tires. That car has been pretty tight, and he drops back a little bit early on in the run. Then as the rubber wears off.
5 times in NASCAR Winston Cup competition.
Something's going to happen.
Most recently at Bristol, Tennessee, in the Goodies 500 earlier this season.
Best finish here has been a 5th so far. That was in 1989.
Problems turn. Oh, Jeff Burton. Jeff Burton running in 12th. The Exide batteries forward. They'll have a car, too.
That is such a shame. Put in the back of the field, trying to get back up through there. You see what happened. Whole back of the car stowed in. That's his chances because there's severe damage to the rear part where the spoiler and all is. He's pretty much done.
That's a heartbreaker for Jeff Burton, who led laps 214 through 234. Here's what happened. Oh, he and his brother. Don't know how that might have started or if Ward was just going by, but you saw Ward Burton in the 22, Jeff Burton in the 99.
The points are an issue for him, too. He came into this event 4th in points, 125 behind Jarrett, who's 3rd.
Now, Jeff Burton does come in quickly. Tony Liberati there at the back of the car. And Steve Burns, how bad is it? What are they looking at?
Well, exactly what you said, Eli. The left rear.
Rambo underneath the rears, shouting something.
In there. Now they're trying to jack it up, just get underneath the car, pull the sheet metal away. They're also going to take the tires off. But right now, their biggest problem is they cannot even get gas in the car. Let's check in now with Glenn Jarrett.
Well, I'll move back down to Jeff Gordon's pits right now, guys. The leader has come in, and they are changing 4 tires again. They're going to take every opportunity because tire wear is so critical. Oh, a big problem on the left rear, and 2 cars beat him out. He goes out 3rd. He came in 1st. Here's Matt with the 88.
Dale Jarrett's down and away. He was complaining his car was terrible. It was big time tight. He had damage to the
Those are all the lead lap cars pitting now. Almost the rest of the field will
they
pit.
got a little bit out, but there's still plenty of damage to the left front corner of the 88 car.
The work continues. Jeff Burton brings out the caution. 4th time this afternoon. Unscheduled pit stop for Jeff Gordon. He's back in at lap 274.
Yeah,
Glenn?
something didn't seem like it was
a
right.
problem, maybe with the rear axle. They just let the car down. They pulled the axle cap off. I did not see a problem. One of the crew guys was pointing to the right side. I'll see if I can get a word with them and tell you exactly what they found out just in a moment.
Jeff had come in at lap 271 with all the leaders, but then comes back in at lap 274. Ray Evernham hit It's that button on the left earpiece that activates the microphone as he talks to Geoff
down.
Gordon. The overhead shot you're getting now, the camera is courtesy of DuraShine Advanced Auto Polish. Just wipe it on and hose it off. DuraShine, now available at Pep Boys, Western Auto, Kmart, and Target Auto stores. Let's go back now to lap 272,
See,
buddy.
he's going to try to catch up to the pace car and pit again.
Okay, his brother's on the outside. You can see him turning in, getting a little bit loose there, going back to the right with the steering wheel. He's loose. You can see the oncoming traffic coming at him. Wham! Right into the outside wall. He was very, very lucky that nobody got into the driver's door as he flashed back across the racetrack.
There you see the remnants of the damage to the left rear. And look at Geoff Gordon from 1st to 14th after the sequencing of pit stops. Rain is in the air. Ricky Craven is the race leader. Ricky Craven takes over at lap 273.
Tip of the hat to that pit crew. Craven's done a great job today, but that crew has as well.
Craven got a great jump there. Bobby Labonte was trying to get back in the lead lap and didn't quite make it. He's in the green car on the bottom there. Several cars that are a lap down. Earnhardt keeps on moving every pit stop closer to the lead.
Almost the entire pack is a lap down. They're on the inside versus the outside when they restarted.
Boy, this is important right here for Bobby Labonte. You can see him right there.
It looked like the lap car line was longer. A lot longer.
He's 15th right now, but back on the tail end of the lead lap.
Okay, 14 cars on the lead lap.
If he can catch a caution now, we've had 4 of them already today. He'd be able to come back on around. We're at lap 278 of 393. As you see now, compliments of MCI.
I might make today a little longer stream. I can't stream tomorrow. I have to go to town, but
Hamilton following basically the same
late
line that
middle of the
Craven is
night
setting.
or
Both
something.
going to run upstairs.
I don't foresee
See Kyle
it.
Petty getting by Hamilton there. He is a couple of laps down, but he's trying very hard to make up one lap. You're never out of the race when you have a fast car.
Kyle is in 23rd. Geoff Gordon, meanwhile, still way back there. You see the 24 machine. He is running back in 14th spot. Glenn, what are they saying now?
Well, guys, as I said, they were taking the axle cap off. The reason was it was about to come off. They ran the set screws the rest of the way out to see if they could see a problem. They didn't, so they put the cap back on. They don't know how much rear end grease he might have lost there, Matt.
Dale Jarrett sustained some
Thought I saw a lot of smoke kind of billowing around the rear of the car.
He made some contact with Dick Trickle on his way down pit road for his last stop. The crew looked it over. There shouldn't be anything serious.
Maybe one's running a little better.
If he can get his car to run great after 25 lap runs, they will definitely be there. Right now, his car is stellar within 25 laps, and then it tends to go away. Steve Burns.
Matt, Dick Trickle came in that last pit stop in 4th position. They lost 3 valuable positions. He's now 7th. They had 2 lug nuts fall off the left front wheel. So Dick Trickle now running 7th.
And the car in front of Dick in the 90, the 42, that's Joe Nemechek, and he is on the lead lap running in 6th. Earnhardt just ahead of them in 5th. And yes, your screen does not deceive you. The least little hint of sun trying to peek through the heavy overcast here in Rockingham.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I read about it in the history book.
We have not seen that almost since we arrived here. And that's going to change the setups a bit, too. Some of the guys who are running fast right now, when the track warms up a little bit, they may not.
13th place, the battle you're watching.
You see Geoff Gordon there going by on the outside car very, very quick. He does not need that lower line to go by these race cars. He passes their numbers there. He's running 11th.
And there you see they have the Exide batteries forward on pit road. The engine, I am told, is off, Steve.
Eli, it is in fact shut off. What you cannot see is Jeff Burton. When he came in, cut the motor off, he slammed the steering wheel in disgust. These guys are just wanting to win so badly. Let's go down to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Steve, is a further update, the guys in the booth, as to what Geoff Gordon is having to go through right now. He's having to run the car a whole lot harder in a different groove than what he wants to. He's having to really abuse the tires, so he's not going to have much left for the end of this run. So getting buried back there in traffic is really, really going to be detrimental to him later on in his run, because he's burning rubber off right now, trying to get back to the front.
Glenn, you're exactly right. And the other thing he has to worry about is this, what you're looking at. These guys are racing for position right here, and he comes up, he does not have a clean racetrack, and he has to use the high line one lap, the low line the next lap, and then slide in between lap traffic. So, man, I tell you, he's working hard right now.
Yeah, you saw Sterling Marlin the 4 in that last shot. He's still on the lead lap. That's the battle for the lead. Ricky Craven, he's led a good bit today. Bobby Hamilton, the 43, he has led a good bit today. Mark Martin's 3rd, Dale Jarrett 4th, Earnhardt is 5th, Joe Nemechek running 6th, Dick Trickle next in line. Still a lot of racing to go. Welcome back. That's the spread for the lead. Ricky Craven left of your screen. Bobby Hamilton on the right. 0.4 of a second on the clock is what that equates to. You've got Mark Martin quietly in 3rd. Dale Jarrett rumbling again in 4th. Dale Earnhardt is 5th. Dick Trickle 6th. Terry Labonte is 7th. Joe Nemechek is 8th. Michael Waltrip 9th. And Sterling Marlin, a solid top 10 run as you ride with Mark Martin here in Rockingham.
Mark is so smooth. I mean, he moves in kind of like Terry Labonte. He just surprises you. I looked up and all of a sudden he's in 4th place. You can see very steady going in the corner. No arm movement whatsoever. The car rides right around the base of the racetrack. Mark Martin's doing just exactly what he wants to do at this part of the race.
And you saw those lap speeds on that graphic moments ago of 150 miles an hour. Now you're looking at a 144, 143, 142 miles an hour.
Look at Dale Jarrett, though. He's picked it up. He's turned it up another notch. He was having problems just a little while ago, but you can see now this set of tires suits his car, and he's moving towards the front.
And there we are moving to the front as well. That was the interval from 4th and 5th back to the race leaders.
And if you like stories of underdogs, there's a good story for you right there. Your leader has never won a Winston Cup race. Guy in 2nd spot has only won one of them.
He won Pontiac's last win in Phoenix a year ago.
Sure did.
I have a sneeze stuck. It's driving me crazy. It's stuck for an hour.
Right here on TNN Motorsports.
And that crew remembers it too, I'll guarantee you.
We go back to February of '96 and refresh your memory. And let's take a look at it when Bobby Hamilton and Dale Earnhardt were battling for the lead.
Hamilton in the lead. Earnhardt in 2nd spot. Oh! That's exactly what happened back in '96. We all said the same thing.
I was going to say, no. It was 96.
And Hamilton wound up a DNF that day.
Yeah, he ended up going up into the wall later in the day and so on. But that was a year and a half ago, almost 2 years back. Now
finally passed the 100 to go.
Here at the Rock. You know, you were talking during the commercial break, Dick Berger.
You're 17.
Let a comment go by that without a mention here. You talked about how great it is coming back to this racetrack with all due respects to the palaces of speed that are being built in all the corners of this country.
Started
I'm telling you, if you want to see a really good stock
went all the way back to
here's
the
a good
end,
place to
43rd,
year after year, event after
still
event.
running,
It doesn't matter whether
but
it's the Busch Grand National on Saturday, the Winston Cup on Sunday. You come to
past
Rockingham,
13
you're going to have a
cars.
great time. You're going to see a great race. I think that's one of the reasons all of these
And
people in the
having
grandstands.
a
And
decent
by the way,
luck
we're sorry they're not at work today.
going
That's why
forward.
they all came back here today, despite the awful forecast and standing around in the rain all day yesterday.
That's 9th place there. 8th and 9th are Nemechek and Gordon. Jeff Burton is back on the racetrack again. He is some 23 laps down. But they have effected repairs to the Exide machine as Gordon tries to grab 8th spot away from Joe Nemechek.
Tremendous move right in the middle of the corner. Gordon just turned left, accelerated off the corner. Now he's a car length ahead of Joe Nemechek.
Oh!
Bodine, 21, Michael Waltrip. Waltrip is on the lead lap. Bodine is a lap down in 17th. Meanwhile, there goes Dick Trickle to the high side of Earnhardt. That is for
They get tired of time.
That's Shetty right there.
Rusty Wallace there in the 2. If you're just joining us, hasn't really been a huge factor today. He went 3 laps down and is running in 25th position. Up to 5, Terry Labonte. He's in 7th. Steve Burns, I know you've been hanging around Dick Trickle's pit today. That was a heck of a power move.
That sure was, Eli. And, you know, let's put some perspective on Dick Trickle's career here. His very first Winston Cup race was the Daytona 500 in
Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. Indeed, he has been around a long time.
Run your line, Dick. Don't worry about it. He's not in the lead lap.
$1,415 in that 1970 Daytona 500.
And I've heard speculation that he's probably won 1,574 races in his life also.
I believe.
He's one of the winningest drivers ever from the Midwest.
This car has been around for a little while, too. Junie Dunleavy's 73 years old. This is his 741st start.
That wasn't looking like it's going to sort well.
You know some of the guys that Dick Trickle has driven for as we watch him there going around the lap machine of Rusty West. He drove for himself. He drove for Buddy Ward. I remember the name. He drove for Dave Marcus, for Del Puro, for Joe Frasone. Joe fielded a car for Dick back in 1977. Billy Matthews, Bill Gardner, Junior Johnson. Yeah, the Stavolas. He drove for Kale, Raymond.
Run your line. Run your line.
Who else?
Everybody. Let's just throw everybody in there and say he drove for him one time.
And if you want a guy who can win races,
5 is also down a lap. I think it says 66. That actually, that rundown up top isn't always up to date. Back then. It is now, but that was called down from the booth and typed into the computer or something.
As you can see, just behind Earnhardt, Gordon fought his way back into contention again. I mean, when you have to
the mash the button thing is at the line number.
His tires, so to get back to where he's at right now, I would imagine near the end of this gas run, he's going to have a pretty hard time of hanging on.
The 81 hooked up again.
That's about what's going to happen, though, huh, buddy? He's going to. Those tires have got to be cooked. What he's done.
Well, you can see right there. I mean, he's having to run at least. Well, I'm looking on the computer. He's running 141 on that particular lap. Earnhardt was 141, but he has been as high as 143, 144 catching up.
Back up front, there is Ricky Craven. 1 2/10 seconds ahead of Bobby Hamilton. What does 1 2/10 translate to on the racetrack? There it is. From the left of your screen to right there, Bobby Hamilton. Matt Yoakum.
Last time Bobby Hamilton went to victory lane was here on TNN back in Phoenix last October. This car has never scored a win. It's not the car he took to victory back in Phoenix, but this car is awful special to the Petty Enterprise bunch. This is the first complete in-house built race car at Petty Enterprises since the mid-70s. Dale Inman told me he couldn't even remember the last time they built their own car complete, but following the trends of the Hendricks and the Rouches, they too realized the benefits of an in-house chassis program, and next year they're hoping to have the 43 completely under Petty Enterprise chassis.
Richard Petty and the team out of Randleman Level Cross, North Carolina. Good battle there. Nemechek to the high side of Bill Elliott. They're battling for 12th and 13th with Bill holding that position right now. I like that paint job on Nemechek's car.
So do I. It's brand new, and they're going to run it till the end of the year, and quite frankly, I think it's gorgeous.
They had a little press conference early this week about that thing, and Nemechek said that he really liked it because he hoped people would confuse him with Earnhardt. They'd see him coming in the rearview mirror, move over, let him go. I haven't seen any of that yet today, but maybe it'll happen sometime.
Well, yeah, Nemechek doesn't need folks to move over. He's that good, as well we have seen. There he works around some of the lap cars. Ted Musgrave, the number 16, pitting on the backstretch. He's in 33rd, some 4 laps down. And here goes Dick Trickle in 5th and Terry Labonte in 6th. Earnhardt right behind in 7th.
Run your line. Don't worry about him. Run your line.
The Iceman coming in the 5 car there.
Yep. 312 laps on the board here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. 82 laps to go.
Thought I saw smoke.
I'm sure they all do. I tell you what, anymore you wouldn't believe the springs they run in these cars. They're very soft, and the shock system on the car is very, very delicate on these cars.
Here's 7th and 8th spots swapping around as Gordon went way high. Earnhardt takes 7th. Gordon is back in 8th. Ernie is in 24th. The 28 car, he is now a couple of laps down in 24th. Not in the equation here, but obviously running with Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon.
You know, Eli, we talked just a little while ago, what would it cost Gordon to run that hard that early in the run, and all of a sudden it looks like
thought they would need another pit stop.
He's able to keep up, but he's not running like Geoff Gordon run all day when he was up front. Track position means so much in one of these races.
Bobby Hamilton, you see, in for service, lap 332. Kyle Petty is also in for a stop at lap 332. All of this under green. Now on the normal 60-lap sequencing, Glenn, this ought to be it for everybody.
Well, yeah, sure. If we go green the rest of the way, Eli, everybody will have to make one stop, starting with this right here. I'm interested to see what some of these teams are going to do about maybe only putting 2 tires on. They're only going to have about 30, 40 laps when the rest of the cars come in. I just want to see what they're going to do. But Kyle Petty's down. He only changed right sides. Here comes Dale Jarrett. Let's see what they do.
Dale Jarrett still coming down pit road. Eases into his pit box. The 88 bunch go to work. This will be a 4-tire pit stop for Dale Jarrett. He said his car was still a little bit tight, but he was picking up on the 25 car. His car had not fallen off as much as the other cars. Now around to the left side. Now let's go to Glenn Jarrett, who's with the 24 car.
And Jeff Gordon brought the DuPont Chevrolet in. There's going to be a track bar adjustment. They're on the right side now that Dale Jarrett has set the stage. I believe most of them are going to have to go with 4 tires. They're around to the left side of Gordon right now. The adjustment has been made. Left sides are gone. His tires were gone. Jeff is down and away. Here's Steve Burns.
And Dick Trickles in. Their most important pit stop of the day. This is also going to be a 4-tire change. Glenn, you said Geoff Gordon made a track bar adjustment. No chassis adjustments on the 90 to this point. Tommy Baldwin changes the rear tires. No problem getting off the rear. Now let's go to Matt Yoakum in the 6th pit.
The Valvoline Ford is down and away. They have worked themselves back into position. He was as far back as 12. They have worked on this car. He's a tad tight. They loosened him up with some air pressure adjustments, and now they hope they have the setup to take them to the finish.
All of these stops are under green. Remember, 25 Craven has not stopped. 24 Gordon has. So Geoff will now get around and return to the lead lap. Again, everybody is now cycling around. So here comes Terry Labonte. He and Ricky Craven battling. Hendrick Motorsports teammates right there.
Terry just come out of the pits on the back straightaway and rejoined the fray there. You can see the difference in new tires. Boy, I mean, it makes a big difference. Craven right now needs to make a stop. He's dropping
We
back.
haven't pit yet. We're in P5.
37 Mayfield, he is stopped.
So we're betting on a caution.
Burns keeping an eye on Bill Elliott on pit road.
And Bill Elliott did make a chassis adjustment to the right rear. 4 tires. They're having a bit of a problem on the left front, it looks like. Now he's gone. 4 tires for Bill Elliott.
And here comes Ricky Craven. This is lap 338, so clearly they can go the distance from here, Glenn, on this stop.
Yes, they can, Eli. Craven's crowd comes out across the wall now. And they're only, I believe this is only going to be a 2-tire stop. They made a chassis adjustment to the left rear of the car. Now they're up with the left side tires on the wall now. I thought maybe he might try to slipper them a little bit, but there's too much time left in this race to try anything fancy. He has the fastest car right now. I think they can keep it that way. That's right. He's down and away. And 18.2, that's a great pit stop under the gun.
So the race leader now cycling on around. Dale Jarrett working through traffic. Pit stops continuing for others late at Rockingham. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the AC Delco 400 is being brought to you by AC Delco Automotive Parts. AC Delco, it's like buying time. Dale Jarrett is the race leader here at Rockingham, leading for the 5th time today. Here's what the critics are saying about TNN Motorsports video game, Hardcore 4x4 for the Sony PlayStation and the Sega system. They're saying if you're a racer and you like games, you've got to check out TNN Motorsports Hardcore 4x4. You'll see fenders crunching, wheels busting, and doors flying off. They say the game gets so real, you'll have to scrape the mud off your TV. For more information about TNN Motorsports Hardcore 4x4, check out TNN's website, www.country.com. Welcome back to the Rock. We're at lap 346 of 393. 13 teams remaining on the lead lap. Dale Jarrett, Bobby Hamilton, Ricky Craven in third, 5 seconds back. Mark Martin's 4th, Jeff Gordon 5th, Terry Labonte is 6th, Dick Trickle 7th, Dale Earnhardt is 8th, Sterling Marlin 9th, Joe Nemechek is 10th, Michael Waltrip 11th, super run for Robert Presley. He is in 12th, and Bill Elliott in 13th. Those 13 teams are currently on the lead lap. Ricky Craven, let's analyze it as we watch Jeff Gordon running in 5th. Ricky Craven has led twice today for 137 laps. Folks, remember, right now he's 5 seconds down to the leader. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, remember we talked about how hard Jeff Gordon was having to push the car the last time when he came out way back in the pack. This is the right front tire that came off. You may not be able to see these wear bars here, but as you go across from outside to inside here, the inside of that tire is completely worn out. That's why he had to pit and pit in a hurry. He really used those tires up. Steve?
Well, Glenn, we've been following the progress of Dick Trickle. He's had a great run this afternoon. Now, their last pit stop was very solid. They are not having spectacular pit stops, but that is a big improvement for this team. And we mentioned crew chief Tommy Baldwin. They're frustrated, and that's a good sign because that means they're improving. Now let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Dale Jarrett really showing the way. Right now, Todd Parrott and DJ talking on the radio. They said, look, we remember what happened here back in February. We dominated this place, but we didn't search around to make sure we had the best line. Gordon came up high and blew by us and took the victory. So right now, they are searching to make sure they're using the best line on the Speedway.
Let's take a look at how Dale Jarrett has done over the last 3 Rockingham races, and he really is on a roll. An average finish of 2nd. He has led 46 for nearly 50% of the laps that have been run here. And maybe today's the day that he'll get to victory lane here at the Rock. He's not won
I'm
here.
going to take a little break.
Sterling Marlin's not won here. Ricky Craven's not won here. Schrader's never won here. Ernie Irvin.
Back for the finish.
A lot of top names haven't won here.
But you know, Jarrett has come on so strong so recently. In his first 18 starts here, he only led 11 laps in the last 2 races going into today. He led 530 laps. He got this place figured out in a hurry.
Let's go back to pit road, Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, I'm standing looking at the computer on the computer screen in Jeff Gordon's pit that gives out the time that the cars are running. And the thing that I see right now is Ricky Craven is almost 0.3 of a second a lap quicker than Dale Jarrett. Bobby Hamilton is about 1,500, so 10th to 1,500 quicker. As we've been telling you all day, Jarrett's car is a little tight early in the run. Then as it goes on, it begins to free up a little bit, and he makes up some of that ground. But they're on fresh tires right now, and Ricky Craven is coming in a hurry again. There's only, 30-some laps left in the race. It's going to be a question whether Dale Jarrett can hold these guys off if their tires hold up.
Right now, exactly 40 laps. It'll be 39 when they get to the stripe this time by.
Of course, the other question is whether Jarrett is just being cool and just being conservative. I mean, if you've got a 2-second lead out here at this point, why not? Let the rest of the guys eat their tires up. Let them try to catch you and then go race for it.
And then there's always the intangible. Might we still have a caution flag before this one is done? Don't leave us. We're closing in on the finish of the AC Delco 400. Welcome back to Rockingham, and don't forget, folks, we're all heading to Phoenix next weekend. We'll be there. TNN Motorsports will. We'd love to see you also on Wednesday. Day after tomorrow, Ricky Rudd will be signing autographs at the new NASCAR Thunder store in Phoenix from 5 until 7 o'clock local time. It's at the Metro Center. And on Thursday, Video PM Race Day will be originating from NASCAR Thunder at the Metro Center in Phoenix. So do check it out. The newest location of NASCAR Thunder, the official store of NASCAR at the Metro Center, Phoenix, in the Valley of the Sun. We'll see you out there later this week. With Dick Bergman and Buddy Baker, Glenn Jarrett, Matt Yoakum, Steve Burns, I'm Eli Gold. There's Ricky Craven making the move around second spot. So he'll take that spot from Bobby Hamilton. That's very much a part of the plan. But now, what's going through the mind of Dale Jarrett? Is he going flat out right now? Is he just kind of nursing those tires with 31 laps to go? What?
Well, one thing he's getting a readout of what everybody's doing is chasing him. They're calling him on the radio and saying, listen, so-and-so's running maybe a mile an hour faster than you. He's saying, okay, I'm not putting everything into it right now. I have a little bit in reserve. I'm sure right now they're communicating back and forth. Dale Jarrett knows as much about the people coming up on him as we do.
There you see a good Dale Earnhardt Sterling Marlin battle right there. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon has just gotten around Mark Martin. 3 wide with Wally Dallenbach, the 46. He's not battling for that position. He certainly was in the mix for real estate.
Burt Burton was right up into the wall on that same lap. He almost caught the wall right up next to it.
That is 8th and 9th. Earnhardt and Sterling Marlin. 30 laps to go. Did a pretty good race today.
Really has. There's something going on all the way around the racetrack. There's a lot of positions being fought for that are not necessarily the lead, but they're interesting to watch. Sterling Marlin there in the 4 car has been trying to get by Earnhardt for the longest of time.
On problems on the racetrack, that is Greg Sachs in the 40. Caution. Caution. He is pulled off the track. He is not going to be able to continue. Caution for Greg Sachs. And now this is going to be interesting.
Eli, this changes everything. This brings everybody right nose to tail. I tell you what, we're going to have a tremendous race from here to the finish.
So Greg Sachs stops on the racetrack. Rodney Wise, favorite son of Delaware, brings out the caution flag.
And that other flag, the one you see just to the right of Sachs, means the pits are closed. So as long as Sachs sits there, that flag will stay out, and no one can legally make their pit stop. Are we getting the green one? No.
Now let's speculate. You think he'll dart in, get 2 right side tires now?
Well, we're about to find out.
Pits are now open. Here they come.
Well, this is where the crew chiefs are in their money. What do you do? 2, 4, or none?
Well, you don't do none because you don't need to stop for fuel. Let's go to Matt.
Dale Jarrett in his pit box. They will make a chassis adjustment. They're talking the radio. 1.5 rounds of bite out of the left rear. You can see the crew member go to work with their wedge wrench. They're onto the left side tires. 4 tires stop for Dale Jarrett. Now let's go to Glenn Jarrett and Ricky Craven's pit.
And this caution is exactly what Ricky Craven wanted to see because they definitely know, it's a drag race down pit road. Dale Jarrett beats him. But this is going to play into Ricky Craven's advantage because he is 2/10 to 3/10 a second a lap quicker than Dale Jarrett on new rubber. Steve?
And Bobby Hamilton had a clean stop, Glenn. 4 tires, no chassis adjustments, 4 tires for Bobby Hamilton.
There you see Terry Labonte on the back pits. He's running in 5th. He's in the attention of the Kellogg's team. The Burger King bunch waiting for Steve Park to come along. He's running in 34th. Park is 6 laps down. Now all the teams that are a lap down come onto the pit lane for service under caution for the 5th time today. Coming up Friday here on TNN's Motor Madness, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws will be in high gear. It's Halloween night, and they'll be treating everybody to some great sprint car racing in the Action Performance Western World Championship. It's TNN Motor Madness, Friday night at 8, right here on TNN Motorsports. To the pits, Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, we went to check in with Ray Evernham and Jeff Gordon, and this is a caution flag that they wanted to see as well. Gave him one more chance to put fresh rubber on the car. He's better on fresh rubber, much better than some of the cars he's been racing with. So they did 4 tires, no chassis adjustment. Here's Matt.
An update on Mark Martin. He currently now is 5th after that round of pit stops. They made a track bar adjustment and 4 tires. Steve Mill told me right now on our mind points because we don't think we have anything for Dale Jarrett or Ricky Craven. We've got that 24 car right ahead of us in 4th.
And Dick Trickle, Matt, they are going to go for it. They made an adjustment to tighten him up. So they have nothing to lose. They're up there running 6th. They're going to go for it.
So we're set to go back to green. Getting set to go back green.
Let's rock and roll best you can, man. Get ready, get ready, get ready, green, get ready, green, 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 green. Green, 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 green.
Fathers and crew chiefs all have their own styles, but they get the message across as we are back under green, green, green at lap 371.
Ricky Craven has shown a lot of muscle on restarts. He seems to be quicker than Dale Jarrett on, say, 2nd, 3rd, 4th lap. And right now I expect him to go up there and really put a challenge on for the lead.
The best Craven has ever done this late in a Winston Cup race. This is his best shot to win in his entire career, right here.
Dale Elliott in 12th. Ahead of him, Lake Speed in 16th.
Petty's been dragging. It must be made out of some good stuff. It's still dragging.
Here's fifth place. Dick Trickle's got it. Mark Martin back to sixth.
Clear. Kick his ass. Come on with it now. All around.
Sometimes pockets just don't do it. Here we go. Look at this down the front straightaway. How would you like your $100,000 going down in there like that? Wow.
You know, a lot of these cars are running their last race today. Roush, for example, has got 44 cars. They're only going to reskin 4 of them. All the rest are going to be sold off.
Meanwhile, up front, Ricky Craven is right on the rear deck of Jarrett.
You notice, though, Jarrett's turned it up a notch or two right here. He's not falling back as quickly as he did before. Bobby Hamilton just behind these two. Here comes Craven on the inside, Eli.
This is for the lead with 18 laps to go. Wow. Craven got him.
Here
Hamilton, can he grab second?
You see Hamilton there in the 43. He's coming up under DJ also. Now, one thing they do have, there is a little bit of draft, but look at Hamilton. He has the position going into turn 1.
Andy Graves atop the war chest looking on.
Graves 27 years old, Craven 31 years old. This is a team with youth. Graves has never won as a crew chief, came on in this race.
Bobby Hamilton like a rocket down into turn 3 there. This car is flying, Eli. He comes off turn 4, looks on the outside of Craven as they head down into turn 1.
And as we have seen in every race since New Hampshire, again, a Chevy, a Pontiac, and a
Interesting
Ford battling the
facts
top 3
there
spots,
on
and it is
him.
Hamilton who wants the lead.
Ooh, Hamilton's faster
How
though.
about this?
Wow.
He won the last time for Pontiac. You see him taking a different line. He goes up a little bit. Craven comes back to the inside.
First time since lap 213 that Bobby Hamilton has been in front.
I got to believe that Craven just didn't let him by at this point. If he had anything for Hamilton, he would have done everything he possibly could to have held him back.
Bobby Hamilton leaving this car at the end of the year. Man, I tell you, it'd be tough for me to leave a race car that was this good, but Bobby Hamilton moving on. What a great ride for somebody, though. Look at this car handle.
Although the rumors are getting louder and louder that Petty Enterprises is within a week or so of naming a new driver for next year. But that's a story for later. Let's just stay with this battle for the lead and for the win. Craven's never won in Winston Cup racing. That man Hamilton has won only one race last October the 27th in Phoenix. Right here on TNN.
Mark Martin trying to get back by Dick Trickle as they head down into turn 1. Using the low line. Trickle goes up. You can see Martin able to stay lower on the racetrack.
Today is the last race for this car. Same one that won at Dover. They're not going to reskin it. They're going to dump it. It's going to be a show car. Pretty darn nice show car.
Yeah. 13 laps to go.
You see that little adjustment. Mark Martin's car just a little bit loose as it comes out of start finishing line. Martin was just a little bit ahead. Trickle pulls back in front again.
Bobby Labonte, the 18, who led earlier and dominated, is now in 12th.
You clear, baby.
Clear, baby. Yes, he is.
Distinctive Richmond, Virginia accent from the Junie Donlevy crew, exhorting Dick Trickle on.
Boy, I tell you what, 11 laps to go, and these guys are going at it. And I'm sure Mark Martin's sitting there saying, man, I need these points right now. Needs to get by Trickle. Trickle having a great run today, does not want to give it up.
18 car you keep seeing in your picture, that's Bobby Labonte. He was the pole sitter, but he's down a lap.
10 laps to go. Mark Martin, he's 6th. The 3, Dale Earnhardt, he's in 9th.
Mark's definitely sawing the wheel there.
77, Robert Presley, he's in 14th. Then the battle for position there, the 5, Terry Labonte, the 42, Joe Nemechek. That's the battle for 7th and 8th.
Labonte got hurt on that last round of pit stops, went in 5th, came out 8th.
Up front, still 7/10 of a second for Bobby Hamilton. For that man, Richard Petty, who has 11 victories as a driver here at the Rock.
Hello.
And Petty
Terry,
You see, he has two stopwatches, one in his left hand, one in the right. He's timing second place with one, his car with the other.
Doesn't have that Charlie one-horse cowboy hat in place today, but right now he doesn't mind.
Hamilton brought two cars here to test. Other one was a bit faster, but they didn't think this one was going to qualify well. They knew it was going to be fast in the race as such, so that's the one they brought.
And there's first to second. You saw the interval. Ricky Craven. Andy Graves looking on.
Dale Jarrett's car is kicked in now. He's starting to run well, but he dropped so much as far as track position, I don't think he has time to catch up.
Again, Trickle and Martin, 5th and 6th.
It's been the usual, watching race cars.
For a great finish, so hey, this is going to be a race right down.
It's always a good day watching race cars.
Points battle right up in the money.
Run your line. He can't get you on the bottom. He can't get you.
Talking to Dick Trickle.
Well, you just run your line. Don't worry about him. It's easy enough to say from up here.
Yeah, or if you're the spotter, try it behind the wheel.
Right up here, yeah.
Try it behind the wheel.
Back in the day, all you could do was run your line. You knew it. It's okay to be side by side. It just matters who's in front when you get to the start-finish line, which Trickle was. And with Mark running on the bottom, his tires are either going to hold or they're going to give up. Mark's turning a tighter radius, so there's a little more stress on his tires than there is for Trickle to be floating.
Yeah, you're clear, but don't get down there.
So he may or may not. I mean, it's going to be tight.
3 to go. There's no race up front right now, so this is the best thing going on. The only thing that Dale Jarrett has moved a little closer to Craven, but I don't think he has enough time.
It is
2 to go.
3/10 seconds now from Hamilton to Craven.
Good job. Just hang on to it now. Hang on to it, baby. He's coming back, but we're going to whip him. We're going to whip him.
This is for 5th place. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, Craven's not going to have anything at all for Hamilton. He's pulling away. Ricky's car has picked up a push. First time
in the chat for the end of this.
Absolute worst time for him. He had a great car all day, but if nothing happens, this one's going to belong to Bobby Hamilton. Craven's just too tight.
And there is Hamilton. There is Craven and Jarrett. White flag is in the air. This is the last time around the 1.017-mile layout.
Look at Jarrett. He's picking the throttle up there. Gets a little bit sideways. Craven gets a little run off the corner there on the 88. This is for second place as they head down into turn 3.
Hamilton is the leader. Career start number 91. Craven won't win. Hamilton will. Jarrett second. Craven comes across third. And yes, hold him off. He won't be able to get you, they told Trickle. Trickle does hold off. Martin, let's go to Robbie Loomis down in the STP pits.
And Eli, he just got the Gatorade bath. Robbie, what a great victory for you guys. Great win today.
I'm going to tell you what, we never give up on one another, and Bobby's one heck of a race car driver.
All my people, iRacing people.
And it was a little slower than our other car in the test, but it stayed under him all day. He's one heck
How
of a
about
man.
that?
This team, the
Dick
guys at the
Trickle
shop,
bringing it home in
44
P4.
crowd, everything's working great, and we got to keep her going.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
And this is a great win for these
A
guys.
super victory for Bobby Hamilton, who led
And for the
earlier
Hamilton
from
family,
lap
too.
196 to
Something for
213.
Bobby Jr. to
Does
look
the ceremonial
at. Bobby
spin out.
Hamilton III, whatever to look back. His
Well,
son, is
Bobby
what I'm
Hamilton
saying.
has made an extra lap around the track. He was waving at the fans. And a big old smile for the man from Nashville, Tennessee. Big victory for Bobby Hamilton, closing in on 200 career starts, victory number 2. And you're right, the ironic thing, buddy, is that he's leaving that team at season's end.
Great race car. Bobby Hamilton.
I've been streaming more often than I had been, but
it's proven here today.
Indeed.
that's
And we
because
talked
I'm
about
rushing
Pontiac
to
and how
finish
well
the
they do
book
at
and get
Rockingham.
all
It's
my
been a storyline
notes in a
throughout
row.
our rain delay yesterday and again
And,
this morning. 10 times
all the
now in the
research
last
on
20
all of
races.
this.
Pontiac has won here at the Rock. Let's go down to victory lane. Glenn, it's all yours.
He passed
well,
away.
I'm going to wait till they get through high-fiving because they're liable to slap me. Bobby, great job there. You got that last caution you needed. You'd fallen back to third, but boy, did they find the right set of tires for that last run.
Well, we had been pretty good on short runs anyhow, and we lose a little bit, and that's just the opposite for us, Glenn. But had to get a drink. It got hot out there. But, excuse me. But he told me, he said, you're faster than anybody on new tires, buddy. He said, go get them right there at the end. I was concerned about the 25 car, but I guess his strong point was long runs, too. But
yeah, 2007.
He got a little tight there at the end. At the top of our show, we talked about how well Pontiacs do here, and you chose this particular Pontiac to come to this racetrack. What was better about this car than your other?
We had a brand new car the guys did at the shop.
He was only 49.
It was 2/10 quicker than this on qualifying runs, but we kept making race runs with the two of them, and this one beat it about 5 or 6 seconds in a long run. So me and the worm, Robbie, we said, what we're going to do, we said, we're going to bring the one that races good. And it looks like we made the right decision. You know, this car right here is a car that Richard Petty Driving School built. We run it at Dover, his first race there. And just want to tell them guys they did a good job on his awesome race car.
Congratulations, you guys. We'll let you celebrate Bobby Hamilton. Second victory almost a year later, right here on TNN.
You gotta like it right there. True emotion in victory lane, and there's the king having climbed down off the throne. He's in victory lane enjoying it. Again, Rockingham, and again the bridesmaid's role for Dale Jarrett. But nevertheless, second is darn good. Let's hear from Dale in the garage.
For the 4th straight time, Dale Jarrett comes home second here at the Rock. DJ, racing's full of woulda, coulda, shouldas, but what would have happened if you had 7 more laps?
Oh, I might have could have got to Bobby, but we want to congratulate those guys. They did a terrific job. You know, they were more set up for short sprints, and it worked to their advantage. I told Todd when the caution came out, I said, we're in trouble now, and sure enough, we were. Our car was set up more for longer runs. Really conserved the tires good with the setup that we had, and each time we would be good as we went, 60 or 70 laps, but that wasn't what we had to go there at the end.
He gained some points, but DJ's second again at the Rock.
And we're back in victory lane. Here's Richard Petty, the car owner. He's talking to some of his PR people over there about which hat to wear. We like the blue one here. We want to congratulate you and the crew. We'll give you the Miller Lite Pit Crew Award, courtesy Miller Lite, TNN Motorsports. Great job today. Awesome race car. Things worked out at the end.
I was really doing good in the pits, wasn't
I appreciate
Set up on the rocks, check them all, told them to go faster. But we got the break when they had that last caution. We was real good on brand new tires, and as time progressed, the 88 car was a little bit better, a lot better really on used tires. So we got a break, and that's what it takes to win races.
That's exactly right. And before we leave, Richard, I want you to look at this color coordination. Look at this blue hat, the blue shirt, little blue on the jacket up here, but wait a minute, all the way down here, man, look at these blue boots. Man, that's something else.
You should have seen the bird those things came off of. He was cold that day. We've got more coming up from Rockingham right after this. Well, it's turned out to be a very nice afternoon here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. A day late, delayed even today by rain. But we've gotten the AC Delco 400 into the books. Bobby Hamilton got the win ahead of Dale Jarrett, Ricky Craven. Jeff Gordon comes home in 4th. Dick Trickle 5th. Statistically now,
so let's see, are they going to have
Jeff Gordon needs to do is finish 13th or better in the Phoenix and Atlanta races, and the championship would be his. But right now, back to the garage. Let's catch up with Ricky Craven.
And Eli, a great day for Ricky Craven. Ricky, you guys brought her home in 3rd. You were really hooked up.
Yeah, it was good. It was great to the middle part of the race.
That would be a little bit tight at the end, but
the group I'd be
so proud of these guys. They awesome cars and awesome engines, and
pretty much
Andy called a great race. And, I'd like to have 50 to go, or what I really like is for that caution not to have come out. But as it unfolded, we were chasing that 43, and he was just awesome on the short runs.
All right, great run. Let's go back to Eli.
All right, Steve, thank you. Let's take a look at the full field rundown for you with the margin of victory at 9/10 of a second. And there you see where Dale Earnhardt came home in 8th spot. Sterling in 9th. A good turnaround for that team. They've been struggling of late.
Yeah, but they had a good run here today. Bobby Labonte, pole sitter in 11th.
Yeah, Robert Presley, a great run. Rusty Wallace, middle of the field. Our buddy Darrell Waltrip down there in 29th. Schrader, not really a factor today, coming home in 30th. And there you see the fellows who are out of the event or in the garage for a lengthy period of time.
Handed in our paperwork to the team. Went home.
In a moment. Motorsports live coverage of the AC Delco 400 has been brought to you by Texaco, a world of energy. By Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller
I think
time.
I might do the next one, which is Phoenix.
And by the legendary
I was there as well,
Trans
and it was actually my last
Pontiac.
official race working. I went to a few more of
Let's take a look
Dad's,
at the
but
NASCAR Winston Cup point standings with Phoenix and Atlanta races
Here
remaining.
and there.
125 is now the spread from first to second. Mark Martin there.
Actually
Dale
became a
Jarrett now
Beekeeper.
145 back. So again, guys, there's 13th or better in the next two races, and the championship will be Geoff Gordon's.
Well, you just
married
have to
a
say the way he's
fireman,
running
and
right
he
now,
kinda
other than
went
Talladega, he's
crazy.
been in
He's
the top
since passed
5 or
away.
6 in every race.
But
So
it was like
man,
after
it's
we
his
divorced, we were
championship to lose now.
married 6
Next
years.
week, we will be in the Valley of the Sun, and Dick
I was
Bergman, it's
married
always a
again for
great
8
racetrack.
It is. It's fun to watch. It's a nice flat racetrack, very fast, always very competitive. Looking forward to having you all with us.
1:30 p.m. Eastern Time next Sunday for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series and the Duralube 500.
yeah,
Coming
we'd
up
be walking
next here
across the
on
tracks.
TNN, the schedule obviously adjusting
Back
because
here.
we've been here all afternoon. Joining in progress, America's Country Hits. That's next. Then Dallas at 4 o'clock. Club Dance at 5. The Dukes will be with you at 6.
Trying to see
and
if
then
I see any movement
we'll be back with you at
across
7
the
o'clock.
track.
A replay
Oh,
of
we'd
this
already be
afternoon's
in
AC
there.
Delco
Well,
400
we'll be right
for the
there.
benefit of those who weren't able to be with us here this afternoon. So again, that is the schedule from the North Carolina Motor
Because we'd
Speedway
come
and from
walking down,
TNN
like,
as we
through
take
here with our
it down towards the finish today.
clipboard.
9
Heck,
tenths
those
of a
could have been
second.
some
The margin of victory in the
people
middle of that
leaving
group there.
now.
Richard Petty, Robbie Loomis, Bobby Hamilton, Dale Inman. Very successful bunch from
I'd
Petty
basically
Enterprises
get
today.
to the
Eli,
truck
good point. Thank Rockingham
when
for
they
having
were
a great
loading
racetrack
this
and allowing TNN
so
to bring
it'd
great
still be
racing like
across
you
the
guys
track
got
for
to
me.
watch today here at the
This
Rock.
is old
Been a lot of
place.
fun. We certainly are glad you've been with us all
Let's click
weekend long, and
forward
even through yesterday's rain delay.
and see if we got Phoenix. We sure do. Who is the presenter?
The following is a
my
special
God.
presentation of TNN Motorsports. '97 has been a year of interesting headlines. 10 wins for the point leader, Geoff Gordon. His challengers have been stout. 6 wins for Dale Jarrett, 4 for Mark Martin. We've had first-time winners and comeback winners. And the biggest question of all, what's wrong with the man in black? He's old for 1997. It's hard to believe, but there's just 2 races to go in the 97 season. We'll take a look back and a closer look at the championship next.
Guess I could edit my time.
We are in the Valley of the Sun, the Duralube 500K, presented by Kmart, just 40 minutes away at the jam-packed Phoenix International Raceway, where the race fans have been arriving since the gates opened at 7 o'clock this morning. The tickets have long since been sold out, and why not? Not only are there just 2 races remaining in the season, but there are 2 races remaining to settle the 1997 NASCAR Winston Cup Championship battle, and everybody out here in the desert Southwest wants to be on hand to see it for themselves. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Eli Gold. Welcome to Phoenix. A beautiful day right now. Temperature in the high 80s, low 90s. You can't ask for a better condition to go racing than we have here in Phoenix this afternoon.
It
Dr.
was
Dick
hotter
Bergman,
than
let's talk about this
the
1997
10
season.
gates of
It's
hell.
had a ton of stories,
It was
certainly, and they don't seem to
wicked.
be ending any
I
sooner
remember.
than right now.
Really, as we look at the top 3 in points, here you've got
Walking
Geoff
back to
Gordon.
the
He's
car.
won 10 times this year.
Miserable.
Mark Martin in second place in
This
the points.
thing
He's
is
won
beautiful
4
because
times.
it's
Here's Dale
probably
Jarrett
like
third in the points. He's
being
won
taped
6
a couple
times.
days
Combine
before.
them, that's 20 wins in the 30 races that have been held
Practice
so
day
far
or
this year.
something.
All 3 of them have terrific teams. Whoever wins this championship surely will deserve it.
And Buddy Baker is with us. You've been part of Winston Cup championship battles in your driving career. What's the pressure like on these fellows now?
You know, the pressure is unbelievable. I've been talking to Jeff Gordon, I talked to Mark Martin, and I also talked to Dale Jarrett. These guys, this is the biggest honor you can have, to win the championship in Winston Cup racing. That's all they thought about since they were little boys, and today they have a chance to make it happen. I'll tell you, it's going to be a great run. Jeff Gordon must make a mistake, but back second and third, these guys are 20 points apart.
The last race, but I think it was decided early, and then they go to Suzuka, which I've never watched
who has
either.
won here back in 1990, but
Now,
still
like I
remains
said,
the
I was
biggest
here,
mystery
but it
of
was the last race
1997.
that I
Let's
would
look
work
back
for
at
that
his
team
year.
and work officially.
Dale Earnhardt went to Daytona in February looking for that elusive victory in the 500. Instead, he went for another wild ride.
I went to a few of Dad's races with Fedewa, I think 98, 99.
Coming in as the runner
I know I went to Nazareth that he won.
A mystery illness
And maybe
puzzled him and the team at
Hickory.
Darlington, but now Earnhardt as well, and he wants to get that slump behind him with 2 races remaining.
And the
But
winning
after
driver
my ex
introduction
and
is
I
Dale Earnhardt.
split,
We're behind
you know,
the
I
stage
just
here
didn't
talking
want to
right now
really
with,
be around
Ken
racing
Schrader. Dale,
because
we're talking about
him
some of the
and
success
his
you have
new
had at this racetrack in the past. Looks like you got a
wife
good
were
crowd here this weekend also.
working in
pretty good in
racing.
practice.
It just
It is a good racetrack,
was
but it's
a
a good
place
racetrack
I
for a lot
didn't
of
feel
people.
like
Track position
putting
really is a big
myself
key
in.
here, and we just want to run good and stay in the top 5 or so,
So I
there and
kinda
race for them,
ignored
and
a lot
try
of
to get
racing
track
for a
position
long
as we go,
time.
and pit
I'm
strategy
talking
works
to
to our
you.
advantage. We win the race.
Well, added to your legions of fans already, you got some. I saw several guys from the Atlanta Braves in your
2015, I
pit area there
started
this morning.
going
Got
to
some
a few
extra
different local
support.
stuff.
Yeah, Bobby Cox is here, and Ed Jost, bullpen coach, just different guys. And Raleigh Fingers just came by earlier,
Raleigh
so
Fingers.
we've seen quite a few ball players here, but they're big race fans too, like we're big ball fans. So turnabout fair play.
Best of luck to you today, Eli. This man could be a factor in today's race.
Who is
He
the
certainly could be a
Brewers
factor,
player?
but so too could Bobby Hamilton. He was a winner on
I saw
Monday,
him.
and
He
he's
was
a
kind of
quick guy
famous
again
with a
today. When we
mustache.
come back,
I don't
we'll
think
take
he
a
was
look at
really famous.
who's hot and who's not. Just 32 minutes away from the green flag of the
So I
Duraloo
saw
500K.
the Brewers
Jeff
play the
Gordon,
Red Sox.
amidst a chorus of cheers
I
and
wanna
boos,
say-
being introduced to the crowd. There you see the beautiful
Early
day that
90s.
we're having to enjoy here in Phoenix. We talked about Gordon being introduced. You know his story. You know about Mark Martin and Dale Jarrett and all the wins that they have amassed this year. But how about some of the other fellows who have gone to victory lane in 97? Some of the drivers who have won this season include Rusty Wallace at Richmond. Ricky Rudd has won twice, Dover and the Brickyard. Ernie Irvin came back to Michigan and conquered that 2-mile track. 96 champ Terry Labonte won at Talladega. And Bobby Hamilton last Monday celebrated at Rockingham.
Well, last week he celebrated at Rockingham. Last year, you picked up your first career victory here, putting the famous 43 colors back to victory lane. You brought the same car back. Can you get the same results?
Well, I hope so. What we need is for the racetrack to get hot. I think it's going to do that by looking at the skies and get slick. We've been very good since we unloaded, from qualifying trim to race trim, and even up to through happy hour was good. So we just have to wait and see who was hiding whatever. You know, there's still going to be 5 or 6 real good race cars here, I think.
The King made you a $100,000 bet last week. If you could pull off the win, you got it. Any bets this week?
No, I don't think we can do that no more. I think that's out.
Well, a lot of people are betting on this guy to pull off the win. The last time a Petty Enterprise car won 2 straight races, you have to go all the way back to the Jimmy Carter administration. A lot of other guys are contenders too, though.
1997 has seen 2 drivers accomplish their goal of a first win. Jeff Burton would not only win once, but 3 times so far in 97. As for John Andretti, he cashed in on the 4th of July weekend in Daytona, staying out of trouble and earning for Cale Yarborough his first win as a car owner.
And 3 wins for Geoff Burton at Martinsville Loudon in his breakthrough victory, the first of his Winston Cup career at Texas. Geoff, you guys were 13th in the points last year. Today, 4th. What a season, 1997.
It has been a good season. What's been good about it is we sat down over the winter and looked at where we could improve, and in most of those areas we've improved in. We still have a long way to go. This is even to be 4th in points and be as competitive as we've been. There's been 3 guys that have beat us pretty consistently, so we've got some work to do. I've got to become a better race car driver, a smarter race car driver, and the team, we all need to grow together, and that's what we're trying to do for next year.
Jeff, you got your work cut out for you today. You start 37th.
Well, we were pretty proud to qualify as good as we did. We ran pretty bad on Friday and turned it around a little bit, picked up about 3/10 qualifying and got us 38th, and I mean 37th. And the car was better yesterday. We still worked on it some today to try to make it better. It's a tough racetrack, real hard racetrack. This is a great race car. We've had a lot of luck with this car, and we just haven't found the setup. But we're still working. We made changes this morning. We'll make them all during the day. We're going to do our best to get a top 10 out of this.
All right, best of luck, and we'll let them get to that race car, and we'll go up top side to Eli Gold.
As the pre-race introductions continue, remember, Geoff Burton has amassed more points on super speedways this year than has any other driver. And now Bobby Hamilton about to be introduced to the fans here as the Richard Petty team tries to back up their Monday afternoon win at Rockingham with yet another victory here in Phoenix. When we come back, a close-up look at the battle for the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. Now just 22 minutes away from the green flag, there is Phoenix International Raceway, the Dick Beatty garage area right in the middle of the screen, and the capacity crowd has been on hand since early this morning. Traffic, no problem here. They handle the traffic flow here in Phoenix as well as they do anywhere. And that's the traffic flow that we'll be talking about today. The battle for the championship. 125 points from first to second. Only 20 points then between Mark Martin and Dale Jarrett. So many battles are on the line here today. But right now, as we continue our look at our Duraloop 500K, let's go back to mid-season and track the battle for the championship for you.
And we were probably in the AC, and I remember walking from the inside of the track up across the tunnel. I mean, the bridge or something. And then to where we had to park, like, was far off the 4th turn. And it was so far to walk. Oh my God, I was like to pass out, but I was dragging my suitcase anyway and handle. It was miserable. I just kept saying, don't think, don't think.
That point lead, though, would be short-lived as Gordon battled Martin's teammate Geoff Burton for the win. The next week in Darlington, he not only won the race and a $1 million bonus, but he recaptured the point lead. Geoff retained the lead as the series headed to Talladega, Alabama. His closest call with disaster would happen right there, a blown tire. It would open the door for Martin and Jarrett, but they too couldn't cash in. They were swept up in the accident's aftermath. And
this
now
is
today, we're set for the duel in the desert.
And Dale Jarrett, a tremendous season, 6 times in victory lane. You trailed Jeff Gordon by 145. What can you guys do differently, if anything?
Just have to keep doing the same things and take what we get. You know, we just have to race as hard as we can here today and be up front. That's our main thing. All we can control is our race car and our race team. And whatever happens to Geoff and Mark, we have to let that fall. But, you know, if we can finish first or second, gain a few points, we've still got a chance.
Dale, you're starting 9th today. How's the race car?
Pretty good. Obviously, I think most people will tell you that 43 car is kind of in a league by himself right now, the way they look. But, you know, this is race day and things do change. I felt pretty good with our car. We made a couple of adjustments this morning, and usually Todd Parrott makes the right one. So I'm looking forward to a good afternoon.
Dale, going into today's race, any type of strategy, people seem to think track position is the key here.
I think track position is very key here. A lot of cars seem to run good, stay on the lead lap, be competitive. A lot of 2-tire changes today to get that track position. Difficult place to pass on. So, you know, you've got to really set your strategy for the end of the race for when you can get track position there. It doesn't matter how good you are all day. If you lose that track position late, you're going to be in trouble. So that's what we've got to work towards, get our car set up for that.
Congratulations on a great season.
I enjoy
thanks a lot.
watching the
Appreciate it. I want to
fans
say
in the
congratulations to my daughter
background. They
Carson,
really
who
have fun.
won her third gymnastic meet yesterday out of 4 this year, so she's doing better than
It's
I
the
am
best
so far.
part.
So congratulations, Carson.
The whole family's on a hot streak. Let's go back to Eli Gold.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And, of course, Dale Jarrett has to battle not only those fellows who are in the battle for the championship with him, but also the flat track specialists, who we'll talk about later. But earlier last week, Buddy Baker spent some time with Mark Martin, talking with him about what he has to do to win the title.
Through the last 10 years, the Roush team of Mark Martin, Steve Mill, and Jack Roush have proven to be a force on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit with 22 victories. But as they pursue their first championship, one ingredient is different.
Experience. We've been together, Steve Mill and myself have been together through all that. We've been working with one another for 10 years, and some of the other guys there at the shop have been there the whole 10 years. And the biggest difference is we've been there and done that.
Martin and Roush's relationship has seen many faces through the years.
That has taken some time. When I first started, it was car owner and driver, and we didn't speak that much. You know, I mean, it was, we had a lot of years that were growing. He was growing as a Winston Cup car owner and learning, and I was learning as a Winston Cup driver and growing. Over the years, the bond has grown stronger. We have fought like cats and dogs, and, you know, at times, and that's made us stronger. Believe it or not, I think that strengthens our relationship, you know, and we have a lot of respect for one another. We don't have any problems ever anymore. And I look up to him. I position, and I've told him this, I position him right underneath my dad as far as people I look up to. And my dad is, you know, is the ultimate man. He is the man, and Jack Roush follows right behind that. I look up to him. It wouldn't matter to me if we were going to coach a Little League baseball team. You know, I'd still like to have him involved in it because he would help analyze the situation and figure out what the best plan would be to go and win games. So, you know, it doesn't matter what we're doing. I like to have Jack Roush in my corner.
With Mark Martin, what you see is what you get. And many times, his directness stuns people.
Sometimes I get the feeling that it's not an acceptable answer when I'm interviewed after running second and leading a portion of the race. It looks like we had a chance to win, and they ask what happened, and I say we got beat. It's that simple. We got outrun, you know, and whoever beat us should be proud of that. You know, they did an awesome job, and they whipped us. So, you know, I guess people aren't used to that sometimes, and, you know, to me, you know, I have never been one to complain or to point fingers or to point out weaknesses, because there's a lot of times when I don't know how to do better.
For Martin, 1997 is it. He wants to catch Gordon now and take home the championship.
Everything is going our way. This has been the strongest package that Roush Racing has ever put together for me and for the 6 car. This is the best year for us to win it. That doesn't mean that we can't top that effort in 98. But, you know, thus far, we've done the best job, and I've had the best effort behind me that I've ever had.
Very successful racing team, a very interesting personality, Mark Martin. When we come back, we'll talk with Ray Evernham about life.
Spotters had to go even higher.
We are live at Phoenix
than we had
International
to.
Raceway, just about 12 miles
Never
outside
even
of
thought
downtown
about
Phoenix,
heights
as you'd
then.
expect, with all the pomp and circumstance
Boy,
that
I
you'd
had
want
fear of
at a
heights if I
NASCAR
go in
Winston
an
Cup
arena.
event. The American flag being delivered by the skydivers as the fans wait patiently. We're just
Bristol
about
was a little
16 minutes
freaky.
away from the green flag.
Yeah, they
Again,
did
there's
have a
that
bridge.
distinctive
I
hillside
knew it.
overlooking turns
remember
3 and
walking
4.
over a
That
bridge.
mountain that you saw there on the Gila Indian Reservation, as those folks get a great bird's eye view of the 1 mile Phoenix International Raceway. As our pre-race coverage continues,
I think the
we'll spend time now
configuration
with
is
Ray
different
Evernham.
now. I
An
think
interesting
it's reversed
personality,
again,
certainly.
like
But Ray, in
Darlington
his
did.
own words, will talk about racing, about family, and about the
I
life
think the
that Ray
front
Evernham
stretch is the back
enjoys.
stretch and vice versa.
When I left New Jersey to move down here, of course, everything's going to happen perfectly. And
He
you're
was a
gonna
modified driver.
Go
Got in a bad
make it. It's gonna be all right. Well, I left a 6-month-old baby and my wife in New Jersey. They were going to follow me down in like 30 days. So I went from Alan Kawicki's to Busch Grand National, and we had a lot of success there. And along comes Rick Hendrick, and Geoff comes to me one day and says, "Hey, we're going Winston Cup racing." And we came in here, and Rick Hendrick said, "Here, start the team. Here's a checkbook." So it had a lot going on, and at the point of your life where you think everything is going great, and you're finally making it, that's, you know, I got a phone call. It was just 2 days after my son's first birthday to go back home because he was sick, and at that time we found out he was diagnosed with leukemia. It was devastating. I mean, I don't know what other words to describe it. It was a very bitter time in my life. It's something I don't like to revisit a lot. Changed my life, changed my personality, probably changed my attitude, you know, about the world. And for a long time, I was very bitter about it. But you start to understand through faith in God and some other things. People tell you everything happens for a reason, and I really believe that everything happens for a reason now. A lot of goods come out of that. I think, you know, Ray J's doing really well, and we've been blessed because he's been spared. A lot of other kids that started that program with him didn't make it. And we've helped a lot of other people because of Ray J getting sick. I don't know if it would be sweeter than the first one because that's an emotional experience that you only get to experience once when you win your first one. But it would be very gratifying because in '95 we weren't supposed to win it and did. Last year we were supposed to win it and lost it. And this year, you know, to win the Welsh races and not win the championship, there's so much emphasis put on that NASCAR Winston Cup championship. They make such a big deal out of that if we don't win it, we'll all feel like we failed. And that's a sad state, really, but that's, you know, that's why you can't stop to enjoy anything that you've done because you keep focusing on that championship, And it's hard. And I want these guys to come off of a year like this feeling really, really successful. You know, they deserve to win it last year, and I want them to win it this year because they deserve to win it.
Ray Evernham talking about Ray Evernham in his own words. A very special man with a special story to tell. And how about the story we told about that racing team on Monday? Quite a problem that they had to deal with at the Rock. Geoff Gordon may be on course for his second championship, but he's had some scary moments on the Rock last week. 3 laps into the race,
now, we already saw the Rock
later,
just
the
now,
rear axle cap came loose, but luck was on his side as the crew fixed the problem to dodge another bullet.
And he gets a goodbye.
We'll go back to the beginning here.
If Dale Jarrett can't close in, Geoff Gordon could conceivably leave here today with the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship wrapped up. 125 points the spread. If Geoff Gordon can improve by 60 points more, he'll head to Atlanta with the championship already tucked away. Hi, everybody. I'm Eli Gold. Welcome to Phoenix International Raceway. It's a beautiful day. The racing is going to be as hot as the temperature. It's in the high 80s, low 90s, and we've been talking so much about the championship. Let's not forget today's race itself, because some of the big names in the race may not be those battling for the title, Glenn Jarrett. A whole different group of names to talk about.
Oh, absolutely, Eli. And this has been Bobby Hamilton week in the world of motorsports. He wanted to rock on Monday. He came to Phoenix. He's been the fastest right off the truck in practice, sometimes by as much as a quarter of a second. He's on the pole. He's looking for his second consecutive win in NASCAR and second consecutive win here at Phoenix. He's the man that they have got to catch. Steve Burns.
And the man next to him on the outside pole, Glenn, is Jimmy Spencer. And Jimmy Spencer is hungry for victory. He hasn't won since July of 1994. Just 4 top 10 finishes. He's 21st in the points. But more than anything, he wants to win here in Phoenix. Let's go to Matt Yoko.
Rusty Wallace's roller coaster ride has seen many highs and lows in '97. He scored 1 victory at Richmond, but his season has been tarnished by 11 DNFs. To turn things around, his car owner, Roger Penske, suggested bring Ronnie, your favorite car, to Phoenix. It paid off in qualifying, his best start in 22 races, 3rd. Now they're hoping for the more lucrative payout of victory. It would mark the first for Penske Racing and NASCAR racing here on the Phoenix Mile.
Eli?
And as they fire the engines, Dr. Dick Berggren has joined me. He, along with his $8 hat, have just returned from the Winston Cup garage area. What's the mood like down there?
The mood is one of concern, Eli. Everybody is worried about this guy, Hamilton. He not only won the race here last year, he won the race last week. They've had 3 hot practice sessions here. He's been quickest in 2 out of the 3, and everybody says Hamilton has them nervous.
And that, of course, is a Pontiac, and Buddy Baker, again, like Rockingham. It's a storyline here.
Well, it is. Everybody thinks the Pontiac has a great edge. It is getting through the corners on long runs. That's the thing to look at today. Also, remember, Bill Elliott has been one of the fastest cars in every practice. Bobby Labonte last evening come in, told him he had a vibration in the car. They didn't take a chance. They changed the motor, transmission, and gear. Reason? They're winless this year. They need to win. A lot of these cars are winless this year. They need a good run today. Look for Bobby Labonte to be a big factor today.
So when we come back, we'll take a look at the starting lineup, and then all the talk will be done. It's up to those guys to start to perform. NASCAR Winston Cup Racing next on TNN. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Duralube 500K presented by Kmart is brought to you by Texaco, a world of energy. By the more than 1,750 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts.
Have some of them right out in the woods.
To remind you that anything can happen at Miller time. And by MCI. Is this a great time or what? Let us take a look at the starting lineup for today's Duralube 500K presented by Kmart. Second pole of the year, 4th of his career for Bobby Hamilton. And the best
now why
start
they
since
did
1994 for
that.
Jimmy Spencer. Rusty Wallace, 2
That's
Phoenix
Ricky.
poles. 1996 pole winner Bobby Labonte. Rick Mast, good to see him back up there, Dick Berggren, after a good run last week in Rockingham.
He did have a good run last week, and I think they found some things in that car. Could be a great day for him today, Eli.
Dale Earnhardt who won here in 1990, and Johnny Benson. Dale Jarrett is
See where all that
25th
grass
top 10
is
start of the year, and
paved down.
Lake Speed. Kenny Irwin Jr., and there's a case from the outhouse to the penthouse, Buddy Baker, after he missed the race at Rockingham.
He missed the race at Rockingham, but he's had great qualifying efforts for the Yates Racing team. And
We're starting
he's only going
midfield.
to get better. He's kind of like Jeff Gordon. If you don't like him now, you're going to have to put up with him for a long time. He's got a lot of talent.
There's Geoff Bodine, who was 6th a year ago, and Joe Nemechek,
17.
second top 10 of 97 was last week. He finished 10th. DW and Steve Grissom, they share the 19th and 20th spots. Kenny Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield.
My
and
dad
Jeremy
was at
only
this
16
track with
points out of the top
81.
10.
He told me
He's
for
got a
sure.
different paint scheme today. Car is black.
Ted Musgrave,
So they were in
Robert
the row
Presley,
behind
Ernie
us.
Irvin, and Sterling Marlin, 25th and 26th. Ward Burton
I
and
don't
Greg Sachs in
remember
27th and
wrecking.
28th. Terry Labonte, Michael Waltrip. You know, he has the best average finish of all the drivers here at Phoenix over the years.
I remember a morning
Kyle
meet
Petty, his
Kim
500th
Brewer chewing
NASCAR
everyone's
Winston Cup
ass
start here today.
on my behalf. For acting
Bill
like
Elliott,
do
Jeff
nots.
Burt, Dave Marcus, Ricky Rudd is 4th
Apparently,
provisional of the year.
like 2
And
weeks
the
after
remaining
we had
provisional
split,
starters, David Green, he's not
my
finished better than
husband at the
16th all year.
time brought his
Chad
girlfriend to
Little
this
and
track,
Ricky
I guess.
Craven.
I guess they thought
There
it
you
was
have
going to
the
be a
43
wow. I mean, I'm a
teams
professional.
set to go racing. Let's check out the
couldn't
in-car
care
cameras
less.
for you. Rusty
I
Wallace.
didn't think
He'll
about
be
it a
with us.
second more, except for when I heard the echo of my footsteps in the apartment when I left and let him get his stuff. He cleaned me out.
We'll be
Like
riding
clean.
shotgun with the Remington team of Rick Mast. Kenny Wallace in the square D entry, and the man who has been so proficient on super speedways, Jeff Burt. And
Yeah,
there
it's
you
just
have
weird you
those
think
who'll be
about all
taking
this
us around
stuff.
Phoenix International
But I also
Raceway.
do remember, like, it was so hot this day, and I think we finished okay.
Turns 3 and 4, 9 degrees.
So it wasn't like you worked. You didn't have time to think about it.
The championship can be wrapped up today.
When they ditched me for dinner, I went across to Applebee's and got myself a plate. I mean, I'm a big girl, you know. But when they ditched me for the ride to the track in the morning, Brewer was pissed. I rode to the track with Brewer in this one. He was pissed. But
Good, clean lap number 1.
Gave them the old teamwork talk.
Is the man who brings them back to the stripe.
Jimmy Spencer won the drag race there, going through the gears. But look at Bobby Hamilton fight back on the inside, down through the dog leg on the back straightaway. It looks like Hamilton has about a car left lead now, going into turn 3.
So Jimmy Spencer, who led for the 8th different race on lap number 1, now yields to Bobby Hamilton in lap 2. And guys, basically what they were telling us in the garage all morning, Hamilton's the guy to chase today.
Yeah, one of the interesting statistics about this place is this is the 10th Winston Cup race here. This event has never been won by anyone who started on the pole. In fact, it's never been won by anybody who started on the front row. But our 2 front row starters are currently running first and second.
Statistics are only numbers, I'll tell you that, but it don't mean a thing today. Look at this. Here comes Rusty Wallace fighting by Jimmy Spencer down into turn 1.
This is for second spot. Now remember, Rusty has won
It's just so
every
funny. 28 years later, it's just,
except this one. He's even won on the dirt in DuQuoin.
Just a funny story. You couldn't make that shit up. It's a Woody Allen.
I can add to that. Roger Penske told them, bring this car. It's the Martinsville car. It's their short track car. They want to run fast on the flat surface here. So they're looking for a great run today.
There's 10th and 11th on your screen right now. Gordon, Jarrett, Kenny Irwin in the 27. Of course, the battle for the points right there. The third member of that exchange, Mark Martin, is back in 18th.
You know, the track looks so small on TV, but you go there in person, it's like in the infield. But it's really not that big. Like, it's only a mile or something, right? But it seems like...
He hit the wall last week in Rockingham on the first lap and nearly had a problem later on in the race.
Maybe because it's so wide or something. And like nowadays it's even wider where all that grass is now pavement and they run 8 wide. Craziness.
Kenny Irwin qualified second with at Richmond and led those 12 laps. So he's the 3rd different driver in that same car. 3rd different paint scheme in that car since
trying to figure out
Again, a good battle between Bobby Labonte, Kenny Schrader, Dale Earnhardt.
Weird, because it's the front's the back and the back's the front. This is the front stretch they're coming across.
Real good here. He has won 8 times at Phoenix. Chuck Gurney has also won 8 times at Phoenix. That's the most anybody's won at this place.
But never in NASCAR Winston Cup. He's won on the Southwest Tour, USAC Copper World Classic, Midgets. Never in NASCAR Winston Cup. As again, you see the battle on your screen. Mark Martin working there with Ernie Irvin, 21st and 22nd.
One's a big sweeping
and that black
now.
car you see there, that's Jeremy Mayfield. It's a new paint job for this race here. It's a black car this time instead of the familiar red, white, and blue car. So,
Mark Martin, we showed you there in 21st. He started
kind of a wonky
14th.
shape.
And we'll get an update from his pits shortly as to why they have backslid as you are riding with Mark right now.
Eli, I would speculate that Mark Martin sets his car up for long runs. He may be a little bit tight right now, and the racetrack will come to him as the surface gets a little more slick. He'll pick it up.
Ken Schrader in the 33. The 18, Bobby Labonte. That's 4th and 5th.
Here comes Earnhardt on the outside of Bobby Labonte. He's going very, very hard through the corners. One thing Larry McReynolds says, they preach to Earnhardt, take care of the tires. Well, he's not doing it right now. He's running the wheels off of it.
Earnhardt, who has finished second 4 times this year. Steve Burns, what's the deal on Mark Martin? He's all the way back to 22nd now.
That would be 24
Eli, they're not
now.
surprised about that. I talked to Jimmy Finnick, the crew chief on the 6 car prior to the race. They were one of the teams. Dick Berggren talked about how many of them were concerned. They were one of the teams that made some changes this morning. They were too tight during happy hour. So, again, they're not running that well, but they're not all that surprised. They're set up for a longer run.
I wouldn't worry about those guys at all. That team knows what they're doing at this racetrack. They have the most top 5s. They've won the most money here. They've led the most laps here. 3 seconds and 1 win in the last 5 starts. They absolutely do well here at Phoenix. This, in fact, may be their best racetrack. Don't count them out yet.
There is the race leader, Bobby Hamilton. He took took over the top spot in lap 2.
I don't think this race is that
The king
long.
on his throne, showing no emotion. We're still early, just 10 laps in here in Phoenix. The AutoZone Race Analysis, brought to you by the more than 1,750 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. There are the numbers going into the start of today's event. There's the battle for second on your screen. Jimmy Spencer in the 23. Rusty Wallace in the 2. And you see Spencer has the handle right there, working an inside groove nicely.
Oh, they got awful close in the center part of the corner there. Jimmy Spencer slid right up into Rusty Wallace, but they did not make contact. I'm sure right now Rusty realizes that Spencer's a little quicker right at this portion of the race.
All of this is taking place 3.5 seconds now behind the race leader, Bobby Hamilton, who has set sail as everybody and his brother expected we would see here today. It's not been a surprise.
He is way out there. Spencer having a good battle with Rusty Wallace now. Spencer learned his trade on the flat tracks. He said, remember, Stafford Springs Speedway, Owego, New York, the 3/4 mile at Pocono, that's where I learned how to race. And he obviously learned it real well, running a second spot today, having a great run today, buddy.
And how about the 33 and the 3 right there? Schrader and Earnhardt, that's 4th and 5th.
Earnhardt's putting a lot of pressure on him. These cars are really very close to, look, as you see Earnhardt getting under him, getting in the corner. Now you'll see the 33 get a little bit better drive on the high side of the racetrack. Pulls out about a car length and a half down the back straightaway.
Of course, Schrader was second fastest in the final practice here yesterday, second only to Bobby Hamilton. And there's Earnhardt, Matt Yoakum, and he's not going to give a break at all there, trying to grab that spot from Schrader.
Well, he ducks underneath Kenny Schrader coming down the front straightaway. He's reporting to Larry McReynolds his car is just a tick loose. Nobody drives a car better loose than Dale Earnhardt. Hey, and this guy should be the one to watch today. Between he and crew chief Larry McReynolds, they have 3 victories here at Phoenix. The car he started today in 3 starts this year, 2 second places. Maybe today is the day.
Of course, you had the 2 wins for Davey Allison here. Larry McReynolds part of that operation. And then the Richard Childress team with Earnhardt as the driver, winning here back in 1990. Now, what's right behind them? You see the green number 18, Bobby Labonte, and the 30, that's Johnny Benson. They're battling for 5th and 6th.
Johnny Benson having a great day today, and Bobby Labonte, I told you earlier in the show that he had changed the engine, transmission, and gear. He had a vibration in that car that was really bothering him. They said, we don't want to take a chance.
So
We're
he's
going to change
definitely
everything.
running better.
Might as well at this time of the year. Also creeping in right back there, that blue number 88. That's 8th place, Dale Jarrett. Obviously very much a part of the NASCAR Winston Cup point chase, and he is caught up with Johnny Benson and the rest. If you're new to TNN or to NASCAR Winston Cup racing, we'll keep that crawl going across the top of the screen for you all day long, so you'll know exactly where your favorite driver is running. There you see through 15th spot, Joe Nemechek, Darrell Waltrip back in 20th position now. Glenn, your brother's closing in fairly well on the straightaways, but it looks like Benson pulls him off the corner.
Well, Eli, big clocking several of the cars down here, particularly Bobby Hamilton and second place Jimmy Spencer. And right now, in the last few laps, Dale Jarrett has had the fastest lap, so he has closed the distance a little bit. But wow, Bobby got off to such a great start. They're going to have to go a lot faster for a lot longer to even run him down.
Now let's take you a little further back now to 20th position right there. Darrell Waltrip, as we have problems, turn 4. Caution is on the speed well.
Got a caution here. Got a caution.
Robert Presley, as he spins through turn number 4, Robert Presley brings out the first yellow of the day, lap number 23. We were about to say there was a dandy of a battle with Darrell Waltrip and Irvin and Brett Bodine back in 19th, 20th, and 21st. But all of that now goes by the wayside as Robert Presley right there in the Jasper Federal Mogul entry brings out the first caution flag of the day. If you're curious, a year ago, 5 cautions for a total of 25 laps. This is caution 1 this afternoon. Back with you at Phoenix International Raceway. The Duraloop 500K presented by Kmart is under caution. Many have made pit stops. Mark Martin is there, so is Steve Burns.
Eli, we heard Mark Martin radio in. He said the car
We
is
were
terrible
a
tight
little
like
bit
it was
ahead of Mark in the
practice
pit area. I
yesterday.
remember
They're
we
making
were
a chassis adjustment to the right rear, a pretty major
where
one
we were before I walked up top.
A 4-tire change for Mark Martin. They made some adjustments this morning, but they may have guessed the wrong way. 4 tires for Mark Martin.
Let's take a look again at what happened to the 77 in turn 4, buddy.
Well, he's already sideways, but I would speculate you see the 40 car there of Greg Sachs. It looked like he may have got in the back of Presley as they were coming off turn 4. And once you get hit there, the car is very light. It'll turn right around on you.
And there is Robert Presley able to continue after a stop. Matt Yoakum, we need to point out, though, there's a wide variance of pit strategy here. Some obviously choosing not to stop at all.
Well, Eli, the Dale Jarrett crew talked about it. They were going to pit if Bobby Hamilton pitted, but monkey see, monkey do. Hamilton stayed out. So did the 88 car. They were also talking about some 2- and 4-tire pit stops because keep in mind, the tire wear here is excellent. A lot of guys know track position is key, so keep in mind, you will see some 2-tire stops today. The 88 bunch have decided to stay out.
On your iRacing,
But we are early
I don't
here
think
in
you got the
Phoenix.
old
Pontiac is currently leading. Though remember
got
that
the new
Ford
one.
has won 6 of the previous 9 races. We're coming back. We have just gone back green here at Phoenix International Raceway, and Jimmy Spencer has quickly jumped ahead to grab the top spot away from Bobby Hamilton. Here's a great battle, though, for third. Earnhardt and Wallace were bumping one another, and Schrader in the 33 will sneak on through to join him. And this is for the lead again.
Bobby Hamilton does not like to run second. You can see him looking on the inside of Spencer down the straightaway there, trying to get track position. Jimmy Spencer's got a very good car today, but look at that car with Hamilton's able to go below the yellow line in the corner.
Robbie Loomis's crew chief says the setup on that car is markedly different than the setup on anything else, but it's a setup that works for Hamilton, who has a unique line here at the racetrack. He says, watch me carefully, you may be able to see it, but you've got to have my setup for it to work.
Watch that Earnhardt here in third place. He's right on their back bumper. I know Dale Earnhardt has to be smiling right now. Robert Presley limping around the racetrack. You see smoke coming out of the back of the car.
A tough break for Robert, who was spinning in turn 4 earlier to bring out the first caution flag of the day. Bobby Hamilton, if you knew, we'll remind you that he's moving on to the number 4 team next year as Earnhardt now goes for second spot. It's early, but could this be Earnhardt's day?
I don't know why they sold seats in this place today. Everybody's standing as Earnhardt goes into second place, going down into
I don't know where it popped in my head. I remember walking over a bridge
Now,
and
this
then
morning,
boom,
Larry
there it
McReynolds,
is.
Earnhardt's crew chief, had a big smile on it. That's a bit of a change for that team. A big, broad, beamy smile. They're happy with the race car. Could well be that day. Let's talk to Glenn Jarrett.
And way out
Well, guys, I
on
pulled
the
the crew
bridge,
chiefs
like
down
we
here.
had to walk
Bobby Hamilton's
down the
car
main
obviously was
road.
perfect,
Like,
and that set the stage
oh,
for the rest of the
God,
guys. If he didn't
yeah.
come in, then second, third wasn't going to come in. However, Spencer's car is pretty neutral right now. Gets a great restart. Rusty Wallace's car
He's so
reporting just a tick
by the
loose right
end of
now.
the day.
That's why he didn't challenge Earnhardt too hard when he took that position.
He's driving Ronnie today, Rusty Wallace is. The car that nearly won at Martinsville before the late race black flag.
And it'll be Ronnie's last race. They're going to retire it after this event.
Actually, they had planned to retire it after Martinsville. And then they ran so well, they decided to keep it out of the mothballs for one more race.
Rusty Wallace's boneyard is probably the best boneyard in the world. He has one race car he goes and gets called Midnight every once in a while. They beg him, please don't bring it out. Once they do, it goes and runs very well.
You see the 6 in the middle of your screen. That's Mark Martin. He's buried back in 27th position right now, having started in 14th. Quick lap thus far is this battle you're seeing. 6th and 7th spot. They're going at 124.719 miles an hour for the last lap in that side-by-side battle.
Dale Jarrett is so very good on the bottom part of the racetrack. He went by Bobby Labonte like it was not a problem in the world. He is one of the fastest cars out there. I look for him to run the leaders down.
Swirly floater in my eye for a second.
2 cars back there, just kind of keeping an eye on things, staying out of harm's way.
Dale Jarrett, I believe we mentioned it Monday at Rockingham, but it bears repeating. Jarrett in the 88s has completed 99.4% of the laps this year. It's remarkable. He has completed 9,132 of the 9,185 laps that have been run. And folks at home, why don't you think it over for a moment? We'll give you the answer later. Who do you think has completed the second largest number of laps this year? Behind Dale Jarrett. Just mull it over. We'll talk about it a little bit longer as our afternoon continues.
Well, I won't look at your notes.
Yeah, no cheating here.
Well, you're talking about Jarrett finishing laps, Eli. He's also led the most laps this year, and that is the stuff of champions for sure. Finishing laps, leading laps, winning races. They have done everything right this year. There have been no problems with the 88 car. What a great performance in 1997.
Nice sliding move by Rusty Wallace there to get around the 33. Rusty's in fourth. Schrader fifth. Jarrett sixth. Matt Yoakum with everybody else watching this battle.
Well, Eli, we talk a lot about pit stops. You saw Mark Martin come down earlier. Most all of the contenders stayed out. They are trying to make this race a three-segment race, hopefully pitting around lap 80. Jim Jarrett reported in the top pit. His car's a little loose on entry, tight in the center, and loose off. The same for Kenny Schrader. Both teams will be making adjustments, hopefully around lap 80.
We are now at lap number 39 of 312. How's the point standing shaping up? Well, as of this very moment, there you see Mark Martin having backslid in the running order to 27. And you see the points as of this very moment. He's 181 back as Dale Jarrett makes the move there around Schrader. And grabs another spot right there. Then you see Jeff Gordon back at that string of cars. He's running in 9th position. Let's go to pit road.
Eli, we've been listening to Ray Evernham and Jeff Gordon communicate back and forth. Jeff is reporting that he can't get much done with the car right now. But let's go back up top. There's caution on the racetrack.
And there's Ricky Craven, who tags the wall up in the corner. And caution is on the speedway. Ricky Craven running in 42nd position as it
stop
was.
Signs are already out.
And the Budweiser team starting in 43rd. Back
pretty close
in the wall. Now take a look at what happened seconds ago. Watch Craven and the 22 of Ward Burton here on the backstretch. This is just before the accident. Ba-boom for Ward. Whoa. Ba-boom for Craven. Just about had to send him a bill for a camera. But they obviously were having a rough time going over towards the corner.
Well, you can see the right side of Craven's car there. You see the 2 on the door there. You can see the scratch marks. He really rubbed it pretty hard. He probably cut a tire, and that end result is what you see now.
You talk about the ups and downs of racing. Last week, Craven led the most laps at Rockingham, finished 3rd. They brought this car out here and done 2 days of testing to try to get him into the show, and still it didn't work well. You can see Craven there very, very upset with the way things have gone.
You know, the interesting thing, after starting the year with 2 top 5 finishes, he has only 2 other top 5 finishes in the following 28 races. So it really has been a tough kind of a year to explain. All right, there you see him coming down the pit lane. Pit stops for most all of the leaders. The ones who pitted earlier, obviously staying on the track. But the lead group, including Bobby Hamilton, in at lap number 42. Glenn Jarrett.
And he brings the STP Pontiac in, guys. This will be a
not quite around the turn.
They want to get a good read off of what kind of tire wear, what kind of air pressure buildup that the tires are experiencing right now. So, as I said, it will be a 4-tire. No changes, no adjustments. Here's Matt.
Halfway through this run, Dale Jarrett 4-tire stock, no adjustments. Let's go to Steve Burns.
And Mark Martin came back, and he has to back up in his pits to get out around the 27. They took 2 tires. They want to tighten up. Jeff Gordon also just in. He took 2 tires. As we started to report before the caution came in, he was talking to Ray Evernham. He said, I can't get much done on the racetrack. Ray calming him down, trying to win a championship, saying, just do what you can right now. We'll get the car right.
And certainly they will. As we work under caution, Gordon right now is in 9th. Answering the trivia question, Dale Earnhardt is 2nd in laps completed this year. He's completed 9,059, 98%. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Duralube 500K presented by Kmart is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, Bobby Hamilton, he is right there in the middle of the screen in 9th spot. Rusty Wallace in the 2 is 10th. That yellow and purple, Jimmy Spencer, 23. He's running 11th. Dale Jarrett, 12th.
Eli, you can see them putting their hands up inside the car. That's the only way the driver behind you knows that you're putting the brakes on. You put your hand up and move it back and forth. They know you're slowing down. That keeps a lot of people from running over you.
Riding with Rusty Wallace now in 10th. There's how your favorites did. Bobby Hamilton lost 7 positions in the exchange. Look at Schrader going from 6th to 17th. But again, remember that some of the teams that stopped early didn't stop this time around. So those numbers somewhat skewed. Here goes the battle for the lead. Sterling Marlin, the Kodak team.
Let's see, I'm slouching now. My back's getting tired.
Moment. Only the 7th time this year he has led a race.
It could be washed out by the Tide car, though. Ricky Rudd is really moving well through the middle part of the corner. You see him right on the back of Sterling Marlin's car. One of the better slick track drivers in NASCAR.
If you're keeping tabs, lap 43 through 49, Jeff Burton is the leader. Lap 50, it is Sterling Marlin. Meanwhile, in the garage, Ricky Craven looking over what remains of the Budweiser Chevy. Let's go that direction.
Well, Ricky's walked out of the infield care center. You're okay, Ricky, but what happened?
Yeah, I'm fine. You know, sometimes it's racing and sometimes it's unnecessary. That was unnecessary, and but I blame nobody but myself. You know, I hadn't done a good job since I landed out here. I need to do a better job. I need to qualify in the top 10, and then you can control your own destiny.
Ricky, what happened? Obviously completely frustrated. Ricky Craven walking back to his truck.
So Ricky Craven, the first and only retiree thus far here in the Duraloop 500K.
They have signed a crew chief for that car for next year. It is an experienced Winston Cup crew chief. He announced it shortly.
Look at Chad Little in the 97 there running with Ricky Rudd. He's doing a very good job. That's for 3rd place down the back straightaway. He's not giving up any ground whatsoever.
Of course, Chad Little has not had necessarily the kind of year that he was hoping for. They have not led a NASCAR Winston Cup race this year.
The real pretty mountain.
Next year. Wait till next year with Jack Roush behind that team and Chad Little's skill behind the wheel. They've got some good people there, and they are going to have a great year.
Watch that 24 in the outside groove. Jeff Gordon's in 7th now. And Steve, he's one of the few right now making some headway in that outside groove.
Eli, it's fascinating to listen to Ray Evernham talk to Jeff Gordon on that last pit stop during the caution. Remember, Jeff Gordon took just 2 tires.
Hey,
Ray
Pops.
Evernham coaching him,
You can't hear me?
He says, remember, 2 tires always work.
Can you hear me now?
Gave Ray Evernham credit when he won a race at Loudon when they took 2 tires on the last stop. So Gordon working, or Evernham rather.
Okay,
I had.
You wouldn't think he'd have to work on confidence.
You have to remember, Jeff Gordon is not even close to 30 years old.
I don't want to pull the mic
yes,
off
a good
of
coach
that.
is great.
I mean, off the
He's
desk.
a tremendous driver, but he still needs to be
There we go.
because he has
I just have been
like all young people to
sleepier, I guess.
That's 3rd place, as you see on the screen, and as you also see across the top of the screen. Napa bringing you NASCAR time.
I get quieter
scoring.
sometimes.
Napa Auto Parts. They keep America running.
And I don't realize it. It's an asthma thing.
Little will be in a Ford next year. They've got
Uh-oh. Oh, wow.
Jimmy Spencer does the full 360.
Cat's on a linoleum right there. This is old Phoenix. Gotta think flipped
Derek
around.
Cope in the 36 right at the end of that wreck. They got into
That
the
this
4th
would be
turn
turn
wall
4.
also. Not much damage to the car, but he did scrub the wall coming off turn 4.
This would be
So Jimmy Spencer spins off 4. Dale Earnhardt also was in the middle of all that. Seems to have come through pretty much unscathed. Earnhardt running in 10th.
You got to feel for Spencer. He was so strong at Talladega, nobody would run with him. He wound up back
Sleep
in the pack there.
lurking's
Here,
best. I do that a lot too.
Involved in this altercation.
Here comes Earnhardt down the pits.
I wanted to get 2 of the races over with. This was the last race that I scored for the 7.
Spencer and Jeff Green
I remember
also
being
come
there.
in behind him.
And it being really, really hot. Like really hot.
John Andretti will elect to
in
make
the
a stop.
afternoon.
Here come some other teams as well, but let's go down and follow the repairs on the pit lane.
We know this for sure, that Dale Earnhardt will take 4 tires on that Goodwrench Chevrolet. It doesn't look as though they're doing anything to adjust the car. Remember, Earnhardt complaining the towing
But I could have possibly been like, because I was in probably a little more of an AC when I was scoring.
There is a big tire mark right between the two threes.
I'm thinking maybe the heat was more pronounced for me.
No damage, you just lost a lot of track position.
Because I had walked all the way down from the tower, walked across the track, walked up, we were way up at the beginning of pit road, then had to walk all the way back down the other end of the track, go up over the bridge, and then walk about half a mile down the road to the van that was taking us to the airport. It's like we've got to get ready, and like when you see people walking out real quick after a race, like the crew members, it's because they're trying to catch a flight. And I remember it was so hot walking to the van.
Larry McReynolds and the crew talk it over on the pit lane. Let's figure out exactly what transpired. There's Spencer.
And everything.
Well, Spencer's spinning around. You see everybody else just trying to get through. You see Earnhardt in the middle of everything. Watch Derek Cope come off the corner here, gets wedged in, hits the wall right there.
Maybe underneath the house.
Now let's watch this here. Earnhardt goes way high. Doesn't spin. You saw Derek Cope just tag the wall. Let's see what we see here from Jeremy Mayfield's look.
Braking.
Yeah, you can see Earnhardt take a move right there.
Okay, you see them stringing the car now. They're setting the toe in as we speak.
You just want to make sure
they're
that
running a string the length of the right side there, trying to line
the
those
left
wheels
and right are tracking together.
Somebody at home has got to say, as technologically advanced as the sport is, you're surprised they still use a string.
Let me tell you, without string and 200-mile-an-hour tape, these cars wouldn't operate.
And there is a new laser system that's coming to this deal, and it's going to be able to line the front ends up to
that crew guy got it. Oh, that fireman guy got an old suit. Did you see the logo? That was a 1980s fire.
I hope so.
Fire suit.
I see the powwows continuing.
It had
we can't hear them, but yeah, they're in heavy conversation. As you said, they checked the
this
toe-in.
logo.
Now it appears that they've checked your strategy. We'll get with Larry, get right back to you.
Because this race is 97 would be this logo.
Dale Earnhardt with the stop is running back in 40th position now as caution continues in Phoenix.
Fans are always asking me how I got started in racing. You can find out just how tough it was for me by going online. Log on to www.country.com and I'll tell you all about it. I'm going to find out right now.
Well, when he logs on to country.com, he'll find out that Earnhardt's running in 39th right now after the long stay on the pit lane. Country.com, your source for all things country. You see Bobby Hamilton, Jeff Burton swapping around there.
This
is
a long
the number 4 of Sterling Marlin.
race with the green flags because it's not a lot of passing. It's not super exciting, and it's not a lot of pit strategy. Because they have enough enough caution.
And you look at Bobby Hamilton right there, you know he's leaving the Richard Petty team next year. Won last week, fast time this week, and look at this car work. I mean, he's got to be thinking, you know,
what am I doing?
Yeah, I'm leaving with a full wallet.
But he's leaving to take over the guy who's currently leading right now, the number 4 for Morgan McClure Racing. And you see the lead heating up, and Robert Presley, the 77, who is 4 laps down, trying to just stay out of everybody's way.
Eli, talking about those two guys right there, they are great friends. They travel together. They're switching, you know, getting out of, like he's going over to the 4 car, Bobby Hamilton. These guys are great friends, not only on the racetrack, but off.
If you were with us on Monday, too, and you saw Bobby Hamilton win, as we see this 3-wide battle and some bumps jumping right there. Looked as though Ricky Rudd about was taken out in that exchange.
And he was trying to get out of that mess. Rudd was stuck in the middle. He tried to back out, and tire smoke everywhere.
And this here is for 5th now. Rusty Wallace in the 2, Gordon in the 24.
And Bobby Labonte pits. He was right in the middle of that. He has just pulled on pit road.
He had to. The right rear was dragging pretty hard. You see a lot of metal damage on the 18 car. I just did as he comes down pit road. But look at this battle here. Geoff Gordon going for a national title, racing very, very hard against Rusty Wallace.
Working the high side of Rusty Wallace is the 24 of Gordon. They're in 5th already, Gordon is. Glenn Jarrett has an update as we watch Wallace and Gordon battle.
Well, Eli's buddy pointed out the right rear was dragging because he cut the right rear tire in that altercation. He is down and away, but Bobby Labonte has gone.
We're running
down.
18.
That's too bad because he was really happy with the way the car was working prior to that altercation.
He is now in 41st position, Bobby Labonte is. Just joining us, only Ricky Craven out of the event. He was involved in an accident, lap 41, that sent him behind the wall.
As you watch Rusty Wallace, you're watching a guy who figures this racetrack owes him one. In the 10 races here, he has qualified in the top 10 every time. He's led 6 of the 9 races up till today, but he's finished in the lead lap just 3 times. He's broken an oil pump. He's had tires. He's had a motor failure, alternator failure, tire failure. He's done everything but win the race here at Phoenix.
And now he has a position. He goes, as you can see right now, Rusty Wallace goes right on by Geoff Gordon. I'm sure that Ray Everingham may have had a little decision there. The crew chief for Geoff Gordon said, listen, you're running very, very well, but don't get into these side-by-side runs this early.
And we are early, only 69 laps in. As you see on the screen, 244 remaining. I think once Bobby Hamilton got clear, he's gotten away. While you watch the battle on your screen, Bobby's pulled away by 1 3/10 seconds. If you're curious about Mark Martin, he's hiding back in 24th. There you see him about 6th or 7th back in this group, the number 6 machine. There he is. And there you see how the point leaders in the battle for the championship are doing today. Lap leaders today are Jimmy Spencer, Bobby Hamilton, Jeff Burton, and Sterling Marlin. And speaking of the battle for the point championship, there's 6th and 7th on your screen. Jeff Gordon, the 24, Dale Jarrett, the 88.
I'm a speculator. If Dale Jarrett ever gets out of the pits in first place, he's going to look like Bobby Hamilton. That is a very fast race car. Seems to go anywhere he wants it. You see, he just goes by Gordon. Look at Ernie Irvin come up. The 2 Yates cars are on the move.
And there's a good battle there for 4th. Little in the 97, Rusty Wallace in the 2. Still a good battle. 4th and 5th. You got to give Chad Little a call here today. Super run for the John Deere folks.
He can get it done. He really can. He's a fine driver. Remember 1995 when he won all those races in the Busch Grand National Series? He proved right then he can handle a race car, but tried to move into the Winston Cup division and just has not worked out so far, but he's having a great run today. His best of the year so far.
Hey, Glenn, let's see that tire off Bobby Labonte's car. How bad's it looking?
Well, Eli, you can see the paint on the tire, and it scrubbed the letters off the Goodyear tire, but look right here, you can see the paint and the concrete embedded in the rim there. However, the tire is not flat, but it had the fender rubbing on it so bad they had to change it, not take a chance. Let's go to the 88 pit.
No, that concrete is to have a wobble too. No more balance.
We talked earlier in the show that Kenny Irwin drove this car twice, and Ernie Irvin put this car on the pole to break that 400.
Oh.
This is the first time that he's driven, and we've got the 81 car in the wall. Eli?
Kenny Wallace running in 37th continues, and we do not have a caution. No caution on the speedway as the 37th place runner Kenny Wallace continues away. Up front, Bobby Hamilton shows the way by 2 seconds.
He's going to have to pick, I think.
Marlin. You want to see what kind of a day it's been for Bobby Labonte? And what kind of a day it's been for our camera? What happened to that great shot on the back straightaway? We now have beautiful shots of the sky for you to enjoy from Phoenix. We're coming right back. There you
go.
see the numbers pertinent to today's running of the Duraloop 500K presented by Kmart. Average speed down a good bit, and the one retiree is Ricky Craven. Bobby Hamilton is the leader, and there's John Andretti in 36th. He is on the apron in turn 3. Certainly has enough speed to coast on around to the sanctity of the pit lane. Tough break right there for the man who won in Daytona in the Pepsi 400 July the 5th. Here's a great second place battle now. Rusty Wallace.
Every time I sit up straight, I hear my neck and back cracking. It's a little bit throated.
Showing you the 127-mile-an-hour laps. We told you before Kenny Wallace had problems in turn 4. Watch the 81 car.
Whoa, no wonder. Damn it.
Round, halfway around. Watch what happens to Mark Martin now in this mess. The 6 car.
You hate it when teams are giving it at all.
Mark Martin's very lucky he didn't stand there.
He's in 22nd, Mark Martin is. And then you see Jarrett just going by Jeff Burton, the 88 ahead of the 99.
My dad was definitely working with the 81 because he said he flew out to Phoenix with Phil Martacci, but my dad was getting older now. Let's see if that was 27 years ago.
But he picked it up a little bit, turned it up a notch. He's in contention here.
He was like my age now, maybe 60. I'm older than 60. I mean, I'm thinking he was like maybe 60 then.
They do that quite a bit. What he was telling
I'm not gonna be 64 in a few weeks.
He'll adjust later, and maybe he'll get it in return there if they get into it later on in the race.
Or maybe they were pointing and saying, hey, remember Darlington? Want to do it again?
I don't think so. In case you're wondering about that number 24 car, Gordon addressed it directly as to whether they had detuned that car, and he said absolutely not. They haven't cut it back at all. All the guys who are in contention to win the championship have done the same basic thing for the race today. They are setting their cars up the same way they have all year long, and that means setting them up to win. Nobody's backing down on anything, including the bunch with a 24.
NASCAR timing and scoring presented by MCI across the top of the screen as Dale Jarrett in the 88 wants 3rd place away from Sterling Marlin. He gets it. Looks as though Sterling is backpedaling just a touch, Matt Yoakum. When do you hear it?
Well, Eli, I talked to Robert Larkins of crew chief. He told me that Sterling said the car is tight, like a lot of other drivers have been complaining. They wanted to pit with a few other cars on that last caution, but track position is key, and they did not want to give it up.
Sterling said yesterday, he once heard that if you drink rattlesnake juice, you'll have good luck. Did you hear him talking about that? And there, of course, there are plenty of rattlesnakes out here. The only trick is he has to convince somebody to go drink rattlesnake juice because I ain't going to touch the stuff.
I'm not milking no rattlesnakes. I've never seen a rattlesnake in real life outside of the car. I've seen one at night cross the road in front of my car.
Running a strong 8th.
Timber rattler.
You see that across the top of the screen.
I was told by the park here last spring that there was a pygmy rattler that bit somebody in the ankle, bit down the road. It's a little wetter down the road, so I can see that.
About him on the pre-race, buddy. The 94 is now up to 15th position.
But I never really had a fear of snakes or spiders or anything. I had fear of bees, and that's why I became a beekeeper, because I'm like really stubborn that way.
Right now he could do a few things that
I
will probably
enjoyed
get him into
that.
trouble, but look at this car handle right around the bottom of the track.
I should put together a video of my honeybee keeping babies.
Eli, he coasted into his pit silent. The crew
It would just be, I'd just put a bunch of slideshows and videos. Tons.
a lot of time for leaders.
It has cost him 6 laps. 6 laps
And
down
after a while, I became a beekeeper that 4 of my hives I didn't even have to suit up. I could just walk over, open them like this. They wouldn't care. One of them, though, was a little snarky. One time it bit me 7 times. Ow, son of a... Ow, son of a... Cut the crap, I'm not stopping. You know, and I wasn't taking honey, I was just doing maintenance.
Dusty Wallace. Then Jarrett. Then Gordon. All the way back towards 8th and 9th. Ernie Irvin.
I got stung 7 times that time. And it was all on the top of my hand because I had these gloves on that had a black emblem on the top of my hand. And it did not like those gloves. It stinging that one spot. And out of the 7 stings, only 3 blew up. So some weren't venomous.
Schrader right there in the 33 as well.
Some can be really rude. I really enjoy Beekeeper.
A lot of the people who are running here today have got the same cars that they run at Loudon or Martinsville. This place is a lot like those 2 racetracks, not much bank anywhere.
I mixed up my art background and painted my hives like all these flower child colors and stuff.
Race here this weekend. Friday they had
a Southwest tour race and had one that looked like a Candyland board with all the colored squares. I'll do a video sometime on my Beekeeper.
Look how good that car is hanging the bottom part of this racetrack. He's accelerating right up through the pack here.
Working off the low side. Mayfield inside of Sterling.
See, the camera's even
I learned anything I was afraid of. If I learned about it, I tended to not fear it no more.
What are they saying for track temperature, Glenn? Have you heard any numbers down there?
Now, if I see a snake, I'm going to jump, but I'm not going to like try to kill it or anything. I'll lead it away. Usually you can tap the ground and then go away from the vibration.
That is a warm day, but that is what the Valley of the Sun prides itself in. We would have given some serious money for this kind of weather last Sunday at Rockingham.
Yeah, but it's a dry heat, you know.
Yeah, right. If you're curious about Dale Earnhardt, he's back there in 18th. There he is in the 3. Remember, he had the problems earlier. Lost the
see, it's still 200 and something laps.
Just got by Spencer. He passed Mark Martin. He's passed Johnny Benson. And
4
he's
hours
climbing back
is a
towards
lot.
the
Oh
front
my
now
God.
into 18th spot.
We're still running there. I'm going to see now we're getting into green flags. Stops.
Sterling Marlin, who led from lap 50 through lap 65, now on the pit lane to the attention of the Kodak team.
Bet you that'll be a 2-tire change. No,
4.
Look at this.
Going all the way around.
Takes that long to put in the gas.
Tires don't drop off as much here as they do at some of the other tracks.
It took about 14 seconds to unload all the gasoline, so
50-60 laps.
it just doesn't pay to not change them.
There's Ernie Irvin in the 28th, running in the 10th spot right now, and here comes Bill Elliott in 11th. There, the Golden Arches. Right alongside him, Geoff Bodine in the QBC number 7. He's battling for position in 12th. Let's go back to the pits.
Ernie Irvin is backslid. He was in the top 5, but now he's backslid back to 10th. The problem with Ernie, his car is way too tight. They will try to loosen him up on the next pit stop. This should be around lap 134. His teammate, Dale Jarrett, his car is loose in the center of the corner. He hopes to pit around lap 138 and 140. And also, give a good call to Kenny Irwin Jr. He's giving a great show today. The right front tire changer for Dale Jarrett. Slugger Lab, he's actually the guy who's calling the shots for Kenny Irwin. When DJ gets ready to pit, Slugger comes up.
What a sad situation that was to lose that
Calls the
kid.
shots for Kenny Irwin.
You know, you're talking about, for the first-time viewers, the car push. For you, let me tell you what that is. That's when you turn the steering wheel left and the front of the car wants to go straight. It will not turn because the right front tire won't get a good grip and it's pushing across the racetrack. That's pushing.
And that is something that some
I might
drivers aren't real comfortable with. Ricky Rudd
go off camera just a second too and stretch again. My back is stiffening. I have to move around. Hey, Panic. Good to see you. Oh, man. I'm telling you, man, my back is funky today. I guess this storm's nearby or something. But I know how to fix it. I'll be right back.
saw that stat they put up on the screen. 11 DNFs.
Oh, stretch.
And that's devastating.
I'll be right back.
And that's for both Wallace brothers. Kenny and Rusty, both with 11 DNFs this year.
We told you Ricky Rudd was in for service. We've seen Steve Park come down pit road. Hutch Strickland has been on the pit lane. There's Rusty still in second. Lake Speed, the 9, and the Burger King colors. Both of those teams have made pit stops. So should you see the 9 and the 14 both go by Rusty Wallace, you'll realize that pit stops have been
you
made
see
there.
Hamilton
See
getting
that?
sideways.
Bobby Hamilton trying to hang on to the inside of Greg Sachs. Pit stop time coming up. We have had a change for the lead here at Phoenix International Raceway. Lap number 116, Rusty Wallace goes by Bobby Hamilton and takes over by 0.7 of a second. Now, let's take a look at Bobby Hamilton and see exactly what's gone on here. Boys and girls, pick up your pencils and let's draw together.
Okay, you see Bobby Hamilton underneath Greg Sachs. Look at the back end. Get out right there. He's sliding over towards Greg Sachs. They almost made contact there. Let me tell you, when that happens, that foot will hit you right in the mouth. I guarantee you, you've got to get off the throttle and get it back under control.
And during that exchange right there, Rusty flew on by while Bobby Hamilton was wrestling to get the STP Pontiac back under full control.
Rusty has not been able to move away from Hamilton since that. However, he did move away immediately, but as the laps have wound down, the space between them has not changed.
It's now 0.8 of a second, the advantage for Rusty Wallace, Glenn. Any problems for Hamilton other than what we saw up there in the corner?
Not really, Eli. I asked Robbie Loomis. He just pointed to new tires. He says Bobby needs new tires right now. Got a little squirrely when you get in that corner there, and they just decided to back off, take it easy right now. No point being in any hurry. As I said a while ago, they are by far superior on new tires, so they should be in about the next 10 laps or so.
He's led 3 times today for 91 laps, Bobby Hamilton has, so he has clearly been dominant. We're now at lap 124.
About this time in a long run, when the tires are giving up, you see Hamilton's car still looks pretty good. I know he's learned not to get right up under a car getting in the corner, because it does mess up the air across the rear spoiler on the car, making it loose. But he learned something there. He won't get himself in that spot again. But right about now, you drive that car, when you get back on the accelerator, you drive it like there's an egg under the accelerator.
I just did an adjustment on my back about all stones.
So you ease back in the throttle, use your power where you can.
Rusty Wallace, the leader, trying to move inside of Ted Musgrave, who is running in 23rd. Further back around 15th spot, a big bunch of traffic. There you see Ricky Rudd. There you see Sterling Marlin in the 4. The 6 is Martin. The 5, Terry Labonte. Derek Cope there in the 36 Skittles car. Pit stops for some. Dick Trickle is in. Ernie Irvin is in. Jeff Burton and Ted Musgrave, they will pit at lap 127.
I don't know what that
I know
was.
everybody's going on pit road right now, but Dale Earnhardt has come from 42nd to 9th already. He's really on the go. He's got the car very comfortable now. He's got both doors knocked in and one fender pushed back.
Well, I bet he's a little unhappy as well when you start beating her. Oh, here comes Dale Jarrett pitting.
Dale Jarrett and Joe Nemechek both. Jarrett running in the 3rd spot. Nemechek in 25th. Both coming down the pit lane, lap 128. These are all scheduled stops. We have not had a caution since lap 56 with Jimmy Spencer's spin off the corner. Matt Yoakum.
DJ hits his mark. Slugger and Brad Bear go to work on the right side. They're going to make a wedge adjustment. He says his car is loose in the center of the corner and tied off. Coming around to the left side. Good stop so far. This is going to be a 4-tire pit stop.
Oh,
22
no.
car apparently is in the wall. Eli?
Indeed, caution as Ward Burton is in the wall in turn number 1. The MB&A Pontiac was running in 18th spot. And sorts of problems.
Oh, the radiator's knocked out of the car. There's a lot of water running behind the car. I mean, running out of the car, and it made a big streak around. This will take some time to clean up also.
And it really changes some strategies around here because Dale Jarrett is already pitted under green. We saw Nemechek, Bill Elliott, Chad Little. They were in under green. Trickle, Ernie Irvin, Jeff Burton, Ted Musgrave. They all pitted under green, as did Kenny Irwin Jr.
Eli, I hope he's okay. I tell you what, he hit on a pretty severe angle by the black marks going in the corner there. Looks like the car went straight into the wall, maybe a flat tire on the right front or something, but he hit very, very hard. You can see the black marks there. You can see where it goes in there. It's a pretty straight up. You see the 2 black marks there going in the corner. It goes right up to the wall.
The net still up on the driver's side. Let's take another look.
You see the car right there. He's going straight up, right in the curvature of the corner there. He gets right head on into the wall.
Hard hit.
Pit stops lap 131. Gordon is in. Rusty Wallace is in. Glenn Jarrett.
And Rusty brings the Miller Lite Ford in, Eli. He's going to have a 4-tire change, as will Bobby Hamilton, who has also come in front of him right there. Wallace's car, as I said, was just about perfect for him. Very good on long runs, so I don't expect they're going to make too many pit stops. The car a little loose early in the race, but he's got 4 tires. He's down and away. Bobby Hamilton is still a little trouble on the left side. They're down and away. Let's go to Steve.
And Jeff Gordon just got 4 tires, Glenn. They're doing a tire pressure adjustment. Now on the 6th car, they did make an adjustment to the right rear. 4 tires for Mark Martin. Both teams cleaned the front grille to get clean air in, and Mark Martin's gone.
All of these stops at lap 131. Ward Burton, you see, out of the car, walking around there near the right front of the MBNA Pontiac. His day is done, but the souvenir guys still sell up a storm.
Looked like Ward had
We are working caution here at Phoenix International Raceway. A chance for us to bring you Larry McReynolds and today's Tech Fact, brought to you by the more than 1,750 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts.
Since the beginning of the season, through the help of a company called Racers Advantage and Industrial Scientific, we've been monitoring the levels of carbon monoxide that Dale's exposed to during the race. They supplied us with a monitor that's actually used in other industries. An employee will wear this monitor, and if the alarm goes off and his levels of carbon monoxide's too high, he'll actually have to go outside for 30 minutes or so. He can come back in and go to work, but if it goes off a second time, he actually has to go home for the rest of the day. Now, we put this monitor inside the car. Now, obviously, if the alarm goes off, if the levels of carbon monoxide's too high, Dale can't quit and go home, but we can download this information into a computer and read this information, and this will show us how we can make it better, hopefully, for the next event. This is just another way that our race team is looking at other industries, not only for competitive advantages, but also safety advantages as well.
Beautiful shots high overhead, Phoenix International Raceway with Rusty Wallace, the race leader. The camera you're looking at right now, courtesy of Durashine Advanced Auto Polish. Just hose it on, wipe it off. Durashine, now available at Pep Boys, Western Auto, Kmart, and Target Auto Stores. Hey, folks, coming up, the Winston Cup Racing Wives Auxiliary and TNN getting together for the Hook, Line, and Sinker 3, third renewal of the charity fishing tournament on Saturday, December 13th at the Buccaneer Marina in Palm Beach Shores, Florida. Bobby and Donnie Allison, Hut Strickland, Dick Brooks, Adam Petty, Rick Johnson, Todd Bodine. If you want information, call the number you see on the screen, 717-646-0898. Even our own largemouth bass, Buddy Baker, will be there.
Thanks a lot.
You enjoy that, though. You've become a regular attendee, haven't you?
Hey, it's a big time, and it's for a very worthy cause. We have a great time down there, and you know what? We actually catch a lot of fish.
I know. There you see the pit summary. Field about set about to get the 1-to-go signal. Glenn Jarrett, let's get an update.
Well, we checked with Bobby Hamilton's crew, and Robbie Loomis told me they did make an air pressure adjustment that time. The car was getting a little bit too loose to Bobby's liking. The racetrack getting a little bit slicker. They're also considering putting about a quarter spring rubber in the right front to tighten the car up a little bit when he comes back in the next time. Here's Steve.
Hey, Glenn, same thing for Mark Martin. Jimmy Fennick and the crew adding air pressure, 1 pound all the way around on the 6 car. And we just heard Steve Meal tell Mark Martin, be careful of traffic in front of you on the restart. Just prior to the caution, Mark Martin was 15th, and now he's 11th. They think they've got the car where they want it. Let's check in with Matt Yoakum.
Kenny Schrader came in, the Squall Bandit crew, tightened his car up with wedge and air pressure. He was running hot, so they also peeled a piece of tape off the grill. The biggest losers on that caution, the 2 Yates cars of Ernie Irvin and Dale Jarrett. Ernie lost 2 laps. He's now 31st. DJ 1 lap down in 17th. The good news is the 37 car said if DJ can get up close to him, he'll let him go by. He won't try to hold him up because he knows DJ is a much better car at this juncture.
Now, folks, again, only 14 cars on the lead lap. The leader is in the middle of the field. Rusty Wallace, the 2. The cars ahead of him are on the tail end of the lead lap. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars back. The Miller Lite machine. That is your race leader. The guys just ahead of Rusty Wallace are all on the tail end of the lead lap because of how those pit stops fell just prior to the cautions.
And this is heart in your mouth stuff. If you're leading the race or if you're in Bobby Hamilton's situation, running right behind him, all these cars in front of him.
What they have to do, they just have to go like there's no tomorrow right now, because Rusty Wallace has already proven he's got a great race car. And one little slip right now, you get a lap down to these cars the way they're running right now. And I will mention that Dale Earnhardt has already moved up to 5th now, and he's got that car on the go.
Yeah, right. I know. I'm watching that.
Challenged by Bobby Hamilton. That is for the lead, remember. In the middle of the field, the 2 Rusty Wallace, the 43 Bobby Hamilton.
Got to be careful here.
Well, these guys just in front of Rusty are fighting for their life right now because the caution come out.
Tail end of the lead lap cars. We didn't have lucky dogs then, I don't think.
You can see right now, Rusty's awful good. And look at Hamilton come in there. He's going to be right back up there, and we've already had a little bit of what he can do. Bobby Hamilton very quick.
They move around. Hutch Strickland in the 8, who's running 34th, a couple of laps down.
Downside of that is Rusty gets by him and they are out of the lead lap, but the caution comes out at that point and they are just playing off the lead lap.
It's all in the timing of how those pit stops fell just prior to Ward Burton's problems.
Jeff Burton looking back at Rusty Wallace closing in on him. Does not look like he can do a whole lot about it.
They say the pace car will pick up the leader, but then, like, the leader might have had to pit because they didn't pit. And then the ones that already did pit were tail end of the lead lap. In front of the leader.
Right in front at number 77.
Now they have them lucky dog around.
Jeff Gordon looks like the rainbow on the hood there, the 24. For those that hadn't been around all year watching him dominate racing with 10 wins this year, he's doing a great job right now, leading in the national point standing. Needs to close it out today so he don't have to go to Atlanta worried about the national championship.
Very much like Jack Sprague basically has done on the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, needing only to start next Sunday in Las Vegas, and the championship would be his.
3 top point contenders got together with the media yesterday in the infield, and we're talking about championship years and career years and that kind of thing, and certainly Jarrett has had one of those kinds of years. So has Martin. They got around to talking to Jeff Gordon about it, and he said, well, 10 wins is really nice. We've got a great team and everything's perfect, but if I don't win the championship, it's not a career year.
Now let's bring another guy into the picture here. Let's pan back to the number 17. There's old DW going through your screen. Darrell is now running 7th. Darrell Waltrip 7th here at lap 145.
He did the broadcast with me yesterday for the truck race, and I tell you what he told me. It was kind of strange. He said, I might just be right below you in the press center tomorrow after this race is over. He thinks he has a chance.
Now, this is, while we hear more about that, let's watch also this battle for second place.
He runs so well here, Darrell Waltrip. Does 7 top 10s and 9 starts here. He's been as high as second.
Look at this. Geoff Gordon moving in, and Earnhardt just on the back bumper of both of them as they come off the corner there. Eli, it looks like Dale Earnhardt may have a quicker car.
We've also got Schrader right there in the 33 right behind. You're right, Earnhardt looking, if last lap means anything, he was a half-mile-an-hour quicker, Earnhardt was. Though in traffic, the numbers aren't always reliable.
Geoff Gordon goes right by Bobby Hamilton. That's the first time we've got to look at that.
They'll give second spot to Gordon. Hamilton third. As far as the points now, as this race is running, there you see the spread. Martin is 168 behind Gordon. Jarrett now 200 down. And Glenn, of course, Bobby Hamilton still hanging tough.
Well, he is, Eli, but as I reported a while ago, the car was getting a little loose. They made an adjustment. It wasn't enough. Bobby says the car is already loose, and it's just run about 10 laps on this set of tires. So they're a little concerned down here. They need to make a further adjustment. We'll probably see that spring rubber go in the right front. It's a little too loose for his liking right now.
Hey, folks, did you see Earnhardt slide there a minute ago?
Yeah, don't adjust your set. That was the 3 car going sideways right towards the wall. I'll tell you what, he's driving the wheels off of it. Look how much distance he lost on that one little slide. He's got the tires hot right now, and you can see Kenny Schrader trying the outside to get by him.
Of course, Earnhardt so close, but not since March 10th of 96 has Earnhardt won. Let's go down to the infield care center quickly. Ward Burton has just come out after that grinding crash he had back on lap 131.
Ward has walked out. He's okay. Ward, what happened?
I'm not really sure. We were running poorly anyways. Back there, 40 car got up under me and going down the straightaway. He kind of grabbed me in the wall, and I kind of pushed back, and I did. Got something on the left front hung on to his right front. I couldn't get off. Tried to drag back and off control. I don't know whether the tires actually hit and cut a tire down or something. That bumper's caught. But we'll get a little bit better. We're going to go test Atlanta. We'll be good down there.
Disappointing early exit for Ward Burton.
So he and Ricky Craven, the only retirees here today. Good battle for second spot you're watching right there. They are 1 second behind Rusty Wallace. Jeff Gordon in the 24. Hamilton the 43. Earnhardt in the 3.
And you won't see them pushing and shoving this early in the race, not at 123 miles an hour.
You know, it just dawned on me, too, with Dale Jarrett having posted right now a 16th place, and he's a couple of 100 points behind Gordon. If he doesn't scramble to the front, he'd be done for a chance of the championship going to Atlanta. Have to be within about 185 points. But we're still have plenty of racing here, but that was just something that popped in after we saw that point breakdown seconds ago. How about old Darrell, still right there in 7th?
Yeah, you see the KGO guy there. He's using a lot of racetrack. He's running all over the racetrack. It's one thing, this guy broke into racing, you know, on short tracks, and he's raced all over the world, so he knows how to find the groove that'll make it quicker. He and Jimmy Spencer right now are flying around the racetrack. DW looks good.
Waltrip brothers are together there. Darrell in the 17 and Michael in the 21 for the Wood brothers, carrying the colors of the old Purolator Mercury. Remember when David Pearson drove the car? That was painted like that, number 21.
And that's the exact same color that David Pearson had on the car in that incredible 1976 Daytona 500 when he won.
I know you're not asking me, Eli. I followed that thing enough. I knew exactly what color everything was on it.
Hey, a lot of guys did, as David posted 105 career victories. And Matt Yoakum, how about that run for Darrell Waltrip?
Old DW's having a great run. He says the car is perfect. We don't need to change a thing. He only got 4 tires and gas in the last stop. He's picked up 13 positions for the past 30 laps. This is their oldest car in the stable, built back in '94. And Jeff Hammond told me, we hope this track just gets big-time slick, because there's nobody better here at Phoenix on a slick track than Darrell Waltrip.
Meanwhile, we are closing in on halfway here at Phoenix International Raceway. The crossed flags are out for that man, Rusty Wallace. He leaves halfway home here in Phoenix. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Duralube 500K presented by Kmart is brought to you by the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation. Assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins. And by the more than 1,750 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. Some breathtaking shots of the area around Phoenix International Raceway. Now the mid-race report brought to you by Wrangler, the Western original. You see 21 teams still on the lead lap, the last car being the 99 of Geoff Burton. 4 cautions, the 2 retirees, Ward Burton and Ricky Craven. I'm Eli Gold with Dick Berggren and Buddy Baker. Glenn Jarrett, Matt Yoakum, Steve Burns on the pit lane. We have had a grand total of those 4 caution periods with only 2 retirees. Jimmy Spencer is led today, Bobby Hamilton, Geoff Burton, Sterling Marlin, and now Rusty Wallace. How about that? Rusty was leading at halfway.
Eli, the people wearing the black hats are beginning to get a little antsy up here in the grandstand. Earnhardt all the way up to third now.
Just a second.
And we have just passed the halfway point, so he's got a half a race yet.
Another drink, but I'll
Trying
just
to get back to victory lane for the first time since
deal with
March
what I got.
10th of 96. You realize if Dale wins today, or if he wins in the season-ending race in Atlanta, it would be his 16th consecutive season with at least 1 victory in his career. Good battle right here. Hamilton is in 4th. Schrader, the 33, is in 5th. The 8 is a couple of laps down, but the 7, the QVC colors for Geoff Bodine, he's running 6th.
Whatever
Good to be back.
they did on the 43 car on the last pit stop, they need to undo. That car is not up like it was when he was leading earlier in the race. He's hanging on right now. I've watched the car several times just take off across the racetrack.
But I'll tell you who is running well is Geoff Bodine in that number 7 car.
I'm just reusing the water bottle because there's a wide mouth and I can pour the juice in there.
Bodine's friends brought his own friends in, and at least so far, it does seem to be working. Bodine with a good run today in the black number 7.
We're at lap 165. There goes that 3rd, 4th, 5th place scramble. Right
We use mostly bottled water at this
particular
part. And I like to keep swapping brands, so whatever's on sale. And every now and then I'll add one of these pH ones or something. So we're not always drinking the same water.
Wallace over Gordon, but we'll stay with this battle here for the moment. There you see that dog leg on the back straightaway. It is not indeed a straightaway, but a back stretch, I guess, would be the better terminology.
It's almost like a road course. You just cut across there. There's several places on every road course where you just say, there's something there. I run across the apron right there and jump out towards the wall. That's what that dog leg is over there.
Did you run here in the old Winston West races?
It was easy to score for that car, though. You could always pick out that J-Grow 7.
Here, but I got hurt just about the time they started really getting out here. And the year that they started racing over here, I was talking to Dr. Petty in Charlotte, North Carolina. Yes.
Dr. Petty passed away this
The
year.
late Neil Bonnet, Richard Petty, Bobby Allison, all in NASCAR Winston West Series racing. That dates back to 1977. There's
All the
Dale Jarrett.
heroes.
He's running in 16th position right now.
Really hard to imagine. Like, these glory days, you thought they would last for
3 laps before the caution. But Glenn, your brother on the stopwatch consistently now. Still the fastest car on the racetrack, but he's what, 15 and a half, nearly 16
My eyes
seconds
are getting
back.
tired because out behind my monitors is my window, and I have aluminum foil actually crinkled and then placed behind them so it'll reflect the sunlight back out. But every now and then flickers at me.
Considering he was just right in front of him when the green came out.
You're right, he is running 124 miles an hour and change versus 122.3 for
the sun just
everybody
went
else.
to that
So
side.
he is
It'll only
consistently
be there
quicker.
a short time.
There's second spot tightening up now. There's Mr. Earnhardt closing in on Gordon.
Yeah, the hats are starting to fly a little bit. Here comes Earnhardt. He's closing in on Jeff Gordon in the 24 car. And every lap, Earnhardt does something different. He'll run the bottom one half to the top part of the racetrack. He's adjusting his driving style, but that car is hooked up very well right now.
Fans will be busting the decibel meters on this one as they either cheer or boo for their favorite. These two people rock the grandstands no matter where they run, and no one is neutral about either of them.
Let's take you back. There's Rusty Wallace in the 2. 1 second back is just, that's all the distance you've got to make up now for Gordon and Earnhardt. Then it's a couple of seconds back further to Bobby Hamilton, who is running 4th, Schrader 5th, Geoff Bodine in 6th, Darrell Waltrip 7th, and so on. And you see across the top of the screen who's where. And
I was totally able to fix it. It was one little teeny piece of shit. Climb back
stay
up.
on the tail end of the lead lap. Jeff Burton. Still plenty of racing left in Phoenix. Welcome back to Phoenix. We're live on TNN Motorsports. Dale Earnhardt has just grabbed second place away from Jeff Gordon seconds ago. They battled side by side for about 3/4 of a mile, and then Earnhardt just beat him off the corner to take second spot behind Rusty Wallace, and they're only 7/10 of a second behind Rusty. You saw him there just ahead.
No, the fastest car on the track is probably still Jarrett. He just got hosed on the pit stop because he lost a lap pitting under green first, and
remember this too, that
Ward
Earnhardt
Burton hit the
is
wall.
only 11 points behind Terry Labonte, battling for 5th in the season standing. That's a lot of money on the line there. Labonte right now is running 10th. Earnhardt is 2nd.
Let me tell you, you can buy something pretty big if you're at that head table. Those first 10 spots are very important.
And here comes Earnhardt on the
bottom.
Oh, and sideways off turn 4.
My dad has been on
desperately 57 races without a win, no victories, 1997.
Never been. He's only been on the head table in BGN, but he's been in the top 10 in Cup in 1982. And I think Ronnie in 1981 might have finished 7th, but I don't know if he was with him then. Still got to look that up.
Fans coming up.
All rise. It's as though a judge had walked into the courtroom. In unison, they stand. Now, Jeff Burton in the 99.
But it was like a wicked good time in racing.
On the tail end of the lead lap. He's in 21st spot there. He's not holding anybody up, but he's in a tight spot himself.
And Jeff Gordon's sitting there. He just wants to see what's going to happen next. I think he's riding along with a good cushion on the lead and the points and all, but he don't want to lose sight of this action that's fixing to happen too, because he knows that Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt have put on some great races in the past.
Burton's 4th in the points. I mean, he doesn't want to lose this lead lap position. There's a lot at stake for him as well.
See Napa Auto Parts bringing you NASCAR timing and scoring across the top of the screen. Here goes Wallace to put Jeff Burton down at 21st.
He's trying desperately. Burton fighting back on the inside. They make a little contact there coming off turn 4. Earnhardt's just sitting there trying to figure out where he's going to go.
Rusty tried him for all those laps, couldn't get by, and when Earnhardt got on the back bumper, that just put on all the pressure. He absolutely had to get by because Earnhardt was going to get him if he didn't.
I hope you folks are enjoying this as much as we are. This is a dandy. And those 130 laps are going to fly right by. This is a quick race here at Phoenix.
Here comes Earnhardt.
He's side by side with Burton down the front straightaway, down into 1. Earnhardt drives very deep. Look at Burton go in though, Eli. He's not able to hold the car down. Earnhardt's earning everything he's doing right now.
Earnhardt just trying to get by race traffic here. The battle with the 99 Burton is not for position. Jeff Burton is a lap down. Earnhardt trying to dispose of traffic and keep Jeff Gordon in the 24 behind him. Larry McReynolds and the crew looking on at their TV monitors on the pit box. They are monitoring our telecast on one of those small DX TSS dishes. They watch TNN when they're at the racetrack to keep abreast of the action.
Just in a couple of laps, as soon as Rusty Wallace got by Burton, you look at the advantage he got. He got about 10 car length advantage just by getting by Burton that quick. You can see him up there going away. Earnhardt needs to make a move, but he used his tires up, sliding, trying to get on the bottom side.
Earnhardt's not as strong now as he was a few laps ago. Look, he's dropping back from the 99 now.
Well, what you have to do there is cool the tires. Once you cross it up like that, it just sends about another 50 degrees of heat into the tires, so you have to kind of back off a little bit.
A delivery truck went by, and it sounded like he was hitting a lot of bumps. It is a sand dirt road, but it's like pretty gish, gish, gish. What the heck?
You guys have overcome your earlier problems, so it seems to be okay now.
Well, the tow-out's still not the way out, but we're not going to give up track position to fix that, you know. Like I told him on the last caution, we come from the rear one time, you ain't going to do it twice here, but I just got to say thank the good Lord for people like Mike and Jackie Law from these low snout cars and Bob Riley that's helped this team so much.
I guess you do to pit around lap 220, 225.
My
yeah, we're going to try to make it where we can do it on
travel trailer's pretty insulated for sound. I really don't hear things unless it's really loud or intrusive like that. That was strange. I heard them go by spraying for mosquitoes a couple nights ago.
We are live in Phoenix. We're coming right back.
That was loud.
Here at Phoenix International Raceway. Rusty Wallace. Everybody kind of skating through turn number 4 right there. Wallace, Kenny Irwin Jr., Jeff Burton, Dale Earnhardt, they all kind of tippy-toed through the corner.
Earnhardt got the tires cooled down. He's making a run again underneath. As they start down the back straightaway, Jeff Burton's car is very, very good in a straight line, but Earnhardt is really fighting that car, trying to get up there to Rusty Wallace.
Kenny Irwin in the 27 car. He's won midget races, Silver Crown here. Number 1 in the stock car. Earnhardt on the bottom of him.
Irwin is in 21st position now, 21st, a lap down.
Oh boy, this.
Dale Jarrett, folks, is still
That needed to sort out.
the quickest man on the racetrack. He's 10 seconds back now. Although, as you watch this battle unfold, we'll tell you that though Jarrett is running well, he is beginning to start skating around the track some also. His tires starting to give up just a tick on the 88. Is that what you're hearing, Matt?
You're exactly right, Eli. Dale Jarrett's driving like a man on a mission. He's already
I wonder if they'll say something about the track being really hot, because it was hot as crap that day.
But if they did so, they wouldn't
Like I kept saying, but I remember it.
So
Like,
they're going to stretch it to about lap 220.
like it beat you into the ground, the sun.
And all those guys there battling for position. Darrell Waltrip, Johnny Benson, Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Spencer, Michael Wall. Terry Labonte next in line in the number 5. They're battling for position from 8th on back. By the way, Mark Martin now running in 7th. Haven't talked of him lately. He's still 5.5 seconds back. Steve Burns, it's not bad for Mark Martin, 5.5 seconds back in light of how much traffic he's had to deal with today.
Eli, remember on the last round of pit stops on about lap 130, Mark came in 15th, went out 11th, and he's now 7th. But just as Matt Yoka mentioned a moment ago, the 6th car of Mark Martin and the 24 of Jeff Gordon are reporting that they're loose, and they will also pit around lap 220.
There goes Jeff Bodine around Jeff Gordon. And that is all on the lead lap. Schrader, Bodine, Gordon. Did the 24 kind of slow down and check up there, buddy? It was tough to tell.
He was in lap traffic on the back straightaway over there, got pitched down into the grass and had to jam the brakes on. He come very close to being into an altercation there that may have put him out of the race. He has to be careful. I mean, there's several cars there that are running good, and he just got in the middle of it, almost got wiped out.
You think about the bullets that guy has dodged in the last couple of weeks. Now, last week at Rockingham, bounced it off the wall, had the problem with the rear end, got away with both. The week before the Talladega incident, got away with that. Let's watch what happened to him.
Prior to like
Now, you watch Jeff
100
Gordon,
laps
he
to
had
go,
really
it's all
check
just
up there. You
clicking
see
off
Schrader
time.
going by in the 33.
Because no
That could have
strategy's
been
really
ugly
being
there if he'd have stayed on the front.
strategized. You're just tuning your car faster most of the time.
He had to lock the brakes up for sure. I watched the smoke come out. From here, I could see it when they were racing there. You see, Geoff has a good car, but he does not need to get in an altercation.
Glenn, what are you hearing down the pit road?
Well, we listened to his and Ray Evernham's radio conversation. Eli and Geoff radioed in a couple laps ago that the 99 almost crashed him, so he is getting a little antsy about that right now. Jeff Burton, to his defense, running awfully hard, though. He tried for a long time to stay on that lead lap, but Jeff Gordon not exactly happy right now. He wants to get clear of any traffic, just like Buddy says, stay away from everybody.
There is the race leader by 1 1/10 seconds. Rusty Wallace, who has run well here but never won, might be heading to victory lane. Welcome back, everybody, at Phoenix. Rusty Wallace in the number 2 machine, continuing to lead. He has led the last 87 laps of this Duraloop 500K presented by Kmart. Kenny Schrader right there working in 3rd. Geoff Bodine in the number 7 right there, battling in 4th position. Schrader doing okay, Matt?
I talked to Andy Peter. He told me they think the rub has gone away. Their spotter is Andy Hillenberg, the ARCA driver. He looked at the car the next couple laps by when it first started smoking. He said it didn't think it was that bad. The tire has worn away. They believe it came from some contact with the 7 car, but they're not 100% positive. But that's where they think the rub started. It appears to be okay now.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Now wait for the 88 car coming into the picture. Right there, you see Dale Jarrett continuing to run well. He is now only 7 7/10 seconds behind Rusty Wallace after being a lap, almost a full lap down, not all that long ago.
Yeah, he's basically picked up the majority of the lap by putting himself in this position.
Yeah, I was just fixing to brag on Mark Martin, how well he's running, and Dale Jarrett has absolutely mowed him down. You can see right there, just inches away from the 6 car, Mark Martin, looking to the inside now, down the back straightaway. He is flying.
Yeah, he's the fastest car because he got caught there in the pit road. He'd be charging.
And if you want to see your favorite, just keep your eye on top of the screen. MCI bringing you NASCAR timing and scoring. Steve Burns down to the Jeff Gordon pit. He's running 5th.
And we just saw Ray Evernham get real animated, Eli. He usually sits atop the war wagon here on pit road talking to Jeff Gordon. He just leaped off of it, ran down to the 27 pits of Kenny Irwin and looked at Doug Yates and held his palms up as if to say, get out of the way. Finally, they told Irwin to back off, and Gordon was able to get by him.
Irwin running a couple of laps down in the 19th position. There you see the points.
He's got more trouble than Kenny Irwin Jr., believe me. Look at Dale Jarrett mowing up there on the left side. He's drawing.
I heard a car door slam that time.
Down the straightaway. Robert Yates, you've done your homework.
And they're handling so well. You know, we talked about the power. You've got to be able to handle on a warm day on a flat, slick racetrack.
Yeah, he and Todd Parrott have just absolutely made a great team. Todd Parrott, very young. He got with Dale Jarrett, and people said, you know, I'm not sure Todd's smart enough and into the game enough, and they found out in a hurry he's championship quality.
They're both championship quality. What a great team they've made. Jarrett's got 14 career wins, 10 in the last 2 seasons with Todd Parrott. And the rest of those guys have stuck with him all the way through. Been virtually no changes on that team.
And all 3 of those point guys doing what they have to do. Got to run the top 5, 7, 10 positions. They are all together, and that benefits the point leader, Jeff Gordon. Pit stops coming up in about a dozen laps. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Duraloop 500K presented by Kmart is being brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. And by Peerless Faucet, the do-it-for-yourself faucet. Downtown Phoenix, Arizona. There is your race leader, Rusty Wallace. Remember in
I stayed somewhere down there in a hotel. And across the street was Applebee's, is all I know, because I walked across the street to the Applebee's to eat and walked back to the lobby. Went and had a soda at the bar, Diet Coke or something. I didn't drink alcohol at all back then. And, you know, I just had too busy a life to even think about it.
Geoff Bodine during the commercial break has dispensed with Mayfield and Steve
boy.
Park there. So Park gets back around him, having made a stop.
He gets a good set of tires on the next pit stop. Jarrett could easily contend with this thing.
Coming in the
Here he
pits.
comes.
Here he comes to make a stop. Lap 218 is when he'll stop. Dale Jarrett, third place.
He's going to do it again. If the caution comes out now, he's going to be
He
mad.
gets a good bit of service, and B, that the caution doesn't come out, as did to him earlier in the day. Ernie Irvin is on pit road as well. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
DJ has already hit his marks. This will be a 4-tire pit stop for Dale Jarrett. He says, don't make any changes. The car is perfect. Just get us a good stop, no mistakes, patience, but let's get a fast stop. And these guys are really going at it. Good work on the left front by Slugger Labby, and he's out of the way.
Now, Matt Yoakum, even though
Slugger
these
used to
tires
work
don't
for
grow as the bias ply tires used to, how
Hendricks, I think.
close do these tire specialists have to keep an eye on those tires, especially in 90-degree heat like we're having here today?
No,
Well, talking
Labonte.
to Brad Parrott, he says they've been looking at their tires. They have not really had to make that many adjustments, but like bias ply, as the track temperature goes up and down over
Maybe
the course of
both.
the
Who
weekend,
knows?
they have to keep an eye on the temperature, and a lot of times they will start out with
Steve
lower
May
temperature,
used
so
to work
as
for the
heat builds in
25
tires,
Schrader,
the temperature will grow
I think.
to the temperature that they really want to have in the tires for the handling of the car.
No, it was the 25, but it was early
Brett
days.
Bodine is in for
Who
service.
was in there?
Mark Martin right there. He's running in 7th spot. The 4 of Sterling Marlin back in 31st. Jeff Gordon now on the
Steve
pit
May
lane.
was the team manager
Chad Little
at,
has come in as well.
or the shop manager at Lake Speeds.
55 miles an hour
But
in pit road.
there's
there.
a
Looks like they're
famous
crawling down through there.
poster of him running around the front of the Bud car.
And Jeff Gordon
I
just
think,
prior to this pit stop,
yeah, it was
waiting to
Hendricks
rehammer
and it
hands.
was
He's losing
Waltrip.
1.4. So
With the
try to make an
hose
adjustment there to
caught
get
in
him better.
midair.
This is
It
going
was
to be a
him running
4-tire change
the
for the
front
Rainbow
tire
Warriors.
changer in that famous poster from
In the business, going to the left
earlier
side.
days.
Jeff
I would
Gordon's
have
car
to say
is in the
80s.
And he's down 19.1 seconds for Jeff Gordon.
On the racetrack, Bobby Hamilton and Kenny Schrader, the 43 and the 33, they are battling for 4th, and here comes the race leader.
Is it normal for iRacing for Phoenix to go green the whole time? I mean, we've had like 3 cautions for reds.
Slowly, Wallace, he must feel like he's going at a snail's pace. All the way
One
down
was
around the
almost
turn.
a
He's getting near
pilot.
the exit of turn 1 and 2. Let's head there.
And he brings the Miller Lite Ford in. This is one of the best pit crews in the business, guys. And so we got the clock on them right now to see how they can do under the gun. It will be a 4-tire change. Wow, right side already done. And down. Earl Barber
Billy Wilburn.
got the left side tires already off. This is going to be a great pit stop under the gun. Ooh, a little trouble in the right rear, but still a great pit stop, just over 19 seconds.
So let's update you. Rusty Wallace led from 117 to 221. Dale Earnhardt leads lap 222 and 223. And now Jeff Bodine takes over the lead at lap 224. Back to the Earnhardt pit now.
I mean, only 2 spots down from Rusty Wallace is Dale Earnhardt. Also, Bobby Labonte came in. Earnhart's crew has already got the right sides done. They're around to the left now. Bobby Labonte is down and away. Obviously, a 4-tire change.
We'll see how much time he loses pitting later. It depends on how much fall off. He didn't seem to have too much fall off. So he could pit later. But he was, what, 3rd?
As Martin leaves the pit lane.
And then he was 1st.
Let's go back a moment to watch Earnhardt try and come down pit road. Watch this, buddy.
That's Ricky Rudd in the 10 there. He had to avoid him. You see him coming on the outside there. They both come down. They have to get down to 55 miles an hour by that white line right there. So, boy, that was very close. He almost missed the opening.
Now as Jeff Bodine pits, Phoenix, Johnny Benson becomes the leader at lap 226. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Most teams can go to the distance from this juncture on. This will be a 4-tire pit stop for Geoff Bodine. He said his car was a little loose. They're going to tighten him up with some minor air pressure adjustments.
Down there with the scrubber.
Work on the left side. Good stop for the QVC Ford.
So the clock continues to roll. 22.2 seconds. Deuces are wild there for Geoff Bodine. There's the leader, the 30, Johnny Benson. He's leading the 7th different race for him in 97. High above the Phoenix International Raceway, the folks at Durashine giving us the aerial view of the sun-drenched Phoenix International Raceway.
Sun-drenched, ain't no
joke. It off. Durashine, available at Pep Boys, Target Auto Stores, Kmart, and wherever you might be. NASCAR Online is keeping you informed of the doings here at the Valley of the Sun. All the up-to-the-moment scoring and all the news of what's been a busy news weekend. Just get your computer out, dial it up to www.nascar.com. NASCAR Online is your 24-hour NASCAR Garage Pass. Welcome back, Eli Gold, Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren, Glenn Jarrett, Matt Yoakum, Steve Burns. We're all on hand here at Phoenix International. Rusty Wallace is the race leader. Not hurt at all by that pit stop performance. 19 seconds, Glenn, that'll do you.
Oh, it's a great pit stop, but there was a little bit of concern about whether they got it completely full of gas so he could go the rest of the way. I asked Robin Pemberton, the crew chief, if they indeed were good to go. He said, oh man, there's no worry about us running out of gas. He said it won't run out until about halfway around after they take the checkered flag.
Got it figured out to the nth degree. Let's go to Steve Burns now.
And checking with some of the other teams on fuel mileage, the 88, they say they can make it. The 6 of Mark Martin, they think they can too. And likewise for Jeff Gordon.
All of those stops coming at lap 219 of 312. So using past performance, they should be well within that window.
Boy, I mean, Dale Jarrett, look at this car go. He's pulled right up. He's the second car there behind Russell Wallace as he comes through the corner there. You can see Dale Jarrett's car very, very quick right now. We're going to be talking about a battle for the lead before too long.
We are, and there are the numbers if you're just joining us. There's what's taken place today. Our most recent caution at lap 131, now at 235. There's Geoff Bodine. He's running in 8th, and you realize that earlier this year, first half of the season, he was 32nd in points. If you take only from the start of the second half of the season to where we are now, he'd be 12th in points
13 seconds
because of Tim Brewer and a lot of other reasons why. Let's go down to the Geoff Bodine pit.
Well, they've been working on this car all day long, Eli.
It is Tim.
Tim, if you can get up to Rusty Wallace, do you have anything for him?
I tell you what, Rusty, he's pretty tough today, but you know, the old QVC Ford is kind of trucking along pretty good. But that old guy laying back there in that 43 car, don't forget him yet.
Well, Geoff Bodine is on pace for a record run here at Phoenix.
And Tim Brewer is one of the smartest guys you will meet in the pit area, and when he says, don't count out that 43, let us pay close attention to what he has to say. Meanwhile, look at this for the lead.
I have some other numbers that I can throw in that dogfight if you want to throw them in there. And right there is one of them. The 88 is moving in on Rusty Wallace every lap.
Right at this second, Jarrett and Martin are tied in points. Jeff Burton and then Dale Earnhardt, who has made the move to Grand 5th. That is as of this moment, with a race and a half remaining in the 1997 season. Next weekend is an off week, then on to Atlanta for the season finale.
The old point system, though, you know, they could calculate that.
Rusty Wallace potentially going to go a lap down.
Eli, this is what we were just talking about just a couple of laps ago. You're in Rusty Wallace's back bumper.
I think coming into this race, they were saying it was mathematically possible for Gordon to clinch the title this race, but I'm not sure if he does or not. They have one more race, which would be Atlanta, and then they have an exhibition race, Suzuka, which I've never seen Suzuka. Dad didn't go to Suzuka either.
By one of the 3 men battling for the NASCAR
think my ex might have gone to Suzuka. He was passported and everything. But I don't know for sure. I didn't follow. I really haven't watched it before.
By 20 points, now 15.
But that would be on the next time. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I'll be resting because I gotta go tomorrow.
6 seconds back to Bobby Hamilton in 4th. So if Tim Brewer's prediction is to become fact, Richard Petty's bunch is going to have to turn things up just a bit.
How smooth Dale Jarrett is running, just right by on the outside, nice and smooth, no bobble, no twist, no jump around in the race car. It just looks nice and
investigating.
You know what this reminds you of? Bill Elliott in '85 making up 2 laps under green at Talladega.
I got to watch
other parts because we have to renew our lease. We're debating stay or
Steve Martin goes to the garage as we continue under green.
See what's up.
We
What's
are
up
with
for
you
options,
live at
if
Phoenix
there are
International Raceway. The 88 is Dale Jarrett trying to put another lap on the 21 Michael Waltrip. There's Jeff Gordon. He's running in 5th. Is everything okay with him?
But every time I have to sign for a year, I get
Jeff Gordon's
nervous.
reporting a vibration. Some crewmen up on the wall. I don't know if they're going to pit yet, but he is reporting a very bad vibration.
It's against my free spirit.
He is all of a sudden, although still in 5th, he is now
against my free spirit to sign my life away for a year.
Usually don't go away without stopping in the pits to fix them.
And as you can see, bad news is right on his back bumper there. That's Mark Martin closing in there. These 2 guys are going in for the national point standings, and you can see Martin on the go, Jeff Gordon with trouble.
The noise you hear in the background of the phones beginning to ring at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Folks anticipating maybe this championship will go down to the season finale.
Well, that's what it's really going to take there. It's going to be hard to beat him on positions, but if Gordon has got some sort of a problem today, that could well push him to Atlanta.
This is for 5th. Mark Martin in the 6th. As the groove beneath the Goodyear Bridge into turn 4 and give him the position. So Mark Martin to 5th. Here comes Schrader. He's still running well. He could certainly bypass Jeff Gordon here. Tries him on the outside. The power move.
Eli, when you're having problems like that, it seems like they line up to pick on you. I've had that happen to my car before. You have a vibration, you're trying to figure out what it is, and everybody starts going by.
What could it be? Let's talk about it again. What might have started to vibrate under a situation like this?
Well, it could be a series of things. It could be a front wheel bearing. It could be so many things happening to the car, and it could feel like the right front actually be the left front. So he has to diagnose this thing and see what it is.
And it could also be as simple as a tire that's out of balance as a result of the relationship between the inner liner and the rest of the tire.
Well, let us stop guessing and go to the pits. Steve Burns, what are they telling you?
Yeah, we're listening to them communicate. And Jeff is saying it vibrates when I'm turning into the corners and it's pushing real bad. Ray responded by saying it might be the center link rubbing. And again, they're trying to stay in very close contact and let him know what the symptoms are. So hopefully the doctor can fix it.
Well, let's just hope it's not a blistered tire. That sounds like a blistered tire or a right front going flat. They'll do that. And when it starts rolling under, it'll vibrate like that. Hopefully there's not a tire going flat.
The 7 right behind, that's Geoff Bodine, who we told you was leading earlier. And he's right back in the hunt, Matt.
Currently he's in 8th, Eli. They were a little concerned about the alternator on the 7 car because it was pulling so much because they got so many fans and blowers going in this car because you use so much brake here. It's a lot like Martinsville. You use a lot of short track brake systems here. And they're a little concerned about it, but at this junction, they don't think it should be any problem to the finish.
And you saw a quick look on the screen at the attrition list, those whose day is done. See, Bodine's gotten by Jeff Burton, the 99. He is not on the lead lap. He's in 19th.
Just remember, the magic number is 13. Gordon may be dropping back, but if he can hang on until maybe a caution, or he may even have to come in, but 13 is the magic number. He needs to go on
62 to go. They probably have another stop still.
regardless of what Mark Martin or Dale Jarrett did, the championship would be Jeff Gordon's.
He's 8th right now.
But again, a number of lap teams now beginning to bypass him. Next up, that blue car, that's Brett Bodine. He's in 31st, a couple of laps down. So this isn't for position, but they are beginning to bypass. Meanwhile, Dale Jarrett's in traffic. He's got Kenny Irwin Jr. just ahead of him, the 27th.
Dale Jarrett right now is on another page from everybody else. I tell you, this car is doing everything. It's flying down the straightaways. And as you said, Eli, is really getting a good grip in the corner. You can see him right now. Jeremy Mayfield was a pretty strong contender not long ago. He just bypasses him coming up out of the corner there. No problem.
Let's take a look at some numbers here over the course of the last 8 races. Look at what Dale Jarrett has done in the last 8 races. 13 points better than Gordon, 126 better than Burton, 151. He's blown Bill Elliott away there. That's impressive down the stretch.
22 top 10 finishes, and just an incredible year. I mean, he's done everything. He's let's see, he's got $2,332,000 won also. What a great year. He's on a roll,
to say the very least. We're at lap 255 of 312. Just 58 to go as everybody chases the championship. Welcome back, everybody. There is the race leader, Dale Jarrett, now by 2.5 seconds on Rusty Wallace, by 4 1/10 on Dale Earnhardt. Bobby Hamilton is 8 seconds back, and Kenny Schrader in 5th is 14 seconds back. That's the kind of impressive run that Jarrett's got going right now. Getting around late speed, putting him yet another lap down. Lake will go 4 in arrears. Still looking for Jeff Gordon. Now there's Rusty Wallace. Jeff Gordon is continuing to backslide through the field, though.
Yeah, he's all the way back to 9th right now, and it won't be long before he loses some more positions. He's really off the pace.
All right, now what do you do? You've driven these things. I haven't, buddy. Do you just stay out there and, you know, lose the occasional position occasionally? Or do you say, let's go in and lose a couple of laps and try and get this problem rectified? I would think you'd stay out there and just hang on and, you know, lose the position slowly.
You can do 2 things. You can stay out there, but if it gets worse, you're going to have to do something, because you don't want to go head on into the wall and lose all the spots. It's better to salvage some position and just keep gambling and maybe get into the wall. But it must not be any worse. He slowed down a little bit. Now he's just waiting and riding.
Of course, with him backsliding through the field, his point lead would be only about 113 points. If things don't change between now and the end of the race.
Eli, I'm telling you, the national championship is hard to earn. If it was easy,
3 miles per hour.
People in the book. They have to earn this thing, and things just like today. Last week, on the first lap, he crashed into the wall, messed up the drive plate in the back axle there, and then backed off to the point they had to change the bolt in it. He was very lucky last week. We could have a different leader right now.
And you talked about pressure in your open, Buddy Baker. Imagine the pressure on Jeff Gordon right now, having to hang on to that race car, not have anything go wrong with it, just to hang on so he can bring that thing to Atlanta still in a solid points lead.
And this guy right here, he's doing everything perfect. I wouldn't be a bit surprised when we leave here that he'll be in 2nd place in the national point standing. And going into Atlanta, if he's within 100 points, don't count Dale Jarrett out of the national point standing.
There's Kyle Petty running a solid 11th here today. And Matt leaving Rockingham the other day. Kyle thought he might just have a darn good day today. 11th isn't bad, but Dale Jarrett's closing in about put him a lap down.
Well, he wanted to ride his Harley out here with Waddell Wilson, Robin Pemberton, and Tim Harris, but he couldn't. He had some other obligations. He was going to try to commemorate his 500th start with a big ride across the country. He's having a good run today. He's the 2nd youngest driver ever to reach the 500th mark. His dad, the King, was the youngest, but the King never won his 500th start. According to NASCAR's media guidebook, he won his 500th first. Hopefully Kyle can get up to the front and give it a good show here at the end.
267 laps are complete, 46 to go. The storylines continue to grow. Who's going to grab the win here? And what's the scenario going to be heading to Atlanta?
And you know, as you watch this 88 car of Dale Jarrett, it's very tempting to give a lot of credit to the driver, but let's also give some credit to the crew. Monday night after Rockingham, the crew went to the shop. They worked until 1:30 in the morning to get this car ready.
He lifted the wall
Back again at the shop, 7 a.m., worked on the car, came out here. There's a lot of blurry eyes in that operation. This is a whole team effort. It's not just the driver, folks.
And there goes 11th place, now a lap down as Kyle Petty is bypassed. Next in line to be passed will be Steve Grissom. He's running in 10th. Back to Matt Yoakum.
It's the old configuration. The front was the back was the front. We had a lot of grass on the inside that's now
this
paved.
particular chassis style next year. This is the Yates in-house chassis program put up by Don Letarte, who used to work over at Hendrick Motorsports. This car sat on the pole at the Brickyard, gave Kenny Irwin some good runs earlier in the year. And I'll tell you what, if performance is the way it's showing now, I bet you DJ will be in a chassis like this next season.
Could well be. Dale Jarrett is leading. The best he's ever done here was 5th in 1989. We're trying to better that here this afternoon.
And welcome back. Jeff Gordon in the pits. They are trying to hang on as long as they could, but he got loose and hit the wall at turn 4, or just prior to. They're going to change 4 tires on the
Holy
Chevrolet
crap,
of
it's
Jeff
blistered.
Gordon. They tried to ride it out, but it didn't work. 4 tires, and they do know the left front tire that was flat. Left front.
Here's what happened. Let's take you back.
Okay, you can see right there, the left front's flat. He went right up to the wall. Very lucky he didn't wipe the car out. Going in the corner, when you have a left front like that and you're on the brake, it takes off right for the wall.
There is the tire. Now, Gordon had just been lapped on the racetrack by Dale Jarrett, and all the scoring is now cycling around. Gordon will be in 30th position.
It looks like it has warts.
30th position, 3 laps down. How about them apples for the championship chase now?
Eli, we were talking earlier, it could be left front or right front when you get a vibration. We talked about that a long time ago. It's very hard to tell the difference. It finally showed up. The left front went flat going in the corner. But the big question is what he says to the crew later on, whether he's actually got rid of the vibration in the car when that tire went flat.
Good question. Now, obviously, with fresh tires, he blows right by Geoff Bodine there in the 7th. We're at lap 276 of 312. And this is going to be a huge change in the points. Look at that. Only 38 points back is Jarrett. 10 back further is Martin. And that likely, barring a major problem, won't change a whole ton because we're within shouting distance of the finish here in Phoenix.
But you almost can't say barring a major problem. So many things have happened in this point chase. In 1997, it seems as if every time it settles down, something like this happens and turns the whole thing upside down. It's been so close all year long.
Trying to have it so we're not running ads at the end.
The bullets that Gordon dodged last Monday at Rockingham scrubbed the wall, had the axle cap come loose in the left rear, managed to avoid those problems pretty darn well. Not today.
And you know, it even started at Daytona. Remember Daytona when he almost went a lap down, got the caution flag exactly when he needed it. He has had good luck all year long until now.
Okay, Pops, we'll see you in a minute.
You know, just talking about the championship, just bonus points alone in Atlanta, leading the most laps, leading the A lap. So many things can really close this thing up. I wasn't going to Atlanta because I have to go to Japan the next morning. I'm going now.
I don't blame you. We'll all be there to watch that one. There's Jeff Gordon still in 30th, 3 laps down. Let's set it for you up front first. You've got Dale Jarrett leading by 6 seconds on Rusty Wallace. Bobby Hamilton, there you see him. He's running in 4th right now, and he was on the Busch pole. Earnhardt is in 3rd. He's 9 seconds back.
I put some meat out of the freezer into the fridge, but I don't think it's going to thaw in time for tonight. Some chicken. But I will run to the grocery in a little bit when I get there. Hey, Carla. Welcome. My name is Miss T and Tonja Kangas. Grew up doing this. I was scoring the number 7 for this race, and this will be the last season I work for that. Oh, no problem.
There's the culprit. Closing in on the finish. Coming up Friday on TNN Motor Madness, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws.
Yo hablo español, pero solamente un poco.
The Las Vegas Shootout on TNN Motorsports, Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on TNN. There is third place.
Ustedes hablan.
His tires have gone away on him. You can see Bobby
Portuguese, I think.
quite a bit better. That's DW still
Bueno.
soldiering along. Car's been good all day, but nobody looks like the 88 car Dale Jarrett.
Now Darrell is now a lap down at 13th, but you're right, he's had a good
tires
run
and light the fires.
Thank you for the
You can walk out of here with your chest poked out.
Gracias.
Just being one lap down with that 88 car today. He is flying.
Looking ahead just a bit, if you want to start talking over with your friends at home, what the Atlanta scenario is going to be like. Remember that in the spring, Dale Jarrett won the race in Atlanta and led 253 of the laps. Mark Martin was 6th in Atlanta in the spring, and Jeff Gordon was 24th. Now, past performance, however you handicap it at home, may or may not mean a thing to you, but those are the facts from back in the spring.
The other fact is it's a brand new racetrack. They took a bulldozer, they knocked the whole thing down. The shape of the racetrack is different. It's all brand new paving, and it is wicked.
Número 7 está automóvil. Yo trabajando. I think it's
The top title guys all want him to leave the rules alone. Jarrett, Gordon, Mark Martin have all said the same thing. Don't mess with the rules. We'll race fast. It's fine with us.
And NASCAR's been very clear not to say a thing about any restrictor plates.
Well, they might could say that, but I tell you, that's awful quick on a 1.5-mile racetrack. No matter how good a grip it is, that when you really get down to qualifying setups and all, they're going to qualify 196 miles an hour.
Yo necesito pensar
He's running in 30th.
las palabras correctamente.
Simon of IndyCar fame is here
Muy
this weekend to
difícil.
help him. Simon works for his car owner, Andy Evans.
Dale Jarrett took the lead at lap 240. We're now at 292. There's Jarrett, 6 2/10 seconds back is Rusty Wallace. I mean, not only has he made up a lap, but he's made up a lap plus all of that real estate. That's remarkable.
Eli was actually 2 car lengths from going a full lap down.
Año 1997. I don't know how to say that.
It wasn't even a question mark. It was like he was on another page. We talked about that earlier. This car is flying down the straightaway, but it's working well too.
For all you guys who wonder if you can ever make it, let us remember a bit of racing history with Dale Jarrett with his own race car.
38 años antes de ahora.
Wherewithal to get to the next race, and he toughed it out. Look at him now. Contender for the championship. Solid run here today. Another potential winner. If he gets this one, it's going to be his 7th victory of 1997. And how many people wrote him off how many times in his career?
Couldn't win for that longest time. Finally got that victory at Pocono, and things started to turn.
Can you imagine going into the bank and saying, I want to borrow money to build a race car? You say, could you run that by me again? For what?
Not only does he have a race car, he's now the proud proprietor of DJ's Diner.
Yeah.
I was saying that this year was 28 years prior to today. Or before today.
We'll get back to the race here. He's doing a great job. Yes.
We'll have to go up there and eat him at a house at home one day.
That's what, Conover?
Yeah.
But
Conover,
October.
North Carolina.
Jeff Gordon's up to 23rd now. He's still 3 laps down, but
It
nevertheless,
was very hot,
he is creeping up in the point standings again.
the temperature.
There's Rusty Wallace. He's in 2nd.
Yeah, he got sideways coming off turn 4. We just got a report down in
Phoenix, Arizona in the desert was very, very hot.
his heart out. He just is not sticking in the corners as well as Dale Jarrett is.
Riding with Jeremy Mayfield.
Dick Trickle pitting.
Trickle in at lap 297. He was in at 221, so only 56 laps ago. So this
My
would be
father is working with the 81
He has a problem.
car.
He's coming in a little slower than the
Yes.
coming down through there. He's got something
Good
wrong with
times,
the
good
car,
years.
Trickle does.
Let's go back and watch what happened to Rusty Wallace there. We have the report that he's there. He does indeed do a little dance off the corner. Didn't cost him, though. Dale Jarrett still leading by 6 4/10 seconds, man.
Todd, you've been warning your driver, watch the fuel mileage. It'll be 94 laps to the finish of your last stop. Can you go all the way?
It's not a matter of can we go all the way. It's a matter of we're going all the way. 24 car had some bad luck a while ago. We got to win this race. We ain't going to win this championship by coming in and getting a little bit of gas with 2 to go. We're going to roll the dice. Dale Jarrett's drove his tail off here today, and he deserves what he gets today, I can tell you that.
They have never given up. They're hoping to capitalize on the 2014's misfortune and hopefully get some good luck and get back in that title chase, which they are desperately wanting to get.
Well, we heard a report earlier today that they were going to try to stretch it to 220. They stopped on 217, so it is a roll the dice situation for them. But like they say, when you're trying to win a championship, you have to do what it takes to win the race first. That put them in a great spot. If they run out of fuel, hey, it would have been bad if they stopped anyhow.
Yeah. Dick Trickle's car being pushed back up the pit lane, and you guys are right, more than just an early stop. It was a problem for the Heilig-Myers Ford. So here with just 12 miles to go, Dick Trickle will be going to the garage area. There you see them pushing the Heilig-Myers team back up the pit lane. He'll join Ricky Craven, Ward Burton, and Steve Park as the only retirees. Next time by, it'll be 10 laps to go for Dale Jarrett.
That was a great shot of Dale Jarrett getting in the corner just now. His gloves were absolutely stationary on the wheel going into the corner. Didn't have to turn them left or right. The car is sticking right where he wants it.
Jeff Gordon is running in 21st. There he is. If you're joining us along the way, or maybe tucked out for a second to check on your favorite NFL team, he had problems finally. Put him up near the wall in turn 3 and 4. An unscheduled stop at lap 273. And Jeff Gordon is now on the track, 3 laps down. But he is now back up to 21st, now to 20th position. So he is picking up points again as he climbs his way back up the leaderboard.
But he's also got to really stick his neck out for every position as opposed to
9 to go now,
Jarrett's
not
got
too
that nice,
long.
comfortable lead. Gordon, he's got to be right on the ragged edge, get every car he possibly can.
There you see Dale Earnhardt just ahead of Jeff Gordon. Earnhardt's running in 4th, but a good day.
Yeah,
Oh, he's like,
you have to
oh,
remember the 24 made a pit stop not long ago. Took on tires.
he bumped him.
Actually, Earnhardt's doing a pretty good job out there. At one time, very dominant, but now the car is not up to speed as far as
Gordon's trying to win the championship tonight for that season and not have to worry about going to Atlanta and winning the championship.
But it's getting awful close to a full year without a win for Dale Earnhardt in the black number 3. Boy, there's some championships right there.
Yeah, between Dale and Darrell Waltrip. There's Kenny Schrader running well. He's 13, nearly 14 seconds back. With a strong
7 to go.
You know, we were looking at the numbers before. Dale Earnhardt, before this 57 race winless streak, his career win ratio was 1 win every 8 starts. You know, that's amazing.
Schrader is having a good race today. In fact, he's having a good tail end of the season. Said yesterday he's about where he wanted to be when the year began. They've had some communications things that they've had to develop with a new team, but Schrader's got it pretty well together right now.
I think we're going to pull off a top 10.
Next time Dale Jarrett gets back to the stripe.
You can see Darrell Waltrip and Earnhardt having a battle there. They're just having a good time now. They know that neither one of them are going to win the race. They're going at it, though.
They're a lap apart, but nevertheless, Kangas with Earnhardt in 4th and Darrell Waltrip in 12th. They are having their own private battle. Haven't heard much about Mark Martin. There he is, and he's running in 6th. He's on the lead lap, 17 seconds behind Dale Jarrett.
His right front fender was pushed in a bit as well.
5 laps to go.
Whoa, you can see Martin's car getting really loose there just in front of Joe Nemechek's number 42. So it's not a ride around here. He's earning everything he's doing. But what a great shootout this is going to be for the National Championship. Mathematically, all 3 cars, Martin, Jarrett, and Gordon, really have a great chance at the championship.
Jarrett still got some 76 racing fuel left, Matt.
He sure does, Eli. He's on a major fuel conservation kick right now. He has slowed his pace nearly a second and a half. His spotter is telling him where the 2 car is so he doesn't give up too much track space. But he knows that they have to go to the finish, and they know the big picture, the championship is on their minds, and they hope for 185 points today.
Now that is 4 positions.
One more race left in the season in 1997. Mathematically, Gordon can clinch it, but I don't know if he can now, math-wise, until they go to Atlanta.
Schrader's running a very high line around the racetrack. Seems to get good drive off the corner, so, hey, he just went right on by Earnhardt.
3 to go. 2 to go.
Behind the leader.
White flag will be out next time by. They are now less than 2 miles to settle it.
See if he has the gas.
Presented by Kmart is seemingly going to be the 7th win of the year for Dale Jarrett.
I know they're thinking gas mileage, gas mileage. Just behind him, about a half a corner back, is Rusty Wallace. He's had a great run today, but this guy's had a super run.
White flag is in the air as Jarrett now conserving fuel. Impressive is not even the
I didn't hear a sputter.
Dominated. First win in Phoenix, his 7th win of the year, 15th win of his career, and the 3rd win in Phoenix for Robert Yates Racing. Dale Jarrett will win the Duraloo 500K. Mark Martin will come home in 6th. Jeff Gordon will come home in 7th.
I heard a sputter there.
And there you have the rundown of the fellas battling for the Nascar Winston Cup Championship as they head to the Atlanta Motor Speedway for the season finale in
That'll be on my next stream.
Now it's time to award our Pit Crew of the Race Award, brought to you by Miller Lite, who invites you to sit back and enjoy Miller time. There's the man.
They have some after race chatting.
Great win for you guys.
I'll watch it till the end. We have enough. I snoozed enough.
Might run out of gas. Down there by the start
I snoozed enough ads now. I think it will stay off.
Yeah, well, we finally won us a fuel mileage race. This race right here was won by Dale Jarrett, man. I mean, went a lap down, made a little gutsy call early, and what can I say? It was just an awesome day. We had great pit stops. This is one of them Robert Yates in-house cars, and this is for all the guys back at the shop and, you know, the guys that are here that worked so hard on this car. And they said it would win, and Dale Jarrett proved today that it can win.
It puts you back in the title fight.
Yeah, like I said, the man with the most luck is the one that's going to win this thing at the end. And right now I feel very fortunate. The good Lord looked after us all day long and come out on top. I'd like to say hey to Debbie and Tyler. Love you guys.
Well, Todd, on behalf of TNN and Miller Lite, we'd like to present you with the Pit Crew Award for a great job today.
Thank you much. Appreciate it.
A little emotion as everybody now packs up, heads east to Atlanta to settle the championship in 2 weeks' time.
We got a P2.
He has won at Atlanta. He won at Darlington. He won the second race of the year at Pocono, Bristol, Richmond, and Charlotte. And now he has conquered the Valley of the Sun. Let's hear from Dale Jarrett.
Well, guys, I tell you what, I'm a little excited here for the 15th time in his career, 7th time this year, but for the first time ever on TNN, first time ever for me. Way to go, bro. What a performance.
Thank you. I'd like to take the credit, but what an awesome race car. We were pretty good from the beginning, and Todd made some adjustments. We got a little loose, and then we stopped a little early because we were loose and the caution came out, and had to work hard after that. But the last 2 sets of Goodyear Eagles that I had were just awesome. A great tire that they've got here. This car will just work flawlessly. I was worried about fuel there. We don't get the best fuel mileage, but the car was good enough that I was able to conserve it and really make it easier to drive and everything. So just an awesome day for us.
Well, Dale, by an estimation only, you're only about 60 to 70 points behind Gordon now for the championship. Puts a new light on going to Atlanta.
Well, we got a chance, and that's all we asked for is going down there is to have a shot at it. And it's been just a great year. Thanks to Ford Quality Care and Ford Credit, Texaco, Plastico, Gillette, White Rain, everybody that helps us here. We just appreciate it a lot. Want to say hi to my family that didn't get to get out here. Kelly, I'll see you tonight. But kids, I'll see you soon. And Carson, congratulations to you yesterday. She won her 3rd gymnastics meet out of 4 this year. And I hope Natalie did the same this afternoon.
Y'all want to jump over to J-Bo, or
we'll see you soon,
you want
Jason.
me to send y'all
All
there?
right, congratulations again. We were just told
Either
you're now
way.
77 behind. You're 2nd place going into Atlanta.
That's great. We're looking forward to it, and you know, it's going to be a fast race, and we look forward to the challenge. We've got a shot. That's what we've worked 31 races for, and just thank these guys. They're awesome motor guys. Everybody, this is first time we've ever run this car. It's an in-house car. We built it at Robert Yates Racing, so the guys did a terrific job. Way to go, guys.
Well, they certainly did. And now, hang on one more time. Eli wants to ask a question. Eli?
I was just curious. Last Monday, Bobby Hamilton got kissed by his crew chief, Robbie Loomis. And here you guys are blood relatives and just a little old handshake.
Well, how about a hug? He was wanting to know. He said last week Robbie Loomis kissed Bobby Hamilton when he won. I don't think we'll kiss, but we will give a big family hug.
I would think you guys deserve it. Job well done for the Jarrett clan today. Dale Jarrett wins here at Phoenix. High
We're gonna
fives
go
all
trucking.
around. Don't you go anywhere. We've got lots to talk about and plenty of time to do it. We're coming right back. Welcome back as the fans begin to head out on towards 115th Avenue and leave that beautiful setting nestled alongside the